Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
They really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Line about who's winning economically.
Meanwhile, we stay quiet and still top the earnings charts from 2024 to 2025.
Smallest minority, biggest income jump.
No shouting, just steady growth.
Projected annual earnings. Asian men are projected to earn $93,808 2025. Asian women are on track to earn $73,840. Black men, $53,768. Black women, $49,452. In 2024, black men earned $52,104 for the year. Black women earn $47,944 per year. Between black men and black women, $4,000. That's actually a huge chunk of money. $4,000. That's like a whole month of earnings, because I've heard black women say our earnings are close, but I'm pretty sure black women could use an extra $4,000 for the year. Asian men are going to increase their annual earnings by $4,000. Asian women, $2,800, so on and so forth. Occupation distribution by group. So high-paying jobs cluster in certain areas. Moderate and low-paying jobs cluster in others. Race doesn't determine income. Occupation does. When we go into these specific jobs, make sure it's a career and not simply a job, okay? Careers pay more, because jobs can be cut very easily. Hell, damn near everybody's job was on the chopping block a while ago when Trump first got in, and then we seen the job cuts. But it is imperative to get you a career. So let's break down Asian workers. So they tend to dominate STEM and professional areas. So their fields like engineering, tech, math, medicine, finance, analytics, and management. This is why Asian men and Asian women lead all earning charts. They dominate in the highest paying industries. So this is something that the black community can look at and kind of attempt to mirror. We are doing better in certain areas. However, the way that the Asians move, it's not about what they like. It's about what.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. I'm cutting this a little early and we will finish it. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button, and welcome Roller Skater Texas. Roller Skater Texas girl. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I'll talk a little bit about this. I have a mission that I've been assigned to me by my father, and you'll enjoy it. It's a bread making mission. So anyway, my reaction to this video is exactly what I said damn near over a year ago. My son, and it was half a joke, but what Medium Man is saying is black people need to come up to an Asian standard. Okay, that's the upshot of what he's saying. I said it over a year ago. It's more or less how I raised my son. There should be, especially if you have the ability, dude, you aim high. And Asians tend to take their studies seriously, their schooling seriously, their skill set seriously. And yes, we need to be looking if there is such a thing as a black community, we need to be raising our kids to a what? An Asian standard. So for the John Galts of the world who want to take it the wrong way, well, you keep doing that. Some of us saw the writing on the wall, as I said, a year and a half ago.
Pays the most and what's better for their community. Okay, you guys seen all the jokes, on Family Guy. You doctor yet? No, Dad, I'm 10. Come back when you doctor.
You doctor yet? No, Dad, I'm 12. Talk to me when you doctor.
Hey, I hear all that. You know what I'm saying? You like to draw and shit, but they ain't bringing in no ducats. Okay, so and that starts with the parenting.
Mom, Dad, this is Alan.
Where you go college?
Tufts.
Never heard. Not real school. What you do?
I'm an eco consultant.
How much you make?
About $200,000 per year.
Welcome to family.
We have to be more vocal in regards to, hey, I know that you like doing basket weaving, but it may be tough for you to get a job out there that pays a significant amount of money. So as parents, we have to push our sons and daughters into the correct path. And this is something I know people don't like to be compared to other races, but if you work, you live in the United States, you are competing against everybody. Black community, we are competing against everybody else. We do not have time. I don't have time to be going back and forth with black women lying on black men.
And by the way, if we have to look at it racially, which race is doing the best as far as income, not net wealth, but income? Asian standards. Push your kids to do it. Do not accept excuses, especially if you know they have the ability to do it. And again, you may not like what I said, but what I said is true. And by the way, my son's school, the majority population at his school is Asian. It's an engineering school. So keep pussyfooting around, folks, and getting your feelings hurt. But the bottom line is the Asian standard. All it is just taking stuff seriously and not accepting excuses.
And when we got to compete with other races, because Asian workers are.
What's up, Savage?
And this is no shame of me saying that. I'm actually proud of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing the right things in regards to the earnings. White folks did not expect this to happen. Okay, to see that and to see how Asian folks have increased their earnings is absolutely amazing. Black community, we can learn a lot from this. The field of study first, your occupation, and you bring in more income. Black men, government transportation, utilities, and trades. As you guys always remind me, I have a lot of folks that have skilled trades in the chat. So our fields are public sector, corrections, CDL, where my CDL folks, transportation, maintenance, warehouse, and utilities. So these are stable, middle income jobs with benefits. They keep black men solidly mid-tier in national earnings, above Hispanic men and all women except white and Asian women. You guys see all these reports saying black men are steadily in the middle class and moving up. This is why, because we keep those jobs with those good benefits and we keep on moving, we keep increasing. This is like a sign of black men having steady work. Because if you guys don't know, black men have the largest percentage in regards to workforce participants. So that's why, because we have steady jobs, we have reliable jobs, jobs that the United States actually needs. Black women, healthcare support, education, admin, and social services. I'm pretty sure if I asked you guys to guess, you would probably say that already. And if there are any black women in the chat, please let me know. Put your career field in the chat. I know a lot of black women who are teachers. They work in healthcare support, admin, and social services. Damn near every Pop the Balloon show, you can probably find a couple of black women that work in these fields. So like I said, nursing support, administrative roles, teaching support, social services, and retail. Black women have a higher bachelor's attainment than black men, as you guys know. But the fields they choose, education, healthcare support, social sciences, pay far less than STEM or trades. Remember, people as opposed to things. Meanwhile, black men did earn more STEM degrees, but the earnings difference is not about industry, not intellect or effort. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that you guys are you're more interested in those types of fields. And unfortunately, they tend to be the lowest paying career fields. Okay. White workers, they dominate in corporate and managerial. They have a stronghold on it. So management, sales, accounting, finance, administration, education, and trades. So white workers form the backbone of U.S. corporate and government employment. And it has a lot to do with them being the majority race in the United States. Their dominance in managerial positions explains their consistent earnings advantage because they are targeted. This is, again, something that the Black community can learn from. We need to be more targeted in the positions that we take. And I get it. We know the history of how, the white man held us back, but it's good to know history. It's good to reference it. It's good to understand it. And you use it as an example of what not to do and what you need to do moving forward. So both parts matter. What happened in the past and what we're going to do in the future. And some of these things in regards to how white folks move in corporate and government employment, we got to do the same thing as a community, okay? Or as individuals, which will help the community in general. Whatever. If you don't believe that there's still a Black community, that's perfectly fine. But if you take these tools and you start being more targeted in your approach in the workforce, then it'll help the Black community by default. It is what it is. And then Hispanic men, labor, construction, manufacturing, and hospitality. Hispanic men work.
Let me make a quick point. I understand it is always helpful to know, what the other quote communities are doing, but stop worrying about what white people or Asians or anybody else is doing. Worry about what's going on with you and your family. And, a distant third, in my opinion, is the community. It doesn't really matter what other people are doing. Do what you know you need to do. So it's always helpful to know, but it's not a necessity, and it shouldn't be, kind of like your guiding light.
Extremely hard, but they are concentrated in lower wage sectors, which suppresses their median earnings. This is structural, not behavioral. Because if you look at, construction, you probably think Hispanic men. When you look at hospitality, such as, let's say, I don't think you call landscaping hospitality. It could be, but you see a lot of Hispanic men having their own, like lawn care businesses. My gardener, my wife's gardener, and the guy who mows our lawn, he owns his own business. And then Hispanic women, service care work, and domestic work. These are the lowest paying industries in the labor market. This explains the income rankings and not a lack of effort or skill. Now, Hispanic women are a little bit different because, as you guys seen, they are projected to increase their annual earnings by over $2,000 from 2024 to 2025. But if you remember, Hispanic women rank high in marriage rates, and Hispanic men rank high in marriage rates. So in certain cases, Hispanic women may be better off if they work the lower paying jobs because typically they're at home, they can raise the kids, or they can work a part-time job, bring in a little bit of ducats, but the husband is out there taking care of the family for the most part. So even though Hispanic women rank the lowest on the earnings report, I'm pretty sure they don't mind because they are married at a higher rate. Go over to the Black community. I wish it was the same. Okay. I wish that Black men could say we rank 5th in earnings and Black women rank 7th in earnings, but our marriage rates were high. But as you guys seen, our marriage rates are start to go separate ways. Black men are increasing, Black women are decreasing, expected to decrease. So that's one of the main reasons why we earn more than Hispanic men and women, but their household wealth is more than ours because they are married at a higher rate. So if Black men and Black women could couple and increase those, earnings for the household, I mean, we would be well off. But sometimes, we have our struggles, as you guys know, in these spaces. So I mean, I'm not too optimistic about anything changing over the next 2 years in regards to how.
Well, that struggle is hanging out on YouTube panels complaining about each other all day and most of the night. That seems to be the biggest problem I see.
Typically, black women view black men, but we can always hope. Okay. We can always hope. The summary on this is just occupational distribution versus earnings. Once occupation is controlled for, many racial income gaps shrink dramatically. The conversation changes completely when you focus on structure instead of stereotypes. And that's why I keep saying we can't keep blaming the white man. All right. We have opportunities where we can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities. But we as a community have to shift our occupation focus. But if you put these two numbers together, 53,000 and 49,000, that's a little over. What is that? It's close to $105,000
a tad over 100
per year.
No, it's not 105.
That's in the $100,000 mark if you got a black man and a black woman married together. But what do I know? Pay close attention to the fourth quarter earnings report for black women, because if they see a decrease in the fourth quarter with all of this overtime work that's available, the holiday rush, the holiday season, then I would consider that a huge issue, because everybody is expected to.
It's going to be a decrease because 300,000 black women lost their jobs, and companies are downsizing.
Increase in the fourth quarter, but if we see black women dip in the fourth quarter, this is something that the black community needs to be aware of. And I understand, black women, you guys are very prideful. I don't need no help. We got it. I do it all by myself. But I promise you, if you're not paying attention to the earnings report in the fourth quarter, you guys will see it in the workforce. It's gonna be tough. Okay. And Sam, I'm trying to
talking
help
about?
you out. So, I mean, I know y'all don't. Some of y'all don't like us, but hey.
That was weird. All right. Well, again, welcome to the show. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to it. Check it out. It is sometimes a bit of an acquired taste, but give it a chance if you like it. Invite your friends. We are trying to become monetized. Probably won't happen before the end of the year unless there is a mad rush. Too bad I can't do a Christmas sale or something on subscriptions or subscribing or subs, but we will do what we can. What's up, Joshua? Support the show. It is Wednesday. We are well, I think all the bills are paid for this month, but the newspaper subscriptions, the YouTube premium, the Substack, all that stuff, all the magazine, and I even have a couple YouTube history channels I subscribe to or am a member of. So please support the show by supporting the host. And the Sovereign Beer Fund is always open for investment. And we're halfway to the weekend. Not sure. I'm relatively sure there'll be a weekend show, but I don't really have a topic. So I'm actually looking for topics as well. So if anybody has any ideas, my email address is in the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. My domain is working again. For some reason it wasn't working, and something needed to be tweaked. So it has been tweaked. So we got a bunch of news articles, and we will get through them first. And this will come as no surprise. Today, a few minutes ago, the Senate blocked the Democrats' bill to extend expiring Obamacare subsidies. Looks like the Republicans are just going to let it ride and let them all expire. Now, that is not a good thing, but in a way, that just, that's just something else the Democrats will get to use come next fall. So it's all going to come out in the wash, and the Republicans. We'll talk about Trump's polling here in a little bit. Republicans apparently don't look at polls, or I don't know what it is. They're in that MAGA bubble apparently, and they're not seeing the same polls everybody else is seeing. So I don't know what to say other than y'all need to wake up. So this is actually a little bit of a surprise, and there's no pretty picture or anything. A federal judge in Maryland ordered the immediate release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody, saying the Justice Department attorneys misled the court at a hearing last month. U.S. District Judge Paula Zenas said she ordered his release in part to ensure that he had a fair immigration process after the Justice Department and an ICE witness last month said immigration officers had no option but to deport him to the African nation of Liberia because the Central American country of Costa Rica was no longer willing to offer Abrego refuge. The judge cited reporting by the Washington Post and ABC that found that Costa Rica had never wavered in its commitment to accept Abrego. She was also the judge who first ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Abrego to the United States after immigration officers illegally deported him to a notorious prison in his native El Salvador. So I guess this judge is like, you know what? I've had a fuck enough of it. Let him out now. And I fully expect the administration to appeal it. I don't know how well that's going to work. They just, goddamn, dude, they have just flubbed some shit. They've got like these third-rate lawyers, and they're the third-rate lawyers who will always say yes to the boss. But man, they are just like Laurel and Hardy in the courtroom. They're going to try and reindict James Comey. Letitia James, they're done with her. There's like no way they're going to be able to reindict her. So good job there, third-rate lawyers. So we know none of those lawyers are Asian. Trump's lawyers did not meet an Asian standard, folks. So the next story, what to know about the $1 million Trump Gold Card Visa program. So I will let Trump explain this. I don't even know what to call this. This is like the Ronco. You remember those old those infomercials that Ron Popeil, he ran Ronco, and you could get like the salad. What was it? The salad, it slices, it dices. It was the salad spinner or some bullshit like that. So that's pretty much how Trump is running his visa program here. So let's hear what he's got to say. Let's make sure this is turned all the way up.
Thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know,
what's up, CK?
Seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large.
Oh, I thought this was about visas.
And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people. Very excitingly for me and for the country, We just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now. The site goes up, and all funds go to the United States government. Could be a tremendous amount of money. It'll also be able to help people like this keep, as an example, just one example. There are a lot of examples, people just buying them. It's somewhat like a green card, but with big advantages over a green card. And companies are going to be able to go to the Wharton School of Finance, the Stern Business School, Harvard, MIT, wherever you may get your students, any school, and you're able to.
It's like a green card, but it's $1 million.
Person in the United States, actually, so you certainty, because I've heard from Tim Cook of Apple, and I've heard from a lot of people, some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States, you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out. They throw the person out of the country. You graduate number one from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million, and for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation,
Wow.
They spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America.
Oh, by the way, Howard Lutnick's a billionaire too. Wonder what his cut is going to be.
Absolutely qualified. And then the company can keep them here, and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting after 5
Yeah,
years,
that's a clown car.
Citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
That's right.
It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people.
Oh, by the way, every time you give like a little spiel, little ad lib, little speech, it is a requirement that Donald Trump be included in the text, even if it's off the cuff, or you get fired. That's the unwritten rule.
Wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college. They have to go back to India. They have to go back to China. They have to go back to France. They have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy.
Okay, so making the visa $1 million is going to make it easier to stay? The fuck is he talking about? Wow. Let's make it easy to stay. $1 million. That'll keep you here.
A lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem. And
Was it Tim Cook or Tim Apple?
As you know, they used to send people up to Canada and other places, other countries. So we solved that. And the other thing is it'll take in.
By the way, I did a story yesterday. Canada is actively trying to recruit H-1B visa people into Canada, like the ones who wind up leaving here and are finding it hard to stay. They've had like 2 MIT professors like go to Canada, to the University of Toronto so far. So Canada's actually doing some weird form of an underground railroad. They're just going to be able to get these H-1B visa people when they get thrown out of the U.S. They're just going to escape to Canada, apparently.
We think probably billions of dollars that will go to the Treasury of the United States, that will go to an account where we can do things positive for the country. So it'll be a great thing. We'll take it, I think, billions of dollars, many billions of dollars even. So that's very exciting. The Trump accounts are doing really well. We have a man on my right, Michael Dell, who's an extraordinary person. His wife is even more extraordinary. I think I can say that they have such a good relationship. You know.
Oh shit, Michael, does he have a cabinet position now?
But they're two great people, and as you know, last week Michael contributed $6 billion.
Oh my God. Okay. So Michael Dell contributes like 6.5 or whatever the number was, $1 billion. So now he has a seat during a cabinet meeting. What the fuck? Dude, we have a pure oligarchy. Dude, this is incredible. So all the man has to do is spend a few billion and he has a power seat at the table. Oh man, this is just corruption. This is just like naked corruption. Wow.
$50 million. And this is just something that's so special. So many people are in love with that. He understood it right from the beginning. It was his idea. And he understood it right from the beginning. Could you give maybe just a little description?
Oh God, no. You know what? I'm not fucking listening to this shit. Dude, nobody elected Michael Dell. What the fuck? Man, this I told you so New Year's party is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna make sure that I have like like a case of Guinness Stout. And we are just going to have like an I told you so MAGA New Year's Day bash in my house. Man, the corruption. It's fucking incredible. All right. Well, let's move on. Let's see here. So, apparently this oil tanker that Trump seized yesterday. Let's see. The summary is that shadow fleet vessels under sanctions may reconsider whether to leave Venezuelan waters in coming days. U.S. targeting of sanctioned vessels may delay oil exports. Global dark fleet includes 1,423 tankers, and 921 of those are under sanctions. So somehow or another, this is like something that's happening between Venezuela and Iran. So it says here more than 30 U.S. sanctioned oil vessels doing business in Venezuela could face punishment by Washington after the Coast Guard seized a super tanker carrying Venezuelan crude for export. So this is somehow under some set of sanctions that they didn't get into in the breaking news yesterday. The seizure announced by President Donald Trump on Wednesday was the first of an oil cargo from Venezuela, which has been under U.S. sanctions since 2019. And the Trump administration's first known action against a Venezuela-related tanker since he ordered a massive military buildup in the region. So the U.S. action as Trump ratchets up pressure on the government of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has put several vessel owners, operators, and shipping agencies on alert, with many reconsidering whether to set sail from Venezuelan waters in the coming days as planned, shipping sources report. So it says here 80 tankers are in or near Venezuela. So this actually is something that was in place. It wasn't just something that Trump did on a whim. it says here, in a sign of success for the dark fleet strategy, Venezuela's oil exports rose to over 900,000 barrels per day in November, and imports of much needed naphtha to dilute its extra heavy oil, mostly from Russia, doubled to 167,000 barrels per day. So basically, looks like Venezuela's been doing some shit that was sanctioned, and Russia has had a hand in it, looks like, and Iran somehow or another figures in there as well. So okay, well, it wasn't what I thought it was. Apparently, there's some sanctions in place that finally got enforced, or somebody tried to break. So next story, tariffs shrank. So basically, everywhere but China, tariffs have shrunk the trade deficit. And the bad news is it's Americans that are paying for it. The deficit is shrunk, but the taxes are there. And Trump is just getting around to figuring out that there needs to be some carve outs for farmers. And he had tariffs on bananas and coffee, apparently. So he's had to do some carve outs for some grocery items and I guess soybean farmers now. So the trade deficit outside of China has been impacted. Good job. And looks like America is getting its money's worth, because we sure as shit are paying those tariffs. All right. Well, as I will keep emphasizing every time I see a story like this, Donald Trump's approval rating goes underwater in 2 GOP leaning states. That's a big deal. Let's see here. It says here, President Donald Trump's approval rating has gone underwater in 2 Republican leaning states, Iowa and Ohio. So basically, Vivek Ramaswamy is running for governor of Ohio. That's bad news for him. And as far as I can remember, Trump endorsed Vivek. So I don't know what Vivek's going to do. But that is a good sign. And to stay on this topic, AP is reporting Trump's approval rating slips on the economy and immigration. Now, immigration, that is like his, flagship or his signature issue, that he's down to, well, he's gone under 50% on immigration, according to this. This is Dateline December 11. So let's see here. What has the change been? So last March, Donald Trump, it reads here, Donald Trump was right around 40% on handling of the economy. This is last March, 40% on the economy and 49% on immigration. And since then, fewer adults have a positive view of how Trump is handling his job overall, the economy and immigration. Border security remains his best issue on the poll with a 50% approval rating. So he's not even, he's just breaking even on the border. Now, overwhelming support from Republicans, less like 19% of Democrats, and only 36% of independents. That's just on the border. Let's see, can we get an idea? So Trump's overall job rating is only 36%, 61% disapprove. That's overall. Democrats, oh my God, it's a wash. Like 94% of Democrats disapprove of Trump overall. Independents, 74% of independents disapprove. And as one would expect, 18% disapprove of Republicans. So that's not the independents. That's not looking good for Trump, to be honest. Let's see. What else can we get out of here that's interesting? Overall for healthcare, 69% disapprove. The economy, 67% disapprove. These are overall numbers. Managing the federal government, 63% disapprove. Foreign policy, 60% disapprove. Immigration, 60% disapprove. Crime is his best overall disapproval rate. 55% disapprove of how Trump is handling crime. God damn, that is surprising. Border security, he is above water on border security. That's the only area that he is even breaking even on. That's amazing. Is anyone talking to Donald Trump about these numbers? He said he rates the economy an A+++++. Oh wow. Somebody needs to awaken President Trump from his nap, because he is sleeping. Oh dude, hey, Deacon Dave, looks like the whole damn country has TDS right now. So your little taunting about me having Trump derangement syndrome, sorry buddy, that can only work for a while. And let me drop this link so you can get an idea of how the country has TDS right now. There's the AP link that you can have a look at, and you will see it's not just me. All right, well, let's move on. Democrats, and I should have put this over with the tariff story. Democrats say Trump's tariffs raised the average U.S. household costs by $1,200. Now, it's the Democrats saying this. On Thursday, Democrats on Congress's Joint Economic Committee found sweeping import taxes cost American households nearly $1,200 each, totaling nearly $159 billion from February through November. President Donald Trump reversed decades of U.S. free trade policy by imposing double-digit tariffs on many trading partners, marking a broad shift in the U.S. approach. And it has been a resounding, I was going to say success and put it in quotation marks, but I better not even do that, because I don't want this to be clipped. Let's see. The White House says tariffs will protect U.S. industries and raise Treasury revenue. Yeah, taxes. While Yale University's budget lab tracked the average U.S. tariff rising, oh wow, from 2.4% to 16.8%. Holy moly, that's huge. Well, folks, Minnesota has been a place where it's gotten focused because of this big some sort of healthcare scandal that Somalis were supposedly involved with. Well, you know what? That has inspired Mike Lindell, MyPillow founder, to run for governor. He is going to get involved and fix the problem. Last I heard, I thought MyPillow was going bankrupt. Apparently not. So let's listen to this. It's only 3 minutes long.
Mike Lindell, MyPillow founder, announces run for Minnesota governor. This article is by Nick Corasaniti and read by an automated voice. Mike Lindell, the chief executive of MyPillow and one of the country's most prolific spreaders of election disinformation, announced on Thursday that he was running for governor of Minnesota. A close ally of President Trump, Mr. Lindell is best known for promoting the falsehood that voting machines in the United States are often rigged and have flipped elections. With his polarizing politics, Mr. Lindell injects uncertainty into a crowded Republican field that includes Lisa Demuth, the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, Scott Jensen, a former state senator and the 2022 Republican nominee for governor, Chris Maddle, a prominent lawyer in Minnesota, and State Representative Kristen Robbins. They are competing for the chance to challenge Governor Tim Walz, a Democrat and his party's vice presidential nominee last year, who is running for a third term. Mr. Lindell has been a key player in attempts to prove malfeasance with voting machines. He was an outspoken supporter of Tina Peters, a county clerk in Colorado, who was convicted of tampering with voting machines in a failed attempt to show that they had been used to rig the 2020 election. Mr. Lindell, a Minnesota native and businessman, endeared himself to Mr. Trump with his false claims of widespread fraud in the American electoral system. At a speech at the Conservative Political Action Conference this year, Mr. Trump singled out Mr. Lindell from the stage. That man suffered, the president said of Mr. Lindell, adding that the FBI thugs had gone after him. And he never changed his mind, Mr. Trump said. He said that election of 2020 was rigged. Now, the president said, laughing, "It's okay to say it, Mike." In March, a Trump administration official asked the Internal Revenue Service to follow up on concerns from Mr. Lindell that he had been inappropriately targeted with audits. The official
I'll stop it there. We don't need to relive the sordid past. I probably won't even pay attention, at least not until we get closer to next year's election. There's no way in hell Mike Lindell is ever going to be governor of Minnesota. So this is interesting. So hundreds quarantined as South Carolina measles outbreak accelerates. A state epidemiologist said the spike in cases came in the wake of Thanksgiving travel and a lack of vaccinations. At least 16 cases were traced to a church. Oh, my Lord. Oh, boy, we got to listen to this. Like, measles? Oh, man.
What would you do if your insurance comes in? They review your policy.
By Brian, an AI-generated voice. South Carolina's measles outbreak is accelerating in the wake of Thanksgiving travel and a lack of vaccinations. Wow. An epidemiologist for the state's Department of Public Health, DPH, warned Wednesday after authorities traced a sizable outbreak to a church in the state's northwest. Of the 111 measles cases recorded in that area, known as the upstate region,
I used to live there.
Who were unvaccinated, while 3 involved those who were partially vaccinated, state epidemiologist Linda Bell said at a news briefing. At least 254 people had been placed in quarantine as of Tuesday, 16 of whom are in isolation, the DPH said in a news release. Bell said that 27 new cases had been reported since Friday, bringing the total reported to the DPH this year to 114. Accelerating is an accurate term. That is a spike in cases we are concerned about, she said in response to a question from a reporter, adding that South Carolina has lower than hoped for vaccination coverage. At least 16 of those new cases were traced back to a recent outbreak at the Way of Truth Church in Inman, which Bell said
I know right where Inman is.
In cooperating with the health department's recommendations. The worsening
situation
unfolding in
Spartanburg
South Carolina
County
shows how the country is still reeling from the resurgence of a preventable, highly contagious disease that has spread beyond a large outbreak in Texas earlier this year and illustrated the consequences of vaccine hesitancy. Nationally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded at least 1,912 cases of measles, a highly contagious and potentially deadly virus. Across 42 states as of Tuesday, more than half of them occurred among children. In South Carolina, 20 of the upstate cases involved children under the age of 5, while 75 of the cases were detected in children between the ages of 5 and 17. Across the state, the rate of students with vaccines required by schools dropped from nearly 96% in 2020 to 93.5% in the 2025 school year, DPH data shows. 2 otherwise healthy girls died this year after contracting measles during the West Texas outbreak. Authorities also suspect a New Mexico man died of measles. The United States declared measles eliminated in 2000, meaning the disease had not spread domestically for more than 12 months. In the news conference Wednesday, Bell pointed out that milestone and noted that high vaccine coverage was responsible for eliminating ongoing transmission in this country. And so now that we are at the brink of seeing continued transmission in the United States for almost a year now, we've run the risk of losing that designation as a country, Bell said. What we'd like people to see is that picture, to consider the effectiveness of the vaccine and having this disease essentially go away, she said.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. Yeah, measles in 2025. Good job, Trump administration. Man. All right. So that's pretty much all the more pressing news stories that I found. Wanted to get a little bit deeper into what's going on in Minnesota. I haven't really paid much attention to it. And this will probably be the most attention I pay attention to it. But this is, I think what we'll do first is just listen to this news article. We'll listen to the video. And if that doesn't do it, then I'll come back to the article. But this is, again, this issue with, wait, hold on one sec here. Yeah, it was some sort of COVID fraud scheme. I'm not exactly sure, unless it had something to do with PPP. I'm not exactly sure I understand what it is. That's one of the reasons I want to get into it. So let's listen to this.
The Treasury Department is currently investigating whether Minnesota welfare money stolen in a massive fraud scheme went to a Somali terror group. It's a claim being pushed by President Trump and was part of his reasoning for sending immigration agents to Minneapolis. Yesterday on Face the Nation, Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who was born in Somalia, responded to the claims being made by the president.
How confident are you that that's a false claim?
I'm pretty confident at the moment because there are people who have been prosecuted and who have been sentenced. If there was a linkage in that the money that they had stolen going to terrorism, then that is a failure of the FBI and our court system in not figuring that out.
WCCO investigative reporter Jonah Kaplan joins me now. So, Jonah, dozens of arrests have been made in this case. The leader of the scheme was also convicted. Why is this investigation still underway?
Because it's still ongoing. I mean, even a few weeks ago, there were new indictments, and prosecutors tell me that there are more indictments that are going to be coming. We're talking about a wide variety of fraud that happened, and there's just so much of it that it takes time to go through all of it. I mean, there have been 61 convictions, nearly 90 people charged and counting. So for a team of maybe only 4 or 5 prosecutors to dig through several years of money going out the door, dozens of companies, some reputable, some not, but they have to be investigated. And when you look at one fraud, usually that is the smoke to a fire of many other frauds. And that is essentially what's happened, because there was one fraud in nutrition that they found, all these meal programs, but then prosecutors started digging in and found vulnerabilities and fraud in a housing stabilization program, and then in a behavioral health program that was helping autism, kids that are suffering from autism and that are needing help. And that was taken advantage of as well.
Up until this point, is there any evidence of a link to terrorist groups in Somalia?
Several top prosecutors and investigators have told me there is no evidence of direct payments to a terror group. The nuance to this is, let's say you're sending money to family who's living in Somalia or East Africa or Mogadishu, and the ruling party, the ruling government is Al-Shabaab. If they take a tax on that money, well, okay, maybe that money wound up in a terrorist hands, but did that mean you, as the person sending the money, meant for it to get there? Does that mean that you, that individual, supported terrorism? No. It's also very difficult. What we're learning from investigators is that some of the money, if it's delivered on wire transfer, especially if it's maybe gone through third party or maybe through crypto, it's very tough to track. It's not like there is a paper trail, the receipts. There's no check that says, to Al-Shabaab, with a memo for terror activities. It doesn't really work like that. So it's very difficult for financial analysts to keep track of.
Okay, Jonah Kaplan, good to see you in Studio 57. Thank you.
NASCAR reached a settlement this morning in an antitrust lawsuit filed by two of its teams, including one owned by basketball great, legend, and all the.
All right. Well, I agree with Ilhan Omar. If there's been convictions and the FBI investigated, then if there are indeed links to some terrorist group, then the FBI did fail. So I'm going to read a little bit of this. I'm not exactly, this is over. Why they're making a big deal out of it. It's well, I have my theory about why Trump is doing it, but I won't go there. So this isn't interesting. Let me go back. Uh-oh. All right. So reads here, luxury cars, private villas, and overseas wire transfers. CBS News obtained dozens of files and photos that reveal how Minnesota fraudsters blew through hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars as part of one of the biggest COVID-era fraud schemes. The files document a spending spree in which defendants, many of Somali descent, took taxpayer money meant to feed hungry children and used it to buy cars, property, and jewelry. Videos show them popping champagne at an opulent Maldives resort. In a text message, one of the defendants boasts, "You are gonna be the richest 25-year-old, inshallah." The documents feature exhibits from a recent federal trial, many of which are being made public by CBS News for the first time. The exhibits include, let's see, stacks of cash, a 2021 Porsche Macan, first-class tickets to Istanbul and Amsterdam, receipts showing wire transfers to China in East Africa, lakefront property in Minnesota, and a confirmation email for a stay at an overwater villa with a private pool at Radisson Blue Resort in the Maldives. All right. Well, somebody was having a good time. Now, the problem is all this came from a trial where there were already convictions. So apparently the Treasury Department is going to go back and try and uncover what maybe the FBI missed. I can't imagine that the FBI would have missed all this stuff. So we'll stay tuned to this. I'm going to be surprised if anything comes of it. But hope springs eternal. So let's see, where do we go from here? There's something that Aramiose Frimpong, he went live a little while ago and the topic looked interesting. He's talking about Scott Galloway, which we talked a little bit about yesterday. He's the newest champion for the plight of boys And yesterday's title of the show was "Boys Are the New Blacks." So Irony has something to say about Scott Galloway. He's calling him the white FD signifier. And then he wants to talk about the real gender problem. So how can I resist that? Irony tends to have unique takes. So let's see what he's got.
America, my name is Jaime Joseph Frimpong, and today I'm going to talk to you about how Scott Galloway, this guy who you'll see running around talking about the problems of men, was not picked by men. Possibly. He is. I see him picked by Oprah. I see him picked by the women of The View. I see him. He's the favorite. He's the man whisperer to all of the worst women. So I call him the white FD signifier, which I kind of like because it's good for FD signifier. It's not like FD signifier is a black Scott Galloway. I think Scott Galloway is the white FD signifier. At least for the purposes of my audience, because you probably might know who FD signifier is more than you might know who Scott Galloway is. Anyway, so you got this, 60-year-old white guy running around.
Hell, he's my age.
And all the podcasts talking about how, men are not doing very well, which is right. Men are not doing particularly well. And the problem is we need to organize society so that men can get their money up and attract mercenary women. He will never say the problem is we still have
Absolutely wrong. People are just fucking just acting like men. Look, the problem is we have gotten away from raising our kids. And the actual problem is that for centuries, white males were the apex, quote, predators. They basically ruled everything. And since 1964, and that's just in the United States, but everywhere in the world, empires have fallen. Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world are no longer, sending all their resources to enrich European countries and other, places that had empires. And all of a sudden, white males actually have to work. That's the actual problem. And now we're going to coddle them. That's the problem. Somebody needs to tell these males, black and white for that matter, fucking you might have to work a little harder. If women are catching up and being successful, or minorities, Asians, for instance, we talked about that at the beginning of the show. Dude, up your game. Okay, if you are teaching your kids, your white male kids, for instance, that, hey, when the going gets tough, go to Scott Galloway and Oprah, then I'm sorry, that's just not the solution. And reorienting society, the fuck are you talking about? Go look at the halls of Congress. It is overwhelmingly male. You will never convince me that boys are doing bad. And damn the statistics. Tell them to work harder.
mercenary women, which people think of some like biological immutable fact of the world that women.
What happened to this?
Mercenaries.
What happened to the happy horse shit of, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, put your nose to the grindstone, and work harder? All of a sudden, that doesn't work anymore? Why is that advice not being dispensed by people like Scott Galloway? It's bullshit. Fucking get off your ass, males, little boys, and fucking make it happen. And if you don't, well, you know what? Let the women eat your lunch. They're probably going to be better cooks anyway.
And not particularly accountable for their mercenary sensibilities, and even if it screws up families and kind of screws up like the moral sensibility of the institutions that they participate in, we can't expect women to change in culture in the United States. All right, so that's Scott Galloway's pitch. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to tell you a different story. Men are not doing particularly well in the United States, in a very kind of clear way in terms of mortality, morbidity, and homelessness, stuff like that. But the reason is that, well, one of the main reasons is that we have a kind of unreconstructed womanhood. You remember, at the end of the Civil War, we needed reconstruction, and we needed to reconstruct the whites and reconstruct society to make it fit for the blacks. And so it did not work. I mean, it worked in some ways. It worked too well, and Reconstructed ended and led to the Jim Crow and the Klan. And we assume that the problem of, racism in the United States and racial violence and terrorism was either a white male problem or a white problem. We didn't think of it as a white male problem and a white female problem. We needed white women to be a certain sort of way for racism to work, and we needed white.
And by the way, this is actually going to segue nicely into another couple videos that I have. One concerning feminism and Black women, and then there is another one, and one that I've been meaning to show about female slave owners back in the slavery days. Been meaning to show it, and I think I'm just gonna, if it doesn't quite fit, I'm gonna shoehorn it into this theme of look, I've said, and actually Irony has said, the problem with America currently is we just need better white people. We need better people overall. That's always the given, but we need better white people specifically. We don't need Nick Fuenteses. We don't need Charlie Kirks. We need some actual smart people that are out there talking about, solutions or even describing the problems. I don't think we're actually even getting what's wrong with America right. We want to talk about everything else except what the real problem is, which is parenting. Okay. And you do not need a 2-parent home to raise decent kids. It means you have to work harder. It means you might have to, do some alternative or some tweaking to your parenting, but you cannot just blame single parent homes for the shitty kids we're raising. And I'll give you a great example. Every time I hear some asshole talk about the boomers, especially Black people, young Black males, for instance, blaming the boomers, I almost see red. It's such lazy thinking that it's stunning.
Men to be a certain sort of way for racism to work. And when we failed in reconstructing the whites, all of those projects ended. Like, they all kind of snapped back to the pre-Civil War era white men and the pre-Civil War era white women. And so we can explicitly castigate the pre-Civil War era white men for the Klan hoods and all of that stuff. But we still had a notion of femininity that was designed in order to police Black men. And so why do I say that there's a notion of femininity that was designed in order to police Black men? Well, once Black men got the rights publicly and were seen as equal formally, they still needed to be controlled. And the way to control them publicly is to cast them as threats to white women. So we needed a white womanhood that could not do wrong, that could not perpetrate crime, could only be the perfect victim, could only be the damsel in distress. And this goes all the way back to, this is a bigger colonial story. If you want more of this, go to White Women's Rights, The Racial Origins of Feminism by Louise Newman. But we needed a notion of femininity that was the perpetual victim. So then our white hooded knight can come in and save the perpetual victim from the racialized other. And this is all throughout colonialism. But what's important is that's a variety of unreconstructed womanhood we never actually got rid of. We never actually dealt with, in the same way that we never really got rid of like white masculinity as kind of a problem. We never really got rid of the unreconstructed womanhood who.
Okay, I think he's going overboard with this unreconstructed womanhood. Okay, it's a problem, but it's not that big a problem. I wouldn't be doing a whole fucking shows about it.
Thinks of themselves as perpetual victims and is expected to be accommodated. Like when you hear women and children first in the Titanic, those are the only people who survived. Like they survived. They lived, right? We have a society.
Okay, again, you're not going to be able to fix it. Dude, it is the people that you hear talking about the glories of Western civilization, that chivalric code is embedded. It's in the fabric of Western civilization. And in my opinion, they're bigger problems than, unreconstructed women. Yep, I think parenting would take care of that problem. Why are we making big deals? We're not describing what the actual root cause of this problem is. And Irami talks a lot about family, but not enough, in my opinion.
That is organized to treat white women very well, or to treat them, not very well might be too general, to treat them as if they need to be protected. So there's a little bit of paternalism in there, and that paternalism has costs. And, whether you're talking about Simone de Beauvoir or Gloria Steinem, or what's her name, Betty Friedan, you'll get the sense of that paternalism, right? But the idea that it wasn't effective in securing some sort of privileges is ludicrous. It is ludicrous. There are anti-suffragettes. The anti-suffragettes were fighting, and the folks like Phyllis Schlafly who were fighting against the equal rights movement, effectively fighting against the equal rights movement. They didn't want to lose the privileges of womanhood because they recognized that there were some privileges of womanhood, right? So we ended up, the feminist movement succeeded in getting women equal rights and equal, at least the appearance, or the drive and the cultural support for equal rights and equal social power without reconstructing womanhood. So now you have women who still expect, who want the option. They want choice. Women love choice. They want the choice to have, chivalry treatment and dates paid for and things paid for, and the guy's money goes to the family and the woman's money goes to herself, as a variety of womanhood. And it's a very specific variety of womanhood, not uniform across class, not uniform across race, but since that variety of white woman decides culture, because she has all of access to the material power, either money she makes on her own or she spends her husband's money. That is the variety of womanhood that's sold to the poors. And when it was sold to black women, it didn't lead to black women making the best decisions in their lives. But that's the variety of womanhood sold to them. And, there's all this pseudoscience about it's just natural, blah, 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 blah. That's all pseudoscience put upon an unreconstructed womanhood that was designed for subordination, to legitimize subordination of racialized others. Because if women were these fragile flowers who needed to be protected and cared for and couldn't be held accountable, then they needed to be protected from the blacks by all manners of public support, right? All manners of public violence. So that's how you legitimize public violence in the 20th century. State-sponsored violence.
I think Irami is just taking this a bit too far. White women do not control the levers of power. It's a problem, but it's not like an existential problem. I think he's buying into this this bullshit a little too deeply.
Even some wildcat violence by the Klan, right? So we gave unreconstructed women equal power in society.
Who is we?
And, unreconstructed women can't do anything wrong. So we gave a people who can't do anything wrong because, they need to be protected, and we have to be nice to equal power in society. And you know what happened? That
women do not have equal power in society.
So
what
you have
the fuck
two choices.
Is he talking about?
Either you stop treating women the way that you might think that you ought to treat women, and pretty much treat them like men. I'll be honest, I raised my daughters like as if they were sons, and they are thriving. It is uncomfortable for some women to see the way I raise my daughters, but then when my daughters beat their daughters at everything, they can't really say too much about it. And that's just how it's going to be. And I did realize a little bit too late with my oldest one, but I did realize that like all of the bad influences come from other women teaching my daughters how to be girls. You take that away.
Oh my Lord.
Well, once I figured out that was the problem wasn't coming from, the problem was actually very specifically other women, black and white women, teaching my daughters how to be girls was like, that's what had to go. The bad influences in my daughter's life were other women teaching them how to be girls. And then growing up, because like I think it's a dubious identity. It's a dubious identity contrived to suck from society by just having society accommodate you because you're a girl, and then also suck from society by being able to outcompete, like if you want to. So like you get to eat off of everyone's plate. And I'm saying like, no, women should only eat off one plate. They should eat off the outcompete plate. And we got to start treating women like men, pretty much. And if you can't say shut up, then we don't live in an equal world. Because I say shut up to a lot of guys. I say that's an idiotic idea. And it doesn't work when the guys start crying and sit down. No, we need to treat women as disposable as we treat men, and that way we can all rise together under a system of right. And this is how I wanted to tie it together to a system of right. Rights are recognized accommodations to allow for the realization of freedom. Recognized accommodation. This goes all the way down to the right of way in when you're driving and you hit a four-way stop, and whoever got there first has the right of way. That means the other person has to accommodate you. Now, they can do a wrong. They can ignore the recognized accommodation that they should do. They have a duty to let you go if you got there first. They can ignore that, and you can do a wrong, and then we as a society have to figure out people who do wrongs. But the presence of a right means that the other person does have a duty to accommodate. And if they ignore that duty, they have done a wrong. But without rights, we can't be free because we're always playing defense against the powers of others. And so we live in a system of right, and we live in a system where this is like supposed to be publicly known. And so people know the accommodations they're supposed to give to each other. When I'm playing soccer, people are not supposed to use their hands. We have referees. And so, and they can do a wrong. You can do a foul in basketball, but it's a foul. It's a recognized wrong, right? You're not doing it the right way. You're not doing it in a way that enables the playing of this game and in the right way, right? So in this battle for rights, for the realization of freedom, do you know who has not been very good? Well, honestly, for the last 40 years, labor rights gone down the tube. Racial justice, not particularly great. Not particularly great. It's mixed, right? You're thrown to a market, and then like not particularly great. Like you look at home ownership rates, blacks are not doing that much better. They're actually, forget not doing that much better. I think we're doing worse than in the 70s, in the 70s in a lot of ways. But so because everything's more expensive now, but our earning power hasn't kept up pace. So in terms of the realization of freedom and getting the proper accommodations, arguably, in some ways, I think we've gone back on gender, but in a lot of ways we've gone forward. So the only people who are actually eaten over the last 40 years are professional class and their aspirants, white women. women who are professional class white women and those who aspire for the lifestyles of professional class white women. Now they've screwed up their families, they've screwed up all sorts of things, but they're the only people who've actually gotten what they wanted over the last 40 years. And
the fuck is he talking
they
about?
get to eat off of people accommodate me because I'm a woman, and people accommodate me as a matter of right. They get the dual accommodations, right? So what men demand by right, oftentimes women just get because we're told to be nice to women, right? So the equality of accommodations, you don't have to have the right of way. You don't have to get to the four-way stop first if you're a woman. We let women go first just because they're women. And that's
Thoroughly disagree with that.
And all of these things add up to a pretty cushy life. So that's the whole argument.
It's a shitty argument. I'm surprised at how bad it is.
So that's the whole argument. Well, there are some codicils to this too, right? So women eat
Are there?
off both plates. They eat off of, we'll be nice to them because they're women, which is like an unreconstructed gender ideology, which actually is historically emergent and is not universal. And insofar as it is seemingly universal, it's only among a certain class. Right? Because that's the gender ideology you need in order to legitimize suppressing the class consciousness of everyone below them, right? So white women kick up this idea of womanhood, sell it to the sisters at Spelman, and then those sisters at Spelman just use it as an excuse to divorce their husbands when it doesn't work out.
The fuck is he talking about?
And
Okay, let me why the fuck is he even talking about Spelman? Irony knows less about Spelman than fucking I do. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you even talking about this? You're clueless. Stick to what you know there, bud. This is an amazingly bad argument.
Galway will tell you, well, the problem is we need to create the conditions so that men can meet the standards of this unreconstructed notion of womanhood. And I'm saying, like, no, we just need to reconstruct their notion of womanhood. Like, the women have to change. Nobody's telling you that the women have to change. The women have to change to meet the times. They want equal rights. They're gonna have to.
Again, the only way it's gonna change is parenting. Okay, the ones that are unreconstructed, you're not gonna fix them. You are not going to fix the defect. You're literally going to have to start at ground and raise better women. Okay, why he's even bothering? You could literally, now maybe he's just trying to make content and generate some income. And he's the one who will always tell you, that's not the reason he does it. But this is a waste of time. Thanks for describing the problem, but the root cause is bad parenting. You're not going to fix the models that are already out in the field.
Be able to take the equal lefts, right? They're gonna have to, and they can. They're as smart as we are. Like, you get
thoroughly
the
disagree.
Stuff.
Like raise them better.
Like, they can do all of the things. So they just need to be accountable for all of the things. And until we're willing to hold them accountable for all of the things, what happens is they get into spaces that were traditionally men, and then we have to accommodate them like they're women. It's right now, it's screwing up the Democratic Party. We got the dingbat center of the Democratic Party that nobody can tell anything to because we have to be nice to them. And someone needs to tell the dingbat center of the Democratic Party that they're worthless, and that it's the dingbat center, the resistance liberals, and all the people with pussy hats. I'll just call them the dingbat center, because they're dingbats. Nobody takes them seriously, but since they're women, we're supposed to pretend that they're actually, like, they make sense. That their ideas and the failures of every institution they control, from the nonprofits that don't actually do the thing that they're supposed to do, to the schools that don't actually teach the things they're supposed to teach. Everything that the dingbat center, the dingbat left,
What bullshit? Name me something. Tell me what men are running that works right, other than the military. Dude, this is so far off base.
The thing about liberal is in charge of doesn't work the way it should. And nobody can tell them that.
Let me
because
tell you one thing that I have noticed with Irony, with John Galt, with a bunch of different people. Dude, parents can screw their kids up, and badly. This is not an actual problem. This is a tore up from the floor up problem, and I've followed Irony for years. And dude, if you're raising your kids the way you think they need to be raised, then you are doing the right thing. But getting on here and describing the problem, that's not fixing anything. It's not a solution. And you are not going to be able to unscrew the models that are already in production and out in the field. You just gotta, we're going to have to eat it. We're going to have to work through it. We're going to have to patch where we can patch. And we will go from there. We're going to have to limp through until we can get some kids out in production that, can fix things. But if you want to fix a problem, what we need to do is go back and we need to give some new parents the tools they need to raise the type of kids that need to be raised. I just don't see how sitting here and complaining about it is going to fix anything. And I've heard enough of this. Gotta move on. I don't know if I'm sure a lot of people have heard of the Internet Archive. It's basically something that's out there. They're the ones who do the snapshots of the whole internet occasionally. But the other thing they've got is all kinds of books. They've got like a huge kind of like a lending library. They've got what else do we have here? They've got 1 trillion web pages archived. They've got they've been designated a federal depository library, whatever that is. It's a bunch of like government documents and stuff like that they've got archived. Democracy's Library. It's a free it's a free online collection of government research and publications. There's an Internet Archive for Europe, just a bunch of stuff out there. And I'm going to drop the link into the chat. It's probably something that folks should be made aware of. They've got music, they've got audio books, they've got all kinds of stuff. So let's see here. I'll drop. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. Hold on one sec here. What's up, Fred? Copy. No, I don't want the image. Oh, copy clean link. Okay, so this is the Internet Archive. I highly encourage everyone, especially if you're into books or things like that, definitely check this out. Let's see. Oil rigs, fire department, construction, roads, trucking. No idea what that means, Fred. Are those the things that women have screwed up? You and I would disagree on that. So let's see. What else do we have? I was just looking at YouTube. Apparently, Linwood is hosting CT's show today. That ought to be interesting. And let's see. By the way, the Internet Archive also puts out like a quarterly newsletter with new stuff that they've acquired and just stuff that they're doing. Hit that link and then you can subscribe if you're interested. So earlier today, I was watching this new YouTube page that appeared in my algorithm, and I started watching this particular video by a Black psychologist, and I emailed him asking permission to use this particular piece of content, and he gave it. Interesting. Before we get into this, I want to just kind of give you an idea of some of his stuff. He's a young guy who is a clinical psychologist. He's almost, I guess, he's kind of like a mid or a Kansas City version of Universal Jones. So, which I thought was pretty cool. And he runs a business called Fully Connected Counseling. So what I did is just kind of sent Universal this guy's business website and what contact information I had. Who knows? It's could be an interesting resource. He's in Wichita, Kansas. I said Kansas City. So he pretty much does what Universal does. He's got his own business and has a YouTube page where he does various interviews and stuff like that. So anyway, we're gonna use his content with his permission, and the topic interested me, of course, and it's a lady who has a PhD in some sort of cultural studies, but she talks specifically about why feminism was never built for Black women, and I haven't heard all of it, but it was actually something that I agree with. The interviewee's name is Dr. Latasha Kelly, and she's being interviewed by Chris Jones, who is a licensed counselor and all that stuff. So we'll get into it. We're not going to, the whole thing is about an hour and a half long. We're not going to listen to the whole thing. I'm going to skip around. I listened to most of it. So I won't have to make you suffer through all of it. Let's see, what am I going to start? I'm going to start with her podcast. And if anybody, I did put the link in the show notes. If anybody wants the whole link, you can either get it from the show notes or I can drop it into the chat. But we will start from there. And then I'll stop it and comment as we go along.
On your podcast, right? I wanted to talk a little bit about that because I definitely tuned in and locked in watching the episodes. Like you said, it's pretty much where academia meets Black culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the podcast and your friend Amber, who motivated you to start it, right?
We were just texting this morning because we have been having a hard time getting our schedules together to connect. But it's one of those friendships where whenever we do connect, it's like no time has passed. So yeah. I love Amber. But yeah, so a couple years
outrageously
how did that happen?
well educated
here.
And outrageously
I must have hit a wrong button.
Well educated, outrageously
about the podcast and your friend Amber who motivated you to start it, right?
We were just texting this morning because we have been having a hard time getting our schedules together to connect. But it's one of those friendships where whenever we do connect, it's like no time has passed. So
Yeah.
I love Amber. But
Just a quick background. She's from, I guess, the Tidewater area in Virginia, like Hampton, somewhere out there on in the Tidewater area. She teaches adjunct, I think, at George Washington, I think she said, and also University of Maryland. But apparently she's out in the Wichita area now. So she's married and all that jazz. So anyway, some of this will come out in the interview. And again, I'm going to just kind of skip around and comment. The stuff that I'm particularly interested in is the feminism / womanism, which I would tend to agree with her on. Some things aren't a plug and play, even culturally, and not so much because of culture, but because of, the history of Black people in America, legacy Black Americans, I'll call us.
Yeah, so a couple years ago, I was thinking about doing. This really goes back to the root of in the start of the Millennial Black Professor. It was height of the pandemic, we in quarantine. So I really wasn't thinking about a business per se. I just had this, to me, cool name come to mind, the Millennial Black Professor. And when I started thinking about what I could do with that, I was in a space where I had gotten my research for my dissertation published, but it was through one of the faculty in my program. He was putting out an edited volume.
Okay.
So I didn't have to necessarily go through a lot of the usual rigmarole around submitting to an academic journal. And then, a lot of times when it's researched, it's supposed to be peer reviewed, which makes me think of like jury of your peers, when a lot of times it's really not your peers, in terms of they don't look like you, they don't have experiences that you have. And so when they're reading research that you've done about your population, sometimes there's disregard in terms of, it doesn't rise to a certain level of rigor, or it's just not important. Who really is gonna, I was even told during my program, doing the research that you mentioned earlier, like, you're not gonna go far with that in academia, so just having all of that swirling, I'm first and foremost, the people who I really want to get this information to, that's who I care about, and I know for me, if it wasn't for me being in all these different academic programs, I'm not just sitting around picking up an academic journal to read. So I started thinking, like, how can I really reach my people, or just people who are genuinely interested in these topics in a way that's accessible? And so that's when I was thinking, like, I could do a podcast or a blog. I've always been a pretty good writer. And so I created Life Undissertated. That was the original podcast concept. And I put out some episodes. And people, they were really well received, but I just didn't have I was working full time still. And like, again, the idea of being a business owner, it was like the furthest thing from my mind. And so I had to just let that go to the side. But it was then that I was being really intentional about, I want to make sure that I'm still bringing in the research and like the evidence-based information. But again, we don't have to use all these, big words that nobody for real knows. That just unnecessary, like all this jargon.
Right.
I just want to talk to my people. And so that started there. So fast forward, when I'm doing Black in One Piece, I still wanted to maintain certain elements of that. Even though the concept is somewhat different, but still being able to incorporate and tie it back to the research that's been so important and pivotal to me in my career.
Making it make sense by keeping it plain,
Exactly.
And so that's what we want to do today. So like, what would you tell everybody exactly? Because you're a professor. What do you do full time for work exactly?
So up until October of last year, I worked a traditional 9-to-5. So I started my career working in college admissions. So I was doing my work study through federal student aid in the Office of Admissions at my undergraduate institution.
Okay.
That changed the trajectory of my life because I'm a first-gen college grad. And so being a first-gen student, I really didn't know what I was doing. Like, I made it to campus, and then I was just floating along confused. But thankfully, I was able to, through different, like being in work study and joining different organizations, I gained mentors along the way. And so I I realized that I really enjoyed working in admissions, working with students and parents who were trying to figure it out. Like I had just been trying to figure it out with my mom. And that put me on my path to working in higher ed. And so from admissions, I went on to work almost a decade for the U.S. Department of Education. I was working for federal student aid, funny enough. Mm-hmm. But I knew most of my time working there that I didn't enjoy it, like, because there's really no direct student contact, and that's where I really think I thrive and feel the most fulfilled. But I did that for almost a decade, and then as I was moving out here, they were allowing us to still work remotely because of COVID, and so I was still working there. Once I got pretty settled here, I started looking for other work. And so my last full-time job was working for College Board. So the organization that does like the AP test and the SAT. Right. So they were in the process of rolling out the new AP African American Studies course. And they needed individuals that looked like us to be able to talk about the course to colleges and try to convince them and get them on board with offering credit to students who got a certain test score. So that's what I have been doing up until October of last year. And
I don't know. I don't recall if it's covered exactly what her husband does, but apparently her husband and the Chris Jones who's interviewing her are friends. So I don't know. I don't think there's an army base or any military facility near Wichita. Maybe there is. But anyway, let's skip ahead here. That's a little bit about how she got where she is. So here she's going to talk a little bit about Black body politics. I listened to this part. I can't remember exactly what it's about.
Tour. Yeah. Anyways, you want to be able to be real authentic, especially us as Black folks, And I wanted to talk about a little bit too, like, because in the podcast you talked about Black body politics, which is something that's new to me. But you also said something that I was reminded of. You said back in the slavery time, the slave owners sometimes would tell Black women to cover up their hair. Something I didn't even know about. Is this kind of where a lot of things started, like for sometimes in our community with just like insecurities with our hair? Like, tell me more about that. Like, yeah,
I mean, so much of the way we show up right now, it can be rooted back to the way things were back then. And I think also a lot of the things that we have shame around and that we've been told are bad about us also go back to things that were actually revered about us, but they don't want nobody to know that. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like, we got to shut that down, and then unfortunately it's generationally passed on, not just interracially, but some of it intraracially as well. And that's where we get to see some of the things that we do amongst ourselves when it comes to colorism in particular.
Why did they want for Black women to cover the hair?
So I think what you were referencing is when I was talking about, it was a study I read where they talked about the ways that our hair was used in terms of messaging and things like that, how we were able to braid it up into different styles. And we used, what do you call it? Not seeds, but I can't think of beans and all these kind of different things. And so you'll read about how hair was used for hair. One was an identifier when it came to maybe what tribe you were a part of. It was a way for you to maintain your connection to your people. Right. And we know that they wanted to snatch that from us. Like anytime you're able to maintain a level of community and connection. Right. So that's why now like language was attacked, that family unit was attacked, and
spirituality,
all of that is connected. So that was part of it. But then, and for me, I know there's more to this than that, so I don't want to go too deep into it and be telling people falsehoods. But also, you hear the stories about how it was also used as a means of communication, and so anything that was going to maintain connection between Black people at that time, there was an effort to strip that away. And that was part of that effort.
Man, why do you think they wanted to strip that away from us?
Because anytime that we can continue to communicate and gather, this is one of the things I talk about in the podcast. I talk about peak Blackness. And for me, it being a time when we just are like, oh, I love us and I love being Black. And a lot of the people that I talked to last year, the response is always centered around gathering and community. And whether we know each other or not, I was just telling somebody, we could be on a train station platform and don't know any of the other Black people, but they start playing Before I Let Go. We finna on this platform do the electric slide.
You know, I actually I think what she's describing is, some people's notion of what a community is. And I don't necessarily buy into a post 1964, monolithic community. But I think if there is such a thing as community, it's really more or less a shared history. Most of our, how am I going to put this? We share to a large extent, a common origin story. And I don't mean going all the way back to Africa, but I do mean, slavery in the South for the most part. I mean, there's plenty of caveats to that, but we share kind of an origin story in America. And it's a little bit of a stretch, but, I think that Nicole Hannah-Jones tried to kind of put a tack in the map at 1619. It's kind of like, she says it's more or less the start of her in her head, it's more or less the start of America as we know it. And, at least in spirit or rhetorically, I tend to agree with her on that. As an origin story for what would become Black America. So I guess what I want to say is I don't know that we share a culture as much as a history. That's the familiarity. Now it's probably a very arguable point, but knowing the electric slide, that's more cultural. Not every Black person knows the electric slide. I think a more solid point is, a shared origin story, more or less.
Right. All together. And so, but it's those types of it's just, we know.
And I remember on your podcast with Dr. Kevin Harrison, he talked about too, you can just have a handshake or just a look, and to me, when I feel that I feel like Black folks, we have almost like a sixth sense, even some people believe our hair is a way how we can tap into the divinity, to the source, to different spirituality aspects, or even a Rastafarian who believe keeping the dreadlocks, man, long and whatnot, for those same reasons, to connect back to nature or even to God. Somebody,
and then you have to also think about there are times when, man, I want to get too deep into it, but
we go deep. Let's go.
My line sisters and I, we are doing research and been doing presentations and things around unlearning the Black church model on mental health, and we have predominantly focused on Black women. But one of the things we've talked about is how in the Black church, and this is not saying every single Black church, we know that, but how oftentimes Black women are told to cover up, and the onus is placed on a Black woman to have to account for a man's wandering eye or inappropriate behavior toward her. And so I bring that up because it makes me think also of the hair. There's also a lot of historically that being at play when you talk about the covering of the hair as well, not for Black men in that instance, but we know that our women were being raped and assaulted and things like that. And instead of acknowledging that their men were doing this violence against us white women would turn their anger and ire, so to speak, toward Black women. And so that also played a role in how we were forced to show up and cover up in different ways.
Have you ever read the ISIS Papers?
Mm-mm.
Man, it's a good book, but like pretty much what she says,
To my point, I actually do have a video by a history professor named Stephanie Rogers Jones. And I've talked about this book before. And Fred, I know you know the book. They Were Her Property. She did a talk about 6 years ago at the National Archives, more or less touching on that point. It's more or less to Iramy's point. It's more or less to Dr. Kelly's point. And we may or may not listen to all of it because it's been a while since I've actually even thought about it. So if it's not interesting, we'll move on. But it's worth at least familiarizing folks with it.
Author passed away. It was a Black lady. I'm going to mess up the name. But anyways, the premise pretty much is just like the belief at the core of white supremacy is that they've realized that they're genetically recessive, meaning that, the more that
that's
people
like
of color,
something
their
that
race
Dr.
will no longer belong.
Wilson used to talk about.
We have to develop certain systems to keep color folks out if we want to prolong our race.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's at the core of it. Just like, Steph Curry, Drake, Obama, they're have white mothers, but they look Black. So if it's something for some reason, God made our genetics dominant, and that's not saying we're better or anything, but just.
Well, this is what happens when you don't have a solid grounding in biological sciences. My son used to get mistaken for Mexican or actually not Mexican, but Hispanic. So I don't know. You don't want to. Race is such a non-biological type of construct. There's just so many exceptions to that.
The science shows that.
Yeah.
You can tell, like even somebody who's albino or very pale skin is a more proper way to say, like they still look Black. And I wanted to bring up too, because you brought up Sarah Bartman, and when I was listening, I was like, man, I haven't heard that name in a while. But now I was thinking, like, man, like now going to Instagram, seeing everybody with these Brazilian butt lifts and everything like that. Do you feel like?
Wow.
Do you feel like now, like with the whole Sarah Bartman, if you could kind of explain to people like who she was and why they looked at her? But now I feel like almost nowadays, like, are we just our culture have several different Sarah Bartmans out here just willingly?
So Sarah Bartman, she was a Black woman who basically was put on display because of her features. Her you can if you Google, you can find drawings or sketches of like her bottom being larger and just various aspects of her body, though you can imagine the way that many Black women are shaped in comparison to how
a more European body type, right?
Yes, basically was like she was on display in a grotesque kind of way.
Is that
you know
right?
What I mean, like
wow. Where was that interview, Fred? Can you drop the link to it? Steph Curry's father is a famous basketball player from my time. Actually, was like when I was a kid, Del Curry. He was pretty famous back when I was a kid, like back in the Dr. J days. Del Curry might have even played for the ABA, but Steph's father is really light skinned. But if you could drop that link, I'd be interested in looking at it.
And so I talk about us being othered and dehumanized, and so it's like it was like she was an animal on display, honestly, in a zoo, so, literally.
Wow.
And they're charging people to come and see her. And
was it against her will? Obviously?
Against her will. And what disgusts me is that even after her death, she was put on display. They had like her portions of her body were put on display for many, many, many years. And it wasn't until like recent decades where there was some intervention done and that ended. But it's like, to know that she couldn't even rest, in death, that they still were using her in that way. But I don't necessarily know that I think it's the same as women like these days when they're getting the augmentations to their body and everything, because when we talk about one, that was her natural makeup and everything, and she also did not have a choice about being on display like that.
Right. It wasn't her will, right?
Yeah, I can't remember all the details of the transaction that occurred that got her in that situation, but at the end of the day, who was trying to be on display like that? For real. And on top of that, let's say for whatever reason you did want to be, but you're not receiving any of the compensation or anything from that, which I think does kind of mirror we hear stories all the time about Black women in the industry who are not fairly compensated, but expected to do, and that runs across really any,
especially like in the acting or music industry. You see, like, they almost like, it seems like to me, like when I was reminded of Sarah Bartman, I thought of different like female rap artists or just like singers too, or even like a Kardashian, if you will,
but to your point,
folks, I want to just a quick interruption here. I just had a news story pop up. Once again, fail. The administration fails again to indict New York Attorney General Letitia James. A second grand jury refuses request to indict the Trump foe, a serious setback for the administration. Dude, this is getting kind of sad, to be honest. I made the comment earlier. Trump basically couldn't get first string lawyers to work for him. So he's got a bunch of third stringers who are yes men and yes women, but they can't they can't make a case apparently against Letitia James. And I'm waiting for them to they're having trouble re-indicting James Comey because James Comey's lawyer just filed a lawsuit against the administration for violating. He's claiming they're violating his First Amendment rights. I think it was First Amendment. Maybe it's Fourth Amendment. But anyway, Trump's apparently his lawyers are kind of outmatched here. What's up, Bobby? How you doing? Oh, come on now. Be nice. She is, her name is Dr. Oh my God. Dr. Kelly is her last name. Let me look at her first name. I'm having a senior moment here remembering names. Oh, Latasha Kelly. She's a PhD academic in basically cultural studies. And let's see here. Let's go back to Dr. Kelly.
The things that they feel that they have to do in order to get ahead and everything. But going back to the people who, I don't know, it's a blurred line for me because the women, on the one hand, I would say like, oh, but it's their choice, right?
Right.
But I believe that for some, we know it's a choice in terms of they make the decision to make the appointment and da. But in terms of some people are so susceptible and swayed by societal expectations that I believe that for some, they do feel like they have to do this in order to, whether it's for their romantic prospects or to get ahead in other areas of life. So I don't know, but I can't say that I would make a direct connection.
Right. I think that's
I gotta
fair to
dive a
say.
little deeper into that.
You know, and like what you're like what you're saying, like the pressures of just being a woman, but let alone a black woman, like
Wait,
you know,
I've
how do
already
you
done
deal with
this.
these pressures, even like whether it be the microaggressions in the workplace or just like the way that, you know, you might look different, obviously, than the European counterparts.
Yeah. So these are conversations that I've been having with the Black women that I've interviewed for Black in One Piece. And now the place that I'm in, like the last job I was in was super toxic, very toxic. And in large part, it was because of the microaggressions. And I don't even like to call them microaggressions because they're not micro a lot of times.
Yeah. What's a better name for it? Because these people are touching hair.
So that's assault. So I had a professor, one of my dissertation co-chairs. I remember like yesterday, I was sitting in a class, like observing, just for my program, her teaching a Black hair and body politics course. And she talked about when someone does that, touches your hair without permission, reaches out and pets you, basically, it's assault. And I had never really thought about it in that way. But she was saying, when you think about your body's reaction a lot of times, in terms of, you know, who is just wanting to be touched without permission, number one, like, you know, and then two, especially when it's in a space like the workplace, I've had it happen to me, and it's like you're so angry or you're so annoyed, frustrated. One, I don't know where your hand's been. I don't want you touching me. I'm a germaphobe, so it's like it's so much up in that. But I know in this professional space, I can't just haul off and like hit you. I can't haul off and like push you away for real. I could, but then are you gonna start crying and saying that I assaulted you? And now,
well, Fred, if somebody comes up and starts touching you, yeah, that could be an assault. Now, I think, you know, in a workplace, it would probably not rise to that level. But yeah, if you don't want somebody touching you and they come up and touch you, sure, why couldn't it be? And let's see.
You're the victim instead of me. Like I had a situation where this was someone who was on my staff, and I was getting ready to lead a meeting. I walked in, and I think I had my hair in braids, but when I came in, I had it in a puff. It was in a fro, but I had it in a puff. And as soon as I sat down, she's like grabbing in and touching my hair and everything. And one of the
this is a coworker or supervisor?
This is she worked for me actually, but but either way, it's just the fact that like you just don't do that. And so one of the other staff who was someone from my school, he knew me. He was like, after the meeting was over, he was like, this is a white guy. He was like, Tasha, he said, I was praying for you. He was like, because I knew. And I said, but this is what I'm talking about. Like now I still have to go and leave this meeting. I cannot stop and go, you know what I'm saying? But I had all the feelings going on inside.
What did you do?
So in the moment, I just moved away, and then I had to go ahead and because by then other people had come in. I had the meeting, but I actually called a meeting with her, just me and her. And I explained to her and gave her like historical context around why that was not appropriate.
Yeah, Fred, usually when you're defending yourself, you can't defend with excess force. Probably the right reaction would be what she's doing now. Like, hey, I need you to stop, and here's why. So, I mean, you can't, someone say, it's like a home invasion. You can't shoot somebody if they're standing on your porch. You might have a better defense if they breach the entrance to your house and they're inside. There's some subtleties. You can't, you can't shoot someone for walking onto your property. You give them the warning to get off your property. And then I guess you call the cops if you want to escalate. You don't just whip out the gun and go, hey, I told them to get off and they didn't, so I shot them. That would be a problem.
And I felt it was important to do that. I didn't feel like I needed to go to
Well, it's
that. I
Texas.
didn't think it, if she had done it on multiple occasions,
In
then yes.
Texas, you can. Well, I don't even know how to respond to that. Texas has a lot of quirks in their law. I guess I'll just describe them as quirks.
But with this being her first time, and I had no other problems with her, I felt like it was, as they say, a teaching or teachable moment. Like I felt like I could use this to, and not that I think it's our responsibility to do that, but because it was my personal experience and I wanted to let her know, don't do that to me again. That's why I chose to handle it in that way. And it didn't happen again. And what frustrates me sometimes with white people, especially white women, is that they do not want to take accountability. So her initial reaction was, oh, I have curly hair too. And oh, I touch my sister's hair all the time. Well, I'm not your sister, and your curly hair is not my curly hair. Like we ain't the same. So just, they're so on guard and on defense of not wanting to be called racist or called out or whatever, that sometimes there's a block up to just, even when they're being approached, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm not coming at you in the way that a lot of times you stereotypically will assume that I would approach you. I'm just talking to you calmly or whatever.
Right.
And even
Isn't there some laws that you can't violate people's personal space? Seems like I've heard things like that. Like, hey, you can't be violating people's personal space. Wish Juan were here.
then it's still not received well. So
Why do you feel like it's hard for sometimes white people to take accountability when it comes to topics like this?
I mean, at the end of the day, because they don't want to be labeled a racist. I mean, it's and because it's one of those things where this is why I don't like the term microaggression sometimes, because it allows for people to get away with stuff more so than if we just called a thing, as Yana would say, that it's racist.
Because you almost feel like there's that entitlement of like, you own this, so you can just touch it whenever you want. Like this
exactly.
Or I'm above you, so I can go ahead and touch.
I kind of wonder about that though. Here's what I think. We know where we live. Okay, we know, in anybody who's grown up in the South and have parents who, in my case, I might be a little lucky in that my parents grew up during the actual Jim Crow, like 40s and 50s in the Deep South. And one of the things, I don't know that they ever said it per se, but a lot of it is pick your battles. Okay, do you really want to make a big thing out of someone that violating your personal space? I probably not worth the time, expense, sturm and drang of making a big deal out of someone touching your hair, especially if there's not a pattern of it. But we know where we live. We know that if you took up every microaggression, and I'm just going to use myself as an example because I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. Things have changed today, but back in, let's just call them the deep dark days in the deep South of Georgia, if you took up every microaggression, you'd never get around to actually studying, or just not every battle needs to be World War II. So I think she did it appropriately. I think if you're training your kids, you teach them, hey, look, this is American history. You don't want people to, be egregious about it, but don't follow up every little microaggression, because let's be honest, there's some ignorant people out there who are either ill-bred or have no home training. And sometimes you gotta give them some grace.
Just because you're not going to do nothing about
right.
it.
I was gonna say, I think it's more even about they know it's not going to be any repercussions for doing it.
I was curious, like what?
Hey, what if somebody comes up and pulls on your braids? That's touching your hair technically. So it can be aggressive.
Your professor and whatnot, what do they say? Because I'm assuming they probably were white.
So I was in an interdisciplinary program. So the program inherently had you kind of pulling from different programs, sometimes even to piece together like your committee members.
Yeah.
So when I entered my program, I had said I was going to just continue the research I did in my master's program, which was around first generation Black students at PWIs, because that was also my experience. But the summer leading into my doctoral program is when I did the big chop, cut all my hair off. That's a whole nother story. But what I experienced going through that, like the reactions that I got from Black security guards that I had to pass every day at work, and then older Black women on my job, it had me thinking about when I was working in admissions, the students that the young Black women students, teens that I would come into contact with, they would be so excited when they would see somebody that I guess they consider professional or a businesswoman, who I'm wearing my hair in braids. I wasn't natural at the time, but I always was wearing my hair in braids or something like that.
Yeah.
And so just kind of being able to show them that as it's professional. But they would tell me sometimes, because we're talking about schools and stuff, but inevitably we start talking about other stuff. And they would tell me stories sometimes about just things that of the boys that they were interested in or whatever would say about their hair if they did come with a fro or puffs or whatever. And so I was like, man, if I'm this big age or whatever, and and having to still deal with this, but I'm old enough and have enough agency where I'm able to handle it. But you don't necessarily have that when you are in your teens or in undergrad. And so that was around the time I decided to change my topic. Right. And that was not an issue, but they had faculty that could work with me on the first gen stuff, PWI stuff, but not on that. And so I ended up having I pieced together my committee. So one of my faculty was from the history department. She was the chair of the history department, Black woman. I also had a sociology professor on my committee, Black woman. And then I had my co-chair. She was in the American Studies department, Black woman.
Yeah.
And then I had an external member who was a mentor of mine from my master's program, Black man. So there was only actually one white person on my committee, and she was the other co-chair, because I had to have somebody from my department.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I pieced that together.
Let's say there's somebody of a Caucasian descent watching right now, and they're a little confused about our culture or just like some of the things you're talking about. Like, what would be the best way that you would say, like, what they need to know about us as Black folks? Obviously, you're not the whole spokeswoman for Black people, but like maybe something that you've always feel like you try to explain to them and they didn't understand.
I would say the number one is that we're not a monolith, like you said. Yeah. So just making sure, but I feel like that has become like a buzz phrase kind of sort of. And so it's like, do you really get what that means? That means not putting us on the spot, in meetings to speak for or account for the entire, Black population or all of the Black employees at this company, things like that. So actually putting it into practice. So to me, that goes back to cultural competence. I think that cultural competence is lacking in a big way across many organizations. So where they have these DE&I efforts that for many sprung from everything that happened in 2020. Maybe some of them were doing it before, but a lot of them started after 2020. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm glad you're doing something, but I don't want it to just be performative. And that's what a lot of it is. And with it being performative, they're not digging deeper into cultural competence, which would keep you from looking at one of us as being able to be a spokesperson for all of us. Also, it would keep you from feeling like you can just reach out and touch somebody, things like that, and not getting offended when you're told not to do that. And so I think, and then the other thing is removing the expectation that we have to educate you. Again, it was my choice to have that conversation with that particular person. But generally speaking, there's so many other things that we are burdened with just off the strength of the color of our skin, that another one of the things on our to-do list should not be having to educate you on whether it's our history or our culture, and things like that. And so just like you would pick up a book on any other topic that you find yourself interested in, to move beyond the performativeness. There's so many text and authors, academics or not, that you can tap into. Movies, if that's not if reading isn't your thing, I know it's not for everybody, movies that you can watch, documentaries.
Right. You can re-educate yourself if you really want to. Because I remember, like, it's crazy because when I started my own practice about 4 years ago, well, now 5, there was this guy there. I know he was racist. It was an older white gentleman. And he would come into like the office, and at the time I had like a picture of LeBron, Kobe. And he would just say weird things and ask me questions like, have you ever dealt with oppression or just like weird things? He would just pop in there. Like when I'm already got clients in the lobby asking me questions. And I'm like, Jim, I'm like, it sounds like to me you don't have much black friends. I said, let's go out to lunch.
I don't know that that's an odd question. It could be a microaggression. Depends on where he asks it, I suppose.
You know, because you just need a black friend. I feel like some of these white folks just don't have any black friends.
Yeah.
So then, like, if they had a black friend, maybe their black friend might let them touch their dreadlocks. Who knows? But now you see a black person at work, and you never see them in that close proximity, right? And then they want to try to touch your hair.
But yeah,
you know, do you feel like that black people are the original people on the planet?
That's a good question. I think if you probably did ask my husband this, but I think he would certainly say yes. And I have to say,
because if we're not, then who is?
I think, I don't know, was it you? Somebody I was talking to, we were just talking about the way that the Bible characters are talked about, you know, and so the hair and the skin complexion. So when I think about it from that perspective, I would have to say yes, because who are we talking about if not us? So that's really all I have on that.
You know, because I mean, it's just like, it's not to, once again, to say like we're better than people, but I think it's just, for me, it's like almost like a responsibility.
But that speaks to why there's been such a intentional effort to erase our history, you know, and to make our history only be about slavery. There is struggle in our story. That's just a fact.
And I actually think that is a good point. It actually, I'll let her say a little bit more, because she makes another point or two on this particular topic. I think I've said in the past, in the recent past, that really, you know, I don't think slavery was the biggest issue if you're looking at generational wealth and that sort of thing. Jim Crow, in my opinion, was not only the more recent, but the more relevant.
But that is not our full and complete story. I wouldn't. There's so much more to us than that. That for years and years and years, decades, generations has been hidden, burned, destroyed.
Right.
So that we can't like stand in that glory and knowing and believing this is who we are, this is the people that we are, and this is what we can continue to be.
Right. Because even like in the Bible, like in Deuteronomy, it talks about you will be in astonishment. You'll be in a land that's not of yours, and you'll be in astonishment, like athletes or Sarah Bartman, or, you know. And so it's just like, you know, because, you know, I got a friend, he's a Hebrew Israelite. You know, I don't agree with everything they say, but it's just really interesting if you do look at the Bible from that perspective of almost like a history book of us. It's really interesting because I'm like, man, that connects. I'm like, we are kind of an astonishment.
Not kind
of.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're in astonishment. And like, if we ever try to do something that's not in that lane of entertainment, you know, you kind of get that slap on the wrist. Like, hold up.
Yeah. I feel like the response I've gotten a lot here doing the work that I do around Blackness has been like almost a shock that I'm doing and it's surprising to me because I don't know if it's maybe a regional thing a little bit, but
yeah, I think so. It's probably a little bit regional, especially here in Wichita, because you're from, you know, Virginia, 757. Like, what would you say are the big differences from? And I know it probably was a struggle trying to make that switch out here.
I mean, so Virginia has its own stuff, right? You talk about a place where our field trips every single year were to Jamestown, plantations. So
oh wow,
we that was literally, we regularly going to where the enslaved people were brought in and seeing where they were working in the fields and stuff like that, reenactments and stuff like that. Like, so Williamsburg, there's like a
Well, I actually have to kind of ask the question though, what did she expect? I lived in Norfolk, in that the lower peninsula. Norfolk's in the lower peninsula. Hampton is Hampton. I think Hampton's in the upper peninsula. But my point is that is like one of the more historic areas of the country. Pretty much everywhere you look, there's gonna be, some monument to something or another, going all the way back to Jamestown. Colonial Williamsburg is big. The Yorktown battlefield is there. Slavery, 1619 literally happened there. What other history do they have? Hampton Institute itself is historic. I don't know. I think maybe she's expecting too much, to be honest.
Colonial Williamsburg, that is a huge part of Virginia, a draw for tourists and stuff. So it's not to say that like we are also better than Kansas or which are in.
Yeah, I agree with that, Fred.
Because I've really been thinking about that a lot lately. Like, why were we doing? I mean, goodness gracious! And the problem with it is the full history wasn't being told. It's one because I remember one time my mom was, this is probably where I get this from, but my mom was a chaperone and they kept referring to the slaves as indentured servants. And it's like, yes, there were indentured servants, but that's not that's not what we were. And so my mom called the tour guide out, and of course me as a child.
Well, you have to be careful about that because there were Black indentured servants. The first 20 or whatever the number was, they weren't chattel slaves. They were indentured servants, if I recall. So got to be careful.
I'm all like embarrassed, want to shrink down because I just don't want any attention drawn. But she was not having it.
She was like, "You're gonna tell the full story here."
Yeah. But my mom wasn't on every tour, so the number of people who heard that and then go off believing that,
and it was that reminds me like when Corinthian, your husband, was on the podcast when he said, if we have other people teaching our history, I feel like really at the end of the day we just have to start taking back what is ours. We have to start employing our own people.
No, you don't want to segregate history that way. That part I don't. It is American history. It's not our history. I don't know, kind of as a history buff, I don't know that I agree with that, because if you segregate it like that, people outside your group don't actually get to appreciate the significance. That's exactly what MAGA is trying to do. When they want to give students a patriotic education where, Black history like slavery is diminished, that's essentially racializing the history. Not sure that I agree with that point.
But we have to start teaching our own history because we're like one of the few groups that does it, and so then it's just like, how can we get back in that position like how it used to be back in ancient times and even back in recent times, like 100 years ago?
Yeah. Yep.
What would you say is like some of your favorite parts about being Black? What do you like about being Black?
Listen, I love being Black. I learned that last year when I started doing the Black in One Piece interviews, and they weren't meant for like visual podcasts. It was just, I thought I was writing a book.
Audio first?
Yes, I thought it was going to be for a book. But I did like 30, 40 interviews that I'm working through that content to still get it out in some way because they were valuable conversations. But I learned it. So it reminded me of when I was doing my qualitative research for school and how as a researcher you have to be mindful of your bias because I'm going into these conversations like we all love being Black the same, and that's just not the case. And and a lot of it had to do with people's experiences that they've had,
Absolutely.
which I totally get. Me personally, even with those, I don't internalize like the negative experiences that I've had that I know are because I'm Black. I don't internalize them in a way where now I don't like being Black. To me, that's all about that person and stuff that they got going on, issues that they haven't worked through, ignorance on their end. And if anything, it makes me love being Black even more because I'm like, you big mad because this is so great. You know?
Do you think maybe that's really what it comes down to? This other cultures are envious of us. Like, I even realized, I heard something, I don't know how factual this is, but it said kind of like even like the name Caucasian was because possibility of them coming from the Caucasus Mountains.
No, that's absolutely wrong. No. That's not the origin of it. Oh my Lord.
Out of the Caucasus Mountains, they saw the pyramids and
okay. Basically, I can't even remember the dude's name. I'd have to go and look it up. But anyway, the guy who pretty much started using the term considered people from that area to be really attractive physically. So that's why the name was adopted. He felt white people were were more attractive than the other races, and the origin was Caucasus. It was that the people were basically the most beautiful people, and he decided, hey, let's call ourselves Caucasoids or whatever, Caucasians.
Music and culture, and they're like envious of it, and they decided to take. I always say, like, Black people, we never were a caveman because how would we be this big?
Whoa, what? That's not true. That's just not true. There are caves in Africa, and Africans lived in caves in Africa, especially, I think it's South Africa. That's just not true.
You put one person in a cave, one person in the sun. You tell me what color they gonna be.
Oh boy!
And so then I just like, and like I said, I don't all the way believe that, but I heard that before. But it's just interesting because like, what if that's true? Because how could we be in a cave like this color? So like, whose history are you talking about when you say caveman? Like, how could this be possible? We had abundance and fruit falling from the trees. We didn't even really eat animals like that. We learned a lot of this stuff from having the European lens on. Like, if I wear your glasses, I'm not going to be able to see.
What?
So like, how do we take off this European lens? Or is it just already like?
Yeah. It's really like a sick, twisted cycle, to be honest with you, because a lot of so I believe we would be great regardless, right? But like Dr. Kevin Harrison X said, a lot of the culture and the things that people want so bad, it is born out of some of the harder aspects of our experience. And it's like, there's a disbelief almost that how could y'all still be here? How could y'all still be, not just still be here and standing, but still be
producing and
thriving and just beautiful and finding ways to still connect, even though we've tried to take all this stuff away from you. You know what I mean? That were your connectors or whatever. We still gonna find a way. How do y'all like Dr. Harrison said, still just kind of look at each other and know like that? They don't have that. I mean, at least I don't believe. And it reminds me of like how we have the meeting after the meeting, right, at work and stuff like that, or just the things that we know without saying anything. Like it's so true. And I think it's like they have FOMO basically.
I think that's that spiritual connection we have, like I always said, spirituality is, the unseen science, and science is the seen spirituality, right? So like we've always knew this for thousands of years, and they're just kind of getting now started, because there was a time where we were, on top. And I think that we still have some way of, without knowing, a connection to that realm of just being able to have that connection, you know?
Yeah. I think that it's also the ways that the connection shows.
Fred, Kendi didn't go to York University. He went to FAMU and then he went to Temple. You're thinking of that dude who Eric. Can't remember his last name. The dude who's the rhetoric professor at York. So yeah, Kendi went to FAMU and in Temple.
Goes up. So for example, in the toxic workplace that I was at, there was a situation where they were trying to, long story short, like get me to throw this other Black woman under the bus, right?
Really?
And there was some things that had happened that I didn't know her very well, so I wasn't sure if it was her or surrounding circumstances. But it was some stuff that had went down that wasn't cool. I was a little bit irritated with her team, but there was no way in the world.
Here, let me move this forward a bit because this is the part that I'm actually interested in, the feminism part.
But I don't believe that they have that same level. Even if you look at like the
there we go.
But I don't believe that they have that same level. Even if you look at like the different waves of feminism, so much of it is rooted, and that's why we had to end up having womanism, because so much of feminism was rooted in just individuality, not collective wellness or whatever. Whereas when you look at womanism, it's more about, yes, we're fighting for women's rights, but we're trying to fight for our rights, our collective rights, in a way that's going to ultimately better the whole of us. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's a difference in your approach and everything when you're looking at it from a more individualistic compared to collective approach.
So what's the difference between feminism and womanism?
So feminism,
really?
Feminism has multiple waves, and part of that is because they were not getting it right, and they kept, over the decades trying to do things differently. But at the end of the day, especially first wave feminism, it was focused on women's right to vote, just basically kind of trying to get those basic rights that men already had that women didn't. But it was white women. It was not black.
It wasn't our battle.
Right. So it was white women, and not saying that we weren't, because I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And one of our first acts of public, service and activism was marching in the women's suffrage march. But my point is that the feminists, their efforts as a whole, those white women, they was not worried about Black women.
Absolutely not.
So,
They weren't worried about us. And so then why do we adopt that? Why do we adopt feminism if it wasn't ever born to represent Black women?
So but that's where you will see different academics and other activists talking about Black feminism, or you have womanism, which was born out of this is not for us. And this, you see when Black women doing this all the time. We are forced to try to operate and exist and live and be in spaces that are not made for us. And that's
I know Alice Walker, for instance, considered herself a womanist. I don't know. I don't know. I think that there were black women. Most of them, tended to be more either academics or kind of elites who consider themselves womanist.
At some point, we get sick and tired of it, and it's like, you know what? We off that. This is what we're gonna do, and that's basically what happened with womanism in there being, because when you look at like second wave feminism, third wave feminism, they're slowly but surely trying to weave in other aspects of women's struggle,
Right.
but it's still never really prioritized Black women.
Mm-mm.
And so going into now, I think it's called, we're in like fourth wave feminism.
Yeah, it's like the fifth, I think.
Fifth, yeah, it's on and on, but it's now at some point they were saying, okay, yeah, now we do want to include.
Well, what I would have liked her to talk about would have been the how feminism interacted with the civil rights movement. If I've talked about it before, but roundabout, I think it was 1970, 71, right in there, where I think the Congresswoman's name was Martha Griffin, I'll look it up, who basically was afraid that Black women would have rights that white women didn't. So she basically, brought the bill and kind of, raised a stink about sex being included into sex being amended into the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. So there's some interaction there in that feminism thing. White women were afraid that Black women were going to get rights they didn't have. So there's a little bit of contention there. I was hoping she'd bring that up.
Include, women of all backgrounds and a more diverse approach to fighting for these rights. But what makes womanism stand out is that it's rooted in intersectionality. So that idea,
it's more like a collectiveness, because you're saying feminism is more about individuality.
Yes, that's how it started. And I mean, they've tried to pivot over the years. And I'm not trying to drag nobody who's a feminist or anything like that. I'm just saying, being real about the history of it, it always was had more of an individualistic, which when you think about America, that's a whole nother conversation, but that's how our society operates.
Let's talk about that, because now you bring in a good point that I'm thinking about. So it sounds like to me you're saying feminism is more about individual self, and like I see a lot of times in our society now, like how that can be problematic.
I mean, so to me, it's a time and place for everything, right? And so I don't have a problem. I have many friends who travel alone and things like that. Now, me personally, my anxiety won't allow for that. I'm just that's not my my path. But I'm not mad at anybody else who does it.
But it's just like my thing is just like, if everybody's having a hot girl summer, who watching the kids?
But see, why you always got to default to hot girl summer? What about men who are out here having whatever y'all call it? I don't know.
I don't know what do they call it.
but
what do they call it?
I don't know.
We just always having one, I guess. Every summer.
Here, let me play this video. I've played it a few times before, where this is Martha Griffiths talking about civil rights. I think this is the right video. Oh wait, nope, that's not it. Oh, there it is.
The women's movement who would correspond very much to the NAACP and the civil rights movement. That is, who are proposing legal action as one way of bringing women into full participation in society. And I think that there are also women in the women's liberation movement who would be very much in agreement with the critique proposed by leaders of the Black liberation movement, so that there are very, very many parallels.
Well, what about civil rights? Are there civil rights that women do not enjoy?
Well, I think that there certainly are. I think that maybe I should turn it back to Martha Griffiths, but I would like to add one footnote to what she said about the 1964 Civil Rights Act, because the or sex provision was added really as a joke. It was put in by a Southern congressman.
Please don't say that.
To keep it from being passed.
It was not added as a joke. The man who originally offered it thought that he was really going to hurt the bill, but I made the argument, and I wasn't joking. I understood exactly what it would do. It was accepted not as a joke, but because the people who sat there agreed with my argument, that you would have given black women rights that white women never had. Now, I didn't make the further statement, which I think was quite true, that no one who brought that bill to the floor had ever considered giving any woman any rights. And the truth is that black and women and white women got those rights together. But no one who voted that day voted as a joke.
I'm sure that they didn't vote as a joke, but there was a great deal of
Yeah, there was tension back in that those women's liberation days, and so I don't know. I guess my thinking on it is that because black women and white women actually do have almost separate timelines, if if feminism isn't something, or womanism isn't something that that is not for black women, it's because the histories are slightly different. I don't disagree with the argument. I think that, essentially, you can't have a one size fits all type of feminism. There are issues that may be that may be issues with white women that aren't for black women, and vice versa. Basically, my feelings on it are, if you're going to take something like feminism up as some sort of, lens to look at society, you have to understand how to use the tool. And too many people don't. They just take it off, take that tool off the shelf, don't realize that, parts of it have to be either tailored, or, it's not a tool that needs to be used at all.
of levity in the debate that went on, and a great deal of guffawing.
The levity stopped when I started speaking.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. I think I read the Senate debate.
It really didn't work out that way at all. But this has been one of the things that it's a myth that has been put out through this whole country, that it was a joke. And every woman who says it again and again really aids the Supreme Court in making very erroneous decisions.
Could you just document a little bit just what the civil rights status of women was before and after?
Well, of course, women don't really have any rights. The 14th Amendment has never been applied to give women equal rights, equal protection under the law.
Wow.
She doesn't have any rights. Only the right to vote and the right to hold public office. Those are the only two rights that the Constitution of the United States guarantees her.
A panel is.
See, I don't agree with that. I think that is a little hyperbolic.
We just always have one, because but like, onto that point, like, what could be the downsides of feminism, if there's any?
I mean, to me, just looking at feminism historically, the downside I think that it as a movement to try to fight for rights is great. Anytime you're trying to do that, but also anytime you're dealing with humans, human beings, there's going to be some area for improvement. And the fact that, like I said, there have been all these different waves. Clearly, there are individuals that are parts of the movement who recognize some of those blind spots and just areas for.
Well, I'm going to kind of say what I just said. I don't think the problem is necessarily the tool of feminism. It's how it's applied. And sometimes ideas are just mishandled. I will just say sometimes people aren't smart enough to use the tools, and sometimes the tools aren't the right tool for the job, and people think that it would be the right tool. I really don't think the problem is feminism. I think sometimes it's the people who think that feminism is the right lens or the right tool to get something done.
Growth, and there have been efforts in that way. But again, the root of what you're doing was never meant for us. And so to me, that's why for me, like when I did my dissertation, one of my like theoretical frameworks and the things that was driving my research and the way I approached my findings and stuff and analysis was womanism. And it's a book called Black Feminist Thought by Patricia Hill Collins that is really what I rooted my work in, because it accounts for like standpoint theory and this idea of like outsider within. So how a lot of times we are in situations, we have both an outsider and insider perspective on things, because and then that goes back to W.E.B. Du Bois and his idea of double consciousness. So all these concepts that speak to how we have to kind of be like,
we gotta have a triple consciousness.
Yes,
I feel like almost like
in all situations we're having to account for our own heart and mind, but also being mindful of like what what is being placed on us as an expectation or assumption that's often rooted in falsehoods. It's so much that we have to account for.
That's what I said, triple consciousness. Now, like, he got to be thinking about this. And
yes. And this is what my friends and I, we always say, like, literally, we should be able to list these things like on our resume as skills, and people should start doing it because to be able to do that, to be able to operate in a space where you're constantly having to account for not just your own feelings and emotions, but that of others who are not able to and have never been required to regulate them.
Yeah, it's a choice for them. They don't have to, unless they go to like a black church on a Sunday. You know, because like we always have to. Yeah. You know, especially living in the place like where we live in Kansas, like you have to be able to do this. You have to be able to go to Walmart, and there's gonna be a lot of white people. We always have to adapt, but I think that just makes us stronger. It's another skill, as you say.
It's a skill.
It makes you stronger to realize we're able to adapt, and that's how we're still here thriving and moving around.
Absolutely.
You know,
Fred, have you ever been stationed in Kansas? What? Fred, have you ever lived in Kansas, like Fort Sill or anything like that? I've never been, but I can't imagine that Walmart there would be any worse than Winchester, Virginia, or places like Ludowici, Georgia, or Jessup, Georgia.
So, but like we say, womanism, like I'm still unclear exactly what that is, because this is a new term to me.
Yeah. So womanism, I don't want to say it because I don't want to offend, but it's but womanism is basically an approach to some of these issues where the lack of rights and things like that Black women was experiencing that weren't being addressed by feminism. And it takes an approach that's rooted in intersectionality, which talks about the overlapping experience of racism and sexism, and also taking into account socioeconomic status. So it's really looking at the whole person and all aspects of your identity that could contribute to barriers and oppression that you're experiencing. Where compared to feminism, it really was solely, in the beginning, I'm a white woman and I want to be able to vote. I should be able to do these things too. Right. This is true. You should be able to, but there were other women that also should have been a part of that, and that were being forced out for multiple aspects of their identity. So that, I mean, that's
so
very
womanism is kind of more centered for Black women.
For Black women, exactly.
Okay.
So
hey,
it was,
so
it was for Black women, and but you got to keep in mind though too that one of the, like, I would say core tenets was that yes, while we're doing this for Black women, we also have a long-term end goal of the work that we're doing being beneficial for the larger collective. So you'll see it as an approach used when you're talking about LGBTQIA rights, rights for Black men as well, fighting for Black men. So not just so like myopic, you know.
What I was going to ask you too, I wanted to kind of change gears a bit and kind of go talk about relationships. You know, you're married to Corinthian, obviously a beautiful relationship, you know, and you know, there might be some people watching right now who are fearful of marriage, you know, and I think, you know, I'm definitely an advocate for marriage, you know, and I was curious to like, kind of like, what have you learned about yourself being married to Corinthian, or just being married? Like, what have you learned about Tasha?
What I've learned about me through marriage, I wouldn't even say it's nothing. It's something that I've learned per se. Stuff that I've known always. I know that I'm a whole lot. Like just as a person.
How'd you meet Corinthian?
I met Corinthian because his brother and I went to high school together.
Daryl?
Nope. He has another brother, Arthur, who's still back in Virginia. So we went to a magnet school, and that's why they weren't at the same school.
Okay, yeah.
But at the time,
right,
I just happened to see them walk by at one of the schools we were at, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know Arthur had a brother." I was like, I literally said, "I didn't know he had a twin." Like that's what I was saying to myself. I was like, "I didn't know he had a brother," and and he looked kind of good or whatever. Then we ended up being, because everybody would be in the same hotel, and so we came out one morning, and Corinthian came out, and he just had on like a little like white t-shirt, and I was like, "Hey," but no. So at some point,
so you approached him?
No, at some point while we were on that road, because it's a week on the road.
Yeah.
Arthur introduced him to me and was like, "Hey, this is Tasha. We went to high school together, da da da." And that was pretty much it. Then, but he told Corinthian then, I guess, to contact me, and he didn't. And so I saw Arthur a few weeks later at a panel we were doing, and I was like, "Your brother never reached out to me," and he was like, "Oh, because he said he saw on your Facebook that it's complicated." And so I was like, "No, whatever, that situation it's not, I'm gonna change that." And so that day, my drive home after that panel, it was a 3-hour drive home. Corinthian called me and we talked the whole drive home. And I won't say the rest is history because we dated for a long while. Then we had like some makeup to break up, and this is part of my story that I share in terms of I really had to get to a point where not even just about Corinthian, but like I had just been in relationship after relationship after relationship. And I just needed to like take time for me. And this was around the time that I started therapy for the first time. And that was a game changer. And so then when me and Corinthian did spin the block, as they say, I was better prepared and healthier in my mind and spirit to enter into something like long-term and everything.
And this is before PhD grad school. Or is this all?
No, I have my PhD at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
so Corinthian, if you look at my my dissertation, like the bound, or you can pull it up online, he's in my dissertation because we were dating at that time. He was in there most of the times when I was writing my dissertation. So he's in there in terms of like I was saying, I hope we can like spend our life together.
So this was after you moving in with dad and all that stuff when you met Corinthian, or kind of around that.
So I met Corinthian in 2009.
Okay.
Early on. So all that other stuff, like we weren't together when all that happened with me losing the job and stuff.
Got you.
But he was there for me though. You know what I mean? Like, cause I literally, when I lost the second job, I went straight to his, we were in the Richmond area. I went straight to his apartment because I was just so distraught. I was so unexpected. So I appreciated him being there for me then, but we weren't together at that time. So
what do you think really kind of helped to get you over that hump though? Because there's obviously people tuning in right now who might still be in that, that valley.
The work piece.
Well, just as far as the work, losing 2 jobs, like there was, other than like God and therapy, there had to be something else that kind of made you want to continue to keep going. Because some people, they just stop. Like I see clients like that, and it's like, hey, like we gotta keep going, but something pushed.
Interesting.
I would say, I know you're probably sick of hearing about her, but I mean, Amber, she probably doesn't even realize she ended up sending me. I don't know if it was for my birthday. It had to have been, or it might have been my like graduation gift or something. Yeah. But at any rate, she sent me this book of devotionals, and inside the book, she had put $100, which she has no idea how much that helped me. Because I mean, I didn't have at that point. I was literally just paying my phone bill because in case somebody called me for a job, and my car insurance, I think. Yeah. And so she sent me that, and I never had been like one. I didn't grow up in the church or anything like that, so I never.
Well, you are the milk of human kindness.
Like so it was something different, But I'm like, okay. And she sent me. She also had put this long note that I cherish to this day, just so encouraging and supportive. So I mean, I know it might sound small, but I read that note regularly. I actually started reading and doing the devotional every day. That's really all I had in me at the time. I didn't have a whole lot more in me I just didn't.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. But for those, for those of us who are not old men like me, sometimes I find these, how did you meet stories kind of interesting. And to be honest, as much negativity as I hear on a lot of these panels these days. And I will not name names or name panels. I'm sorry, being an old man, I think it's kind of sweet that, you know, two people were actually able to kind of push through, you know, their travails. So the other thing you folks will learn as you get older, you tend to be a little bit more sentimental and a lot more interested in people. You know, if I were young like Fred or Kelvin or, you know, all you younger folks, maybe I wouldn't be as interested, but I'm not as caught up in the day-to-day life as I used to be back in, say, my 40s. You know, I've got an empty nest, and maybe I just have time to sit down and listen to things like origin stories. So happily ever after works for me. So speaking of happily ever after, this is They Were Her Property. Stephanie, Doctor, I think it's Stephanie, is it Stephanie Nelson Jones? No, it's Stephanie Jones Rogers. I don't know if she's still at Berkeley, but she was a history professor at Berkeley. This is from 2019, and she's giving a lecture here. And this particular lecture is found in the U.S. Excuse me. This particular lecture is found in the U.S. National Archives, and the book is about white women as slave owners in the American South. Pretty fascinating. We'll listen to it until it's not that interesting. And what was I going to say? Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. I see I have pretty much scared everybody away, but oh well. For the folks who will catch this on replay, please make sure that you hit the like button. Also, if you have any comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section. I do tend to answer them. And make sure that you support the show by supporting the host. I do have all the newspaper subscriptions and, you know, all the other associated costs of bringing, you know, a show of this type. You know, lots of news, lots of history, lots of culture stuff, and the occasional purchase from the Sovereign Beer Fund. And it is Wednesday. Oh, shoot. Today's Thursday, isn't it? We are getting towards that weekend. Tomorrow is Friday. So go ahead and help the host of the show get prepared for the weekend by donating to the Sovereign Beer Fund. My Cash App is in the crawl at the bottom. And you know what? I'll even put up this little banner thing while we listen to this lecture, if I can find it. So where we go after this is about an hour. If I stay interested that long, we'll see where we are at the end of this. The link is posted if anybody wants to come up and discuss other things. Don't know that we'll go much farther than 4 hours, but we will see.
And welcome to the William G. McGowan Theater here at the National Archives. I'm David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, and I'm pleased you could join us for today's program, whether you're here in the theater or joining us through Facebook or YouTube. Before we hear from Stephanie E. Jones Rogers about her new book, They Were...
I was interested, Fred.
As slave owners in the American South, I'd like to tell you about two other programs coming up here in the McGowan Theater. Tomorrow at noon, Margaret Sarter and Alex Harris will tell you about their new book, Where We Find Ourselves, the photographs of Hugh Mangum, 1897 to 1922. Mangum was an itinerant portraitist in North Carolina and Virginia, working during the rise of Jim Crow, and his forgotten glass plate negatives were discovered in the 1970s. On Thursday, May 2nd at noon,
let me pause this one more time for something that some breaking news and good news for people like me. Indiana earlier in the week, or maybe it was the end of last week, their House actually passed a bill that would have added some districts, some voting districts. Well, it looks like their Senate did not go for it. So the Senate rejected, even with Trump's pressure. And I kind of figured it wouldn't pass the Senate because the first time it was proposed, I think it was some senators, state senators, that just were not feeling it. And you're starting to see MAGA lose some footing slowly but surely. And went over the polling for the president's approval ratings. It's just not there, and they simply are not doing a good job. And what you're going to wind up seeing is it's going to start in the U.S. Senate. Senators have a lot more stability, with 6-year terms to, start forming a backbone. You're starting to see Mike Johnson just below the surface. People are getting a little annoyed with Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. So things are starting to coagulate a bit. You're seeing a little bit more factionalism in the MAGA party. So things are going well. Looks like I might be able to do that I told you so New Year's party. Might be a better party than I thought it would be.
Will share the story of a group of German Jews who desperately sought to escape Nazi Germany. His new book, The Unwanted, America, Auschwitz, and a Village Caught in Between, also describes America's response to the refugee crisis of the 1930s and 40s. Check our website at archives.gov or sign up at the table outside the theater to get email updates. You'll also find information about other National Archives activities and programs. And another way to get more involved with the National Archives is to become a member of the National Archives Foundation. The foundation supports all of our education and outreach activities. Visit its website, archivesfoundation.org, to learn more about the foundation. Questioning assumptions about history gives us a fresh understanding of our past. Digging into primary sources helps us uncover and listen to the voices of those who haven't usually been heard. Today's guest author, Stephanie Jones-Rogers, has done this in her new book, They Were Her Property, White Women as Slave Owners in the American South. Jones-Rogers uses an impressive assortment of records to piece together the stories of the slaveholders and the enslaved, WPA oral histories of formerly enslaved people, newspaper advertisements, sales records, legal documents, court records, and more. 2 weeks ago here at the National Archives, we displayed the D.C. Emancipation Act, which ended slavery in the District of Columbia in 1862. Among the records generated as a result of this law, you'll find several references to women owners. Teresa Soffel and Elizabeth Ringgold, for example, sought compensation for their freed slaves, with Ringgold claiming that Perry Goodwin, a gift from her sister, was worth $1,500. They Were Her Property has received a number of highly favorable reviews. Rebecca Onion, writing for Slate, calls it a stunning new book. Peril Sengal of the New York Times said it is a taut and cogent corrective that examines how historians have misunderstood and misrepresented white women as reluctant actors. And in the Washington Post, Elizabeth Varon writes, Jones-Rogers has provided a brilliant, innovative analysis of American slavery, one that sets a new standard for scholarship on the subject. Stephanie Jones-Rogers is an associate professor of history at the University of California, Berkeley, where she specializes in African American history, women's and gender history, and the history of American slavery. They Were Her Property is based on her revised dissertation, which won the Organization of American Historians Lerner Scott Prize for the best doctoral dissertation in U.S. women's history in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephanie Jones-Rogers.
Thank you so much for that invitation. The invitation and the introduction, David, and thank you all for coming this afternoon and spending your lunchtime with me. It's truly a pleasure to be here with you today. Okay. So this is James Redpath, and in 1859, after touring the antebellum South, he attempted to explain for his readers why white Southern women opposed Southern emancipation. He believed that their sentiments were tied to a lifetime.
Just a quick note. I'm sure I said it probably a couple times by now. This basically goes in that, hey, feminism doesn't quite cover, every need for Black women in particular. There are differences. And, the one thing Irami did get right in his earlier rant is that we need not think that white women were the civilizing force on white men, throughout American history. White women were racists too. So, there is a misconception sometimes that white women were the fairer sex. And when I say fairer, I mean as in fair versus unfair. And that's not necessarily the case. And that's why Dr. Rogers' book was so well received.
They were under the shadow of the peculiar institution. Slavery was, quote, incessantly praised and defended, end quote, virtually everywhere these women went, by everyone they knew, and in most of the publications that they read. Their consciences were thus easily perverted, Redpath argued, were never afterwards appealed to, with the result that they saw no reason to change their views. Redpath assumed that white Southern women did not know Negro slavery as it is because their society shielded them from the institution's horrific realities. Insulated by Southern patriarchs, he argued, white women seldom saw slavery's, quote, most obnoxious features, end quote. They never, quote, never attend auctions, end quote, never witness what were called examinations. Seldom, if ever, saw, quote, the Negroes lashed, end quote. More profoundly, they did not know that the interstate slave and trade in slaves was a gigantic commerce. Southern men revealed only the South Side view of slavery, Redpath surmised. And if the women of the South knew slavery as it is, he was convinced they would join in the protests against it. Redpath's assumptions represent a commonly held patriarchal view. Yet narrative sources, legal and financial documents, and military and government correspondence make it clear that white Southern women knew the most obnoxious features of slavery all too well. Slave-owning women not only witnessed the most brutal features of slavery, they took part in them, profited from them, and defended them. After hearing what James Redpath said about white women's relationship to slavery, we might think that white women were invisible in Southern slave markets. They are most notably absent from this painting from 1854, which depicts a very public slave auction in the city of Charleston, South Carolina. Or we might think of them as distanced from the horrors of the market, from the sales, but also from the traumatic separations that came after those sales were finalized. We might think that white women and their children were merely passive observers of all this, and more profoundly, that they were powerless to stop these horrors and traumatic separations, like what you see in this image. This image is a depiction of the kind of trauma and the violence of those separations that occurred after a slave auction took place and an enslaved person was sold away from their family. And highlighted in the yellow box towards the left-hand side of the image, you can see a white woman and a child distanced from that separation, distanced from that horror and that trauma, separated from and indirectly witness to, but experiencing that, but not directly implicated in the violence and the trauma of the market. But this is not how enslaved and formerly enslaved people remembered things at all. First, they made it clear that white Southern women's economic relationships to slavery began in childhood, and in some cases during infancy, not just in adulthood. Fillmore Hancock, for example, told his interviewer that his grandmother, quote, was given to the missus as her own on the day she was born. Remarkably, Fillmore Hancock recalled that old Mrs. was only a year old then, so his grandmother was given to her mistress when she was only 1 year old. Enslaved people and formerly enslaved people talked about the lifelong processes of socialization by which white girls came to understand themselves as markedly different than enslaved people, and the rituals that drove this point home for enslaved and free people alike. White slave-owning girls also made it clear that they had the power to claim other African Americans as their property when they selected specific enslaved children to serve them. When Betty Coffer was born, for example, her master's daughter, Ella, was only a little girl, but she nevertheless claimed Betty Coffer as her slave shortly after Betty was born. They played together and grew up together, Betty recalled. Eventually, Betty became Ella's personal servant, waiting on her, standing behind her chair during meal times, and sleeping beside her on the bedroom floor. More profoundly, formerly enslaved people tell us that this process of socialization was effective. White girls often made claims of ownership in their conversations with enslaved people. A formerly enslaved woman named Melinda recalled that her young mistress would frequently tell her.
And she also had put this long note that I cherish to this day, just so encouraging and supportive. So, I mean, I know it might sound small, but I read that note regularly. I actually started reading and doing the devotional every day. That's really all I had in me at the time. I didn't have a whole lot more in me. I just didn't. And so that kind of, so much of feminism.
Beside her on the bedroom floor. More profoundly, formerly enslaved people tell us that this process of socialization was effective. White girls often made claims of ownership in their conversations with enslaved people. A formerly enslaved woman named Melinda recalled that her young mistress would frequently tell her, "When I get big and get married to a prince, you come with me and tend all my chillins." And when her mistress did in fact marry, she took Melinda with her as part of their new household. As Southern girls, young white women thought about how enslaved people would fit into their lives, not just as playmates or companions, but as property. And when they were old enough, they turned their imaginings into reality. Formerly enslaved people remarked upon how this process of socialization also involved lessons about slave management and discipline, what we would typically refer to as slave mastery. Nancy Thomas recalled that she was the special little girl for her mistress Harriet's daughter, Polonia, and that even during them days, she would sew and knit. Nancy went on to say how she had a little 3-legged stool and she'd set it between Polonia's legs while she was sitting down. Then Polonia would watch her while she knitted. If she did something wrong, Polonia would pinch Nancy's ear a little and say, "You dropped a stitch, Nanny." As Nancy Thomas's testimony shows, Polonia Smith was what I refer to as a mistress in the making. responsible for overseeing the production of the enslaved girl she would come to own and disciplining her when it did not meet her requirements. So serving as the metaphorical flies on the walls of Southern households, formerly enslaved people talked about some of the most violent, traumatic, and intimate dimensions of life for those who were bound and those who were free. They heard and saw things that typically remained obscured from view, details that white slave-owning couples often left out of their personal correspondence or public communications. That is, when they were able to write at all. Many of the slave-owning women I discuss in this book contended with some form of illiteracy. They were either unable to write and read or possessed the ability to do one, but not the other. Enslaved and formerly enslaved people's recollections about their female owners thus serve as some of the only archival records about these women to survive. This book takes its cue from formerly enslaved people. No group spoke about white women's investments in slavery more often or more powerfully than the enslaved people subjected to their ownership and control. They were the people whose lives were forever changed when a mistress sold someone just so that she could buy a new dress. They were best equipped to describe the agony that shook their bodies and souls when they returned from their errands to discover that their children were gone and their mistresses were counting piles of money they had received from the slave traders who bought them. Only enslaved people could speak about their female owners' profound economic contributions to their continued enslavement with such astonishing precision. So what did formerly enslaved people have to say about white females' economic relationships to the institution of slavery? Formerly enslaved people's interviews offer insight into the most intimate workings of white households as well. Formerly enslaved people like Mary Kinchy and Edwards, who you see pictured here, for example, tell us that in some households, breastfeeding constituted another form of labor that slave owners required enslaved women to perform. For Warren Taylor's mother, for example, nursing white children was one of her primary jobs. But for enslaved mothers like Mary Kinchy and Edwards, nursing white children was the only work they performed during slavery. These recollections make it clear that white mothers didn't simply use enslaved mothers to breastfeed their children because of physiological ailments that resulted in inadequate milk supply and inability to produce milk at all, or as a last resort. But they compelled enslaved mothers to perform this labor as a matter of course in some households. Moreover, in order for enslaved women to serve in this capacity consistently, they also had to give birth or at the very least lactate on a routine basis. But what often remains unexplored is what led to these constant conceptions in the first place. While enslaved women performed the most arduous forms of labor in their own owners' fields and in their households, they also had to conceive, carry a pregnancy to full term, give birth, and lactate in order to be able to serve as wet nurses in the first place. And sources suggest that this is precisely what happened. Some of the enslaved women's children were undoubtedly conceived within relationships of love, but others were undoubtedly the result of sexual assault. So how widespread was this phenomenon? Widespread enough that a niche market, a very small corner, but nevertheless a significant corner of the slave market, emerged in order to fulfill white mothers' demands for enslaved wet nurses. The market in enslaved nurses was primarily, enslaved wet nurses was primarily a hiring one. But these ads reveal that some of the enslaved women and mothers were offered for sale and that their capacity to serve as wet nurses was a selling point. So these are just three examples of some of the newspaper advertisements that I collected as part of the research for this book, which reflect a number of things. One, that white mothers were creating such a demand for enslaved mothers' services and labor as wet nurses that they were not only putting these ads, placing these ads in Southern newspapers, but that also what you don't see in these, but in others, what also becomes clear is that white women were also some of the individuals who were supplying these white mothers with the enslaved mothers and wet nurses that they wanted, that they were seeking. Here, these three are examples of enslaved wet nurses seeking enslaved wet nurses either to purchase or to hire. And what I found also is that there was a really important intersection and connection between the market and enslaved wet nurses and the slave market proper. So most of the men and individuals who were offering enslaved women for sale to serve in this capacity were also slave traders who made their living buying and selling enslaved people. So in addition to that, when we attend very closely to what enslaved and formerly enslaved people had to say about white women's economic investments in slavery, it becomes clear that they had so much to tell us about the institution of slavery and the roles that white women played in the slave market economy and in their continued captivity. We learned that when they said that they belonged to white women, they meant belonged to by law. Sally Nightingale owned Alice Marshall and her mother, for example. And Marcia claimed that her mistress's husband, Jack, ain't had nothing to do with me and my mother because they belonged to the missus by law and not her husband. So what you see here is what is referred to as a lost friends ad. Also, typically they were referred to as information wanted ads. And these are very unique in large part because they emerge right as the Civil War is coming to an end, and also in the years following the Civil War. And what they reflect is formerly enslaved people's attempts to reconstitute their families. So all of those individuals who belong to their families and communities that had been sold away from them, that they wanted to reconnect with, family members, that children and mothers and fathers and even brothers and uncles who they had lost contact with because of sale and separation, they placed these ads in order to try to reconnect with those individuals, to find those people and to reconstitute their families. And so these advertisements also show more than simply their attempts to reconnect with their families, but they also show how those separations occurred in the first place. And they highlight, in many of them, they highlight the owners who were responsible not simply for their sale, but their separation. Here, what I'm showing is an advertisement placed by Caroline Mason seeking information about her family members. And so what she says here is that she was owned by Betsy Mason, a white woman, and was sold by her as well. So she doesn't simply say, that she, inadvertently was sold by some man who was related to Betsy. She identifies Betsy as her legal owner, but also the person.
One of the things that Dr. Jones Rogers points out that in a lot of cases, women weren't even allowed to have personal property when they got married. Like, she cites in the book a few cases where, some woman would have slaves or something like that. And once she got married, though her property, her slaves, would basically become the property of her husband's. There were ways around that. The father's or the parents' will could specify, hey, these are her slaves, kind of like George Washington's wife. Those were her slaves. They were, by contract or will or whatever. So George Washington basically didn't have the right to free Martha Washington's slaves because he technically didn't own them. The whole point of the book, and I know when I was growing up, we were just one step above the lost cause, the Dunning School, where, slavery wasn't that bad. And women were literally never mentioned. If they were mentioned at all, they were, the Southern belles that are kind of up on a pedestal and didn't sully their hands with things like whipping slaves or, that sort of stuff. It was just never talked about. So, children not really having, hardcore deductive reasoning and generally no reason to even think about slaves, who's whipping the slaves or anything like that. Again, Dr. Jones's book was timely. You just don't come across some of the crueler aspects of slavery just never get associated with white women. White women, at the slave auction and all that sort of stuff. It was never really thought about. If you think hard, it's almost no way they couldn't have been there. I think the point of Stephanie Jones's book, or Jones Rogers' book, is to highlight to the extent white women were intimately involved with slavery in pretty much every aspect. And they, along with their cruel husbands, need to be the face of American slavery as well. If not equally, damn near equally.
Who was ultimately responsible for the separations that occurred after those sales took place. This is another advertisement which goes a little bit farther, more deeper, and shows more complex elements or dimensions of slavery. William May's advertisement highlights several things, not simply about white slave-owning women and their families, but also their business practices. So he not only identifies his female owner, Tellalise Stokes, in this advertisement, he also described the conflicts within her family over her property and her property rights. He argues, or he tells us, that Jack Sampson, his owner's grandson, stole his mother and siblings from Tellalise. So a grandson and a grandmother, he is not willing to recognize the kind of inviolability of Tellalise Stokes's property rights in this particular case. But what he also tells us is that while Tellalise Stokes held legal title to him while she was his owner, that she would hire him out. So he refers to this process of hiring out as living with Jimson at the time. So in the top element, he talks about Jack Simpson's decision to sell him away from his family, to steal his family away from him, and also talks about Tellalise's business practices, meaning she would hire him out and then receive his wages in return for the labor that he performed for Jimson in this particular case. And here, it's really, these sources really get at some of the again, these more complex dimensions of slavery that often don't enter into the kind of popular understanding of the institution and of the ways in which enslaved people were passed between people, how those separations occurred, etc. So here, what Guy Smith is telling us is that he and his wife were separated from their children, and that his children were drawn, refers to a process called being drawn by different members of his owner's family, some of whom were women. But in doing so, he also talks about the legal process by which these separations took place. He doesn't use all the terms that we would like that we would think to look for, but he very plainly tells us that while these separations of family members didn't take place in the slave market, they nonetheless brought about the same kinds of traumatic severances from loved ones. So what he tells us is that this process of being drawn and falling to someone refers to the process that happens during an estate, the administration of a deceased person's estate in this particular context. So his owner dies, and then after that that owner died, all of his property was then they would in fact have a drawing. So very much like a lottery. So they would put the names of the individual heirs into a bag or hat, and that individual heir the name would also be written alongside a group of enslaved people, or that person would draw. So they would draw either their names out of a hat, and then that person would then be told what property they received, or they would draw out a piece of paper that had a list of a property that they would receive. So there are a variety of ways that this ritual took place. And so they literally did, in fact, draw enslaved people as a part of this estate division process. And so that's what Guy is referring to here. And so this is not simply something that enslaved people talked about in terms that aren't necessarily proper legalese, but these recollections are also reflected in documents that appear in archival collections throughout the South. What you see here is a handwritten document that shows exactly what Guy Smith is referring to, an estate division in which it lists the individual enslaved people that are a part of that deceased person's estate. And it also shows the ages of those enslaved people. It shows the values, the estimated values of those enslaved people. And then towards the bottom, at the very bottom of this document, it shows which heirs drew which enslaved people. And so what I thought was really remarkable about this document, and in relationship to what Guy shows in his Lost Friends ad, is that Elizabeth Henry, the very top line there, Elizabeth Henry drew more enslaved people than the other heir, Richard Henry, did. And why is this important? What I show in the book is that colonial historians, so historians who look at slavery in the colonial period in the country, have shown that slave-owning parents would typically give their daughters more slaves than any other form of property. They would give them other property, and they would give them money, and they would give them, in some cases I've seen stocks and bonds given to daughters, but they would often give their daughters far more enslaved people than other forms of property, particularly land. And they would give their sons the land, so that when that couple got together, they would have everything they needed to get a start on that new life that they were going to be living. I see the same thing happen in the 19th century. So throughout the 19th century, you see similar patterns where slaveholding parents would also give their daughters more enslaved people than land. And this is reflective of the fact that even if Richard did not receive land, he actually, you can see that kind of inheritance practice play out here in this document by showing that Elizabeth received more slaves than the other heir, which might suggest also that he received land in addition to receiving those enslaved people. And so I think these sources are really important to showing kind of the process by which I wrote the book, because I centered and foregrounded the experiences of the accounts and reflections of formerly enslaved people in order to lead me in more productive directions and additional directions in relationship to the sources. So by looking at just fragments of information, data, for those scientists that might be in the room or mathematically inclined folks in the room, by using the data that formerly enslaved people provided, I was able to piece together some of the details of the lives of the female owners that they identify. And so this is a really important or a really interesting example of that process for me. So James Skinner was a reverend who lived in Yazoo County, Mississippi. And on November 20th, 1879, he placed this Lost Friends ad in the Southwestern Christian Advocate because he was looking for his brother Edward. And so the last time John had seen Edward was on October 12th, 1860 in Georgetown and in the District of Columbia, right where we are today. And so not long after the brothers crossed paths that day, John and his family were forced to leave Edward behind when their owner did what historians and what individuals at the time referred to as being refugeed. So his owner refugeed them to Mississippi and compelled them to leave the district and leave Edward behind. And then 1 year after John placed his first Lost Friends advertisement, he still hadn't found Edward. So he placed another, this time offering more detail. And so each of these advertisements made one point clear. Angelica Chu, although as you can see here, he spells her name differently in both advertisements, but nevertheless, he identifies Angelica Chu as the woman who owned him and his family, who orchestrated the separation via that process of refugeeing, and that she was the reason that him and his family were still searching for Edward. So initially, it was difficult for me to find Angelica, in large part because of these kind of variations in spelling and the ways in which he refers to her in these advertisements. So as you can see in the first yellow box on the left, he refers to her as Miss Anne Jellicoe Chu, and the widow of Frisbee Chu with PH. And so I said, okay.
I see Fred's, I'm sorry, Charles is live, huh? Well, let's see what Charles has to say.
So they're concerned that Europe being non-white is going to be a problem. Look at the US itself. You literally genocided and murdered the indigents of that place, and you made it European. You made it European at this point in time. You should not be, you do not have the morality, you don't have the moral, you're not in the moral space to even make this kind of judgment call.
Well, Charles has certainly changed his tune.
However terrible what's happening in Europe in terms of immigration, it is not as bad as what Europeans did when they immigrated to other places. They literally just wiped off the indigenous people. The immigrants coming to Europe right now aren't trying to kill off the native population. If at all, the only reason the Europeans are declining its population is because of their birth rates, not because they are being killed, not because they are being genocided. But that's what Europeans did to people when they went to the Americas, when they went to Australia, when they went to New Zealand, when they went to certain parts of Africa. That's what they did. So you're not in the position morally to even be making this sort of argument.
It's the only way you can interpret that.
It's a really bizarre document. It's incredibly strange. It's utterly absurd. Has any country ever published a national security strategy replete with white nationalism? It's insane. Who wrote this? Tommy Robinson? I mean, when I read it, I could not wrap my head around it. It was so bizarre. And I conclude exactly what you conclude, that the US is saying that it can only ally itself with white countries. I mean, that is the current position. But you're right, it puts European leaders in an incredibly difficult position. When a new US government comes in, if it's a Democrat, they're unlikely to continue with a policy like this. But we don't know if a Republican of Trump's ilk might come in the next time. And and also I think we have to bear in mind, and this is kind of crazy to realize, Donald Trump's only been in power for a year, not even a year. And he's proven that in that time he can do all sorts of damage, and he can make all sorts of significant changes that would take a long time to undo. We have another 3 years of Donald Trump. We're
going to look back in history at this time, at this point in history, and see this is exactly where the US fell off. This is an empire in its death throes. This is an empire in decline. And Donald Trump is accelerating that decline. The so-called American first people, when you look at the rhetoric, America first, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense on surface value. You should be very pro your country. You should be very patriotic. But America first is simply isolationism. How do you isolate America from the rest of the world? But given America's position, it literally makes no sense for America to be isolationist, except you want to accept that America is going to be less influential. It is good for the rest of the world for America to be less influential, to be less interventionist. But is it good for America itself? Not necessarily. So do these people actually know what they are calling for? An America that is less engaged with the rest of the world is a less powerful America. It's a better world anyway. So yeah, I'm not mad about this. I'm not mad about isolationist America. If you want to become a hermit, you want to just, think only about America, let everything just revolve about America, good and fine. The rest of the world are going to be better for it. But on the long run, America is losing influence, they're losing power, they're losing, reach, they're losing so many things. And this just highlights how very short-sighted these MAGA morons are, or these people on the right. It just highlights how then they're unable to see beyond their immediate, they're able to see beyond a few years, a few months, a few hours away. They do not know the implication of these things. Anyway, to segue to Mehdi Hassan, right? Mehdi Hassan had a conversation which just highlights how he is a very good journalist. I mean, you have to be very careful when you're dealing with Mehdi Hassan, because dude is hella smart, and he's going to take your words and is going to use them as armor against you. So he had this conversation with a Christian theologian who essentially was arguing that European countries shouldn't be having guilt over slavery. It's an imaginary guilt. And Mehdi said, okay, good and fine. Guilt is an emotion, something that you feel, right? You feel that your ancestors did these things, you did not do them, so there is no reason why you should be guilty over them. Okay, good and fine. By that same logic, should you take pride in what your ancestors did? I mean, pride is also an emotion, right? And you can see this man struggling because he roped himself into a situation where he would not come out of. But let's get into it.
You could have written a book and said,
I'm sorry. I was about to say, I see no reason to prolong this pain. If seems like everybody else is preoccupied with the various fuckeries that have been going on all week. So I will take the hint. I will go make hot dog buns for chili dogs, and should be back around 1:30 or so tomorrow. And everybody have a good night. If you do happen to catch the replay, please make sure you hit the like button and feel free to leave any comments. What do you mean? What do I mean? Keep going for what? What exactly would I keep going for? You're the only one, Deacon Dave. No one else is here. And you know what? I don't really want to hear Charles berate the U.S., even if he is beating up Trump. I get no pleasure out of it, out of hearing him beat up Trump. It's only fun when I do it. So let's see, what else do we have here? You know what? I've been wanting to see this recipe.
I order this every single time I go out to eat Chinese food at a cafe, restaurant, or bistro. This is what I love. So recently I was at my local Chinese restaurant cafe, and as usual, I have to order the egg foo young. Now, I love their wonton soup here for the lunch special, and their egg rolls are super fresh and crispy. Listen to this crunch. And one thing I like about my local spot is that it doesn't have an aftertaste of like burnt cooking oil. It tastes really fresh and clean. So I am a Houston, Texas native, born and raised, and my favorite spot is Kim Sun off of Jefferson in downtown, which is the old Chinatown in Houston, but they've recently closed down. So now I go to other places, but I love to make it at home.
I like
Today
the
I'm gonna
egg
show you
drop
a very
soup.
simple vegetable egg foo young. I'm shredding some cabbage, and I'm just using a peeler. Here, I'm going to do the same thing to a little bit of white onion. I'm also going to chop up some scallion. Okay, so I'm going to make egg foo young for like one person. I like bean sprouts. That's a typical ingredient in egg foo young. I've rinsed them, and I'm just going to take like a handful of shredded cabbage, onion, and scallion going in. I'm going to add a little bit of white pepper, just a dash. And instead of salt,
I
I'm going
bet
to add
people didn't
MSG,
know there
just a
is
sprinkle.
such thing as white pepper.
If you want to add shrimp, meat, the protein of your choice, mushrooms, 2 large eggs going in. 1, 2. Now, just give it a really good mix. And this should be enough for 1 large patty, or you can make 2 small ones. And just keep mixing and get everything incorporated.
No, I've never.
Okay, so here I
never
have my cooking
actually,
oil.
never actually made egg foo young.
It's been preheating. Gonna add this. Hopefully it stays together.
Really?
Let's see. Yeah, that works.
Oh, that's
Just
some
dump
2
it in.
eggs.
And you're gonna let that fry. And if it kind of, you really don't want to touch it until it cooks a little bit on one side, but you want to make sure it stays, in that patty shape. And a lot of you might thinking, is a lot of oil necessary? No, you could use a nonstick with a little cooking spray and make the egg foo young patty. But to get that restaurant style where it's fried, like deep fried in a wok, this is kind of what you want to do. So, and I'm going to let this cook on one side before I attempt to flip it. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the restaurant style egg foo young is deep fried in a very, very hot wok, and it goes really quick. But when you're at home and you're unsure of yourself, just use a skillet, your favorite skillet or pan with cooking oil, and test the first one. Okay, so let's attempt. I think I can flip it. Going at this, I'm going to switch this around. Here we go.
By the way, this woman has like last I checked, over 1 million. She's at 1.88 million subscribers. She is probably the first cooking show that I ever subscribed to. So I've been watching her for 10 years. She is an excellent home cook.
And just carefully flip it. There you go.
Yeah, you messed it up a little bit. Got to keep it all in one piece, man.
So I know what you're thinking. I probably flipped that too soon. You would be correct, but that's okay. Let it cook on the second side, and you can flip it again to really cook the exterior to get it that deep golden brown color and shape it the way you want. And after you flip it, just kind of press it in on itself. And then it just really keeps its shape. It's a couple of minutes on each side. Again, you want to work with preheated hot cooking oil, at least like 355, 360 degrees Fahrenheit. But when they're making these in the restaurant, they are working with hot woks and preheated oil, and it goes really fast. But if you're making this for the first time, just stick with it You'll get there. Okay, here I have a plate with a napkin just to pick up that residual cooking oil. I'm going to carefully and then flip it. And there we go. Egg foo young, vegetable egg foo young.
Nice.
Okay, so let's make a quick sauce or gravy for this. 1 cup of low sodium chicken broth. I'm going to add 2 teaspoons of soy sauce, a little bit of white pepper. I've got just a pinch of sugar, like that. The ratios of this are to your taste and preference. I'm going to add like a tablespoon of oyster sauce and a tablespoon of Shaoxing cooking wine or Shaoxing. And I'll say this is optional if you can't find it in your Asian market grocery store. But with everything else, it makes a good sauce. But this really gives you that restaurant taste. So I'm going to add my oyster sauce, like a tablespoon of Shaoxing cooking wine. And just give that a mix. Okay, now this is going into my little pot and bring that up to a simmer. Okay, so I'm going to be adding a cornstarch slurry.
That's how she does
This is
it.
like a tablespoon and a half of cold water to 2 teaspoons of cornstarch for this. I'm going to add it. It's starting to kind of gently simmer and boil, so we're going in with the cornstarch. And just give that a mix. It should thicken right up, and this is the gravy. Doesn't take very long to thicken. And you'll always want to taste it before adding the cornstarch. I'm actually going to shut off the heat because it's already thickening, it's hot, and tastes great. So, and there you have it. This is a quick and simple egg foo young gravy. Well, hello. I love the way we keep meeting like this. I wanted to mention, when you are making your egg foo young gravy, some people and some restaurants will create it starting with a roux. I like to use the cornstarch method because it's just easier. But if you want to start your gravy like an actual gravy and create a roux with cooking oil, butter, or flour, I mean, you definitely can do that. But this is typically the way I make it. And I think it's tasty. You should give it a try. Okay, and here's the egg foo young. And now we're going to add the sauce right on top. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Vegetable egg foo young. The texture is perfect and just like the restaurant style. And for those of you, like I said, you don't want to deep fry it, you don't have to, but if you want to achieve the texture, add extra oil and you kind of have to deep fry it, but either way, it's going to be good.
All righty. I'm going to drop this link into the chat. Dave, are you still there? If you are there, just say yes. Drop that link for a specific reason. I don't know. You're probably familiar with Taz. Dude, he went after Leonard Roy. I don't think I have ever seen somebody just fucking go and just, dude. I know, let me put it to you this way. I've never seen anyone on YouTube do what Taz did to Leonard. And I watched most of it. I think it's maybe 2 to 3 hours. Dude, I'm just glad I'm not Leonard, and I will often remind myself, never fuck with Taz. God damn. I cannot believe it was like watching somebody take apart a fucking engine piece by piece. And if Leonard doesn't become persona non grata in these parts, I don't know, but I highly you know what? He didn't even make arguments. He pretty much it was a true reaction. Dude, Leonard just fucking hung himself. And all Taz really had to do was just highlight the bullshit. Hold on one sec. All right. Well, all I have to say is I don't need to watch it again. It was just masterful. It's out on Rumble. He took it off of YouTube for several different reasons. Probably it could have been left up on YouTube just fine, but it was Leonard has a problem. And I was there. Basically, he just reacted to Leonard's time on T's Child Listen the other night. I guess it was Saturday into Sunday. And it was a masterful job. I don't know why anyone would ever want to fuck with Taz. Basically, you got to see it, Dave. Me describing it. Well, I saw Big J. He and Big J kind of made up on Nightish's show. I think they're back on cordial terms at least. Jay Prince, that's pretty much a done deal, but that's no big loss. What he did to Leonard Roy, because Leonard Roy, you know how Leonard talks a big fucking game all the time. Dude. There was some shit about house music, I didn't know about. And then he tied the roots of house music to Leonard's comments. And dude, I just do not know. Let me put it to you this way. I'm not letting Leonard up on my fucking panel for fear of the fallout. It's like, if anybody who wants to let Leonard up on their panel, dude, I would just fear Taz finding out about it. Well, I haven't known Leonard for that long, maybe a year, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody get roasted like that. The only way it could have been better is if Leonard had been in the chat or up on the panel. That's the only way it could have been better. So I wouldn't say fear. Let me just say that I highly respect him. And the only way I would lock horns with him is if I felt that I had a solid argument. And he seems like a good guy. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to fear him, but you know what? He fucking stands on business. And don't cross him. Do not cross him. It was bad enough for JP what he did to Leonard. Dude, he had his chat rolling. And the thing is he wasn't making up any of that shit. He literally just took what Leonard said on the chat, and it was really, to be honest, I was there for a lot of it. And when you're in it, you're kind of in the spirit, and the beer's flowing and all that. Dude, hearing it today, man, I didn't even realize just how fucking, dude, Leonard does not come off as a normal human being. No, you know what? There's nothing Taz said that really he was right. And I kind of took what he said. Bottom line is he said, look, you know what? You should never let someone like that come up and talk the way he did. Some of the things he said, really, to be honest, they were way over the line, and probably he should have been booted from that panel. But lesson learned. It's not like Leonard has ever even been on my panel that I can recall. And at this rate, I'm not sure, I'm not sure my little show could survive that kind of scrutiny. It was bad. I don't know. I don't know if Taz would really mind me. I don't think he would mind me looking at a little bit of it, though. Like I said, I've seen it once. I was there when he was doing the show for probably 85 to 90% of it. I don't know that I need to see it again because it is cringe. It's pretty damn cringe. So, why is this hung up? You know what? My browser's hung. That sucks. Why did it hang? I only have like 2 tabs up. Let's see here. One second here. All the ladies over there. I don't know that there are that many ladies were over there. His Taz's wife was on at least within earshot. Towards the end, they actually talked about it between them. So damn it. My browser's locked up. Just give me a second here. And I don't know. Other than that, let's see. Taz is pure energy and he's pretty sharp, but SKC smoked him in debate. Yeah, I could see that. SKC kind of, has a style about him. He probably just used a few big words. But let me put it to you this way. If Taz is all energy, the energy was focused all in the right place today. Let's see, what is this? Oh, this is interesting. Dave, just hold on one sec. My browser's locked. Oh, there it is. It's back. Oh, it's JB Smooth. What's up, JB?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
All right. How about yourself, buddy?
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah.
What? Ooh, wow. What have you been up to?
Bernard, just drinking moonshine.
I see.
Bernard. You said what?
No, I was. Where do I know the name Bernard Riley from?
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. I think. Oh, okay. I think you've mentioned him before, right, Dave?
What you been doing, Stanley?
Nothing too exciting.
Yeah.
So, just give me 1 second here. He was Sweden for the space. Oh, really? He was neutral territory. What is that? A martial art? CK? I'm not familiar with the term. Well, you know what? Since you've got this up here, I guess we will go ahead and listen to it. Here. And I will be doing Egg Foo Young this weekend. So I'll be right back. I'm going to play this. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I am listening.
Now, right out the gate with that first debate that Taz and SKC had, I felt like SKC lost from the title. I started to tell him that, hey, you should work on get a different title, because it was just hard to argue that it's beneficial for the Black community for an individual to marry somebody else outside of the Black community. I had a hard time understanding how that could be beneficial at all. Let me shout some people out real quick. I see you in there, Pitmaster, DeMarc the Trucker, Demetrius Parham. So I can't pronounce your name, but Shalom. Assalamu alaikum, whatever. Okay. Dion Covenant said, okay, hold on. Let me highlight some comments. Taz cooked him. I think he was trying to say, you are not married to a Black woman. So why do you talk about Black women all
let me
day?
make a point here. To me, these sorts of debates are just pointless. People don't marry the community. Why? I mean, it benefits the community, I guess, but that's kind of a secondary purpose. At least in American culture, I guess, in some other types of cultures, marriage is more a community event. But I know this debate, just to me, it's just, hey, let's get together and debate it, but it really doesn't mean anything. Taz is bad energy, nothing to gain from that platform. Well, Sin, were you around earlier today when Taz basically took Leonard to task? Well, he reacted to Leonard's performance on T's show over the weekend. And I tell you right now, I've never seen anybody be taken apart by his own words the way Taz took Leonard apart. To me, it was masterful. It was just, a confluence of events and everything. He was cooking with gas. Well, I put the link. It's over on Rumble. So the link is in the chat. If you go up a bit, I would recommend it. There were some times I was laughing out loud. So how are you going to feel when he does it to you? Well, I don't know. Do you think it'll happen to me? I haven't pissed him off. Leonard pissed him off. Have I done something I should know about, Sin? I remember being on the show. I remember you weren't very impressed. But hey, you know what? That's what I get for staying up all night. It will be a while before I do something like that again. I'm not particularly interested in the original debate. I'll listen to a little bit of this, but like I said, the topic doesn't particularly interest me because I don't think in America we marry for communities. We marry, it's more a personal affair. So whether it benefits the Black community or not, personally, I don't care. As long as it doesn't hurt the community, I'm good.
Every day you niggas are sad. SYSBM. It's more or less a fair point in that I understand the point. The whole, why you.
Oh, by the way,
him if you don't care about him, why don't you just.
By the way, Sin, I hope I clarified myself on that. The only way I would marry a woman with kids is if she was a widower. or a widow. I will stand on that point. But the reason, and I thought I explained it, I don't want other men like baby daddies. I don't like, unless I'm at work or there's a reason for it. I don't like other men controlling my schedule, like my house's schedule. I would be miffed every time, I had to wake up early or I had to be somewhere at a certain time just so another man could pick up someone who lives in my house. And I knew that. So I was very careful. Now, the exception to that is if, at my age, a lot of women are going to have grown children. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know that I would even have a problem with grandchildren, but I might still have a problem, if I have to say, the pickup time for a child is at 8 and it's a Saturday and I want to sleep in and the doorbell goes off at 8. I'm not going to be happy about it. And hey, I'm not perfect. I might be a horrible person for feeling that way, but I'm honest with myself. And I knew how I felt, and I never had to confront, that challenge. So, it's still in the hypothetical realm. And at this point, I'll probably never get married again. So it doesn't, he's going to weaponize my personal life. Why would he do that? I've never even talked to him. Does he often roast people he's never talked to? So anyway, let's get back to this debate.
Just move the fuck on and shut the fuck up. I do understand the logic behind that. I do understand the logic. I'm not saying that he should be banned from his freedom of speech, but I do understand the logic of that argument. Thank you.
Yeah, but Sin, feelings aren't necessarily rational. I would even say it's unreasonable. And I'm also going to say, the right woman might change my mind. But I'm one of these people. I used to get annoyed at my wife. Like, dude, I don't want to do it. And I am not going to alter my schedule to do something I don't want to do. I'm very jealous of my time. And I never said it was rational. As a matter of fact, it's unreasonable, probably childish, but I am who I am. Sometimes with you, Sin, I do feel like I have to justify myself. You are like the all-seeing person, seeing all the flaws in my argument. So I do feel guilty. What happened here? Oh, I see what the problem is. Wow, how'd that happen? Okay, well, let's get back to this.
You Miss Downtown Judy Brown for being there, doing that. I greatly appreciate that. But getting into the debate. If you're talking about his interracial marriage, I'm talking about the first debate now, doing a recap of their first debate really fast. People are coming in here. Doing a recap of the first debate. The first debate, it was titled, "Is Interracial Dating Good for Black America?" And I think the correct response to that, or at least my analysis of it, no matter what SKC said in that debate, he only could talk about how interracial dating could help the individual or be good for the individual that did it. He could not argue in that it was good for the Black community as a whole. So in that regard, no matter what SKC said going forward in that debate, everything that was presented by Taz was more in line with things that would be beneficial for the Black community. So Taz won that first debate. That was about 6-7 months ago.
So Dave, were you there for that first debate? And did Taz indeed win? And Sin, I watched some of that. I watched a lot of the excuse me, a lot of JP's show. And JP said that he wasn't the James Davis that was listed. And I remember you asking that question several times. I think it was you, or maybe it was Sugar Bum. But anyway, to be honest, I don't really care one way or the other. I really, apparently those two were close, so I understand, there were feelings involved. But I don't really have any use for JP, to be honest. He appeared on T's show, and I went after him immediately because that's I like keeping him off balance. It's just for some reason or another, I just find it funny. But other than he magically appearing somewhere where I already am, I don't really have much use for him.
Did you see Rob versus Mumia debate? I am going to talk about that that's actually the next thing on the list that I'm going to talk about, because that debate informed a lot of what happened in the SKC versus Taz debate. But I just want to make it clear, I'm a non-biased person here. Very non-biased. Me and SKC are cool. We've been on Obsidian panels. Back when Obsidian was doing this show on YouTube, we hang out on Mixler with Obsidian. So I'm non-biased here, and I felt, in all of my, that I'm cool with SKC. I had to call it down the middle when they debated the first time. I felt like Taz won that debate. So I'm giving my analysis of this debate, just making it clear that I'm non-biased, and reiterating once again, keep those insults to yourself. I don't mind if you.
Oh man,
if it's funny, I'll let it ride. But don't get ridiculous. Don't get ridiculous. If it get popping in here, we get.
What is this guy doing now?
Niggas gonna be shooting.
He's got a great radio voice.
Nah, come on now, be cool. Be cool. But speaking of that first debate that someone mentioned, who was that? I'm not about to talk about the Robert Perkins versus Mumia Obsidian Ali debate, because that wasn't that much of a debate. They didn't really debate. The debate was really what started with Twin Man, and it started a while back because Twin Man 35 has been on a rampage coming after the Black Manosphere, talking about the pump and dump lifestyle and how all the stuff that you complain about the Black women and the Black community, and you're out there doing it to them. When you pump and dump them, you're ruining the community, you're damaging these women, you're causing all the problems you complain about. That's what he's been on a mission talking about. Even when I don't get that part. A lot of people talking about pumping and dumping, they're talking about safe sex, and a lot of them don't have kids. Ramil being the main one that keeps getting mentioned in that, because he made the video about a month ago on Obsidian called "Pump and Dump is Life," and that's where Twin Man, wrote out his thesis on how that pump and dump life is what's ruining the community. Even if you're not making any babies, you're emotionally scarring these women. So okay,
oh wow.
So Obsidian then followed that logic on home. Okay, so you think men who are sleeping with multiple women, pumping and dumping women, and doing all of that horrible stuff that you talk about, that they're damaging women and they're ruining the community, even if they don't have kids? Twin Man said yes. Then Obsidian rightfully said, well, surely you would have to think that someone like Robert Perkins would be also in the same category. Well. See, he couldn't. Twin Man wouldn't. And then for those that don't know, hate to bring Robert Perkins in. Robert Perkins is caught in the crossfire due to Obsidian's. If this is a gender war, Obsidian is a general on one side, Cynthia G is a general on the other side. They have competing ideologies, and Robert Perkins is unfairly caught in the crossfire.
Wow, this is almost like a history lesson
I'll be fair
here.
to him in that, so I hate bringing his. I want to get through this part real fast because I hate bringing up that I don't want to talk about him too much, even though that conversation informed a lot of the SKC versus Taz debate. But yeah, we all know.
To be honest, Sin, I don't know why I would. I mean, I think if you're talking about Taz, I don't know that we even kind of move in the same circles. You know, I saw he was up on Nightish's panel early. As far as I know, that would probably be the only place we would intersect. I think we don't do the same things. So yeah, well, like I said, I will definitely mind my P's and Q's. I don't want that kind of smoke. It might actually hurt my feelings. Well, wait, hold it. Why would her concerns be valid? Okay, there's something I don't know. I've actually never crossed paths with him. So why would I cross paths? Is there a reason I would cross paths? Or does he just randomly go after people? Somebody let me know. Let's see here. I think give me 1 sec here. Oh, damn it. You know what? My typing
Obsidian
skills
and
suck.
CCG has competing ideologies. SKC, let me. Oh yeah. You know, you know where I'm going. So now husbands are equal to baby daddies. Don't be giving away.
What?
Oh, let me get rid of this banner, by the way. I got that banner right there. That don't need to be there. Let me get rid of that. But yeah, SKC, you know where I'm headed. There's no light at the end of that tunnel. That's where I'm going. But yeah, so Robert Perkins is unfortunately caught in the crossfires. I mean, but that kind of is what it is.
I don't really even go up on Nightish's panel that often. But don't worry. I will definitely do what I can not to get on his bad side.
Competing ideologies. And Cynthia G been saying, hey, black man ain't shit. Obsidian, Black Manosphere responded by saying, no, the niggas you like to suck and fuck and slurp and burp and bump bellies with ain't shit. Y'all like them sketchy non-committal niggas. And then she doubled down.
You know what?
It's just that y'all ain't shit.
We need to get to the debate.
In a situation where I could tell he was, and they going around
ever do.
There we go.
As if they are the.
But if you put their reason in, I'll have to monitor him, and while you know y'all crazy shit is being monitored too, because I know y'all like to clap back to a lot of his shit, but I like to keep it fair and keep it clean. Baby, number 5, yeah. Let's see what else we got in here. Paste that one more time. That is an inaccurate statement to the best of my knowledge. Okay. Let's
You were there for this debate, Nagone, or for Taz's takedown of Leonard? The takedown of Leonard was epic. It scared even me.
Let's see what Floyd L. Holt is saying. What surprised me with the debate last night. What surprised me with the debate last night are the women in the comment section who agree with the baby. Oh my goodness, agree with the baby daddies are equal to husbands. I noticed the same women are fat, auto, unattractive. Yeah, I love beating up on women. on how they look. I mean, I don't know. I try to be nice. Yeah, I just be yeah, I'd be ridiculous, man. I don't want to ignite it, but I want the dysfunction to burn. Okay, yeah, I hear you. It is some dysfunction out there. I understand wanting that shit to burn the market trucker. I do agree. It was a good debate. I got SKC in the queue, so I'm about to bring him up. I can't listen to Taz. He is total garbage. I think what you meant to say that his views and opinions are total garbage, not the human being himself. Oh, man. SKC. Is that an actual picture of you? You don't got to answer if you don't want to. SKC, what's up, man? Going once. Are you there? Well, while he figured out, I think he just came in. I think I heard your mic just get locked in. I want to respond to what somebody said. He couldn't believe the women in the chat were saying that that the baby daddies are equal to. They're saying the baby daddies are equal to husbands. That is damn near disturbing.
Well, why is that disturbing, Bernard?
For someone to actually think that.
Yeah, why is that disturbing?
Are you asking me, am I shocked that they said that? Or you just want to hear my analysis of the difference between a baby daddy and a husband?
No. I'm wondering why that would be shocking, because I mean the statistics prove that that's normalcy in the community.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I'm of the view that some people will, do things, make mistakes or make bad decisions and have bad outcomes. But if you put their reason and logic on the line, was this or was this not is this a less than ideal situation? Now that you're living it, you're a single mother, you got 2 kids by 2 different women you got 2 kids by 2 different men who are sporadically involved. Should you have managed your life a bit better? I do think most people will say, even though, hey, I love my kids, they're blessings from God, blah, blah, blah. We know the story. I still think they will say that. But yes, this is a less than ideal situation. I'm working part-time at Walmart with 2 kids by 2 different men, getting subsidized by the taxpayer to cover the rest because my part-time at Walmart check don't cover none of this. And I got these 2 kids to feed. I think most people, and maybe this is just my naivety, that I think most people just will still be able to step outside of their situation and exercise reason and logic and say that this is a less than ideal situation. That's what I would assume.
If that was the case, then how could musicians make songs glorifying it and have large record sales glorifying that lifestyle?
Yeah. I mean, no, trust me, I get that it's fucked up. You don't got to sell me on that. But well, put it like this. People doing stupid shit and then the music, normalizing it, that it will make a whole generation just grow up, numb to the reality of it, and then that will end up resulting in a chat room full of, I wasn't even reading the comments. I think I went to work out I worked out a little bit while I was listening. So I had my phone in my pocket, excuse me, and I was listening to it like 30 minutes behind. So I wasn't keeping up with the comments.
Here getting ready to, I'll probably come back later, but I'm getting ready to head out, and let my wife listen to this. But again, babe, the idea that a baby daddy is equal to a husband.
And get out of here with that damn laugh.
Oh man, you made my wife laugh, man. Oh man. Yo, there was a couple of things real quick that I thought were interesting. Like I said, I don't have anything against Taz. I like the dude.
Me too.
I don't particularly care for his viewpoints, and I think that they're very narrow. But him as an individual, I don't have anything against him.
Let me make one point here, and this is just to all concerned. I literally just sat here and listened to these two basically concentrate on the woman, the mother, basically finding all kinds of fault. And it was just kind of implied that there was some moral failing, and she's on, the government's helping her. Well, I need to remind these two idiots that if the government is helping the mother and the children, the baby daddy's also getting government assistance. Because in a normal situation, the father and maybe the mother too, if she's working, they take care of the household finances. They take care of the kids monetarily. So where's the baby daddy? He's getting government assistance too. So it's a bullshit argument. It's half-assed. And, these two jokers not being able to reason their way through this issue and look at it from all sides does not speak highly of their intellect. So I'm disappointed in SKC.
One that I'll talk about before I head out real quick. He mentioned the idea of his personal.
Are you going to take him back?
How he personally lived.
Somebody tell me, can you take back Christmas lights?
How do you put it?
I bet you, if you got them from Walmart, I bet you can. Well, here's the deal. My Christmas tree is not up. My son's supposed to be back Sunday. If he puts it up, the Christmas tree will be put up. If he doesn't, but he will, because he always does. I was hoping last year that he would forget or something, but that's not likely. Outside decorations, nah, no thanks. Can you explain that when the father is responsible? I have no idea what this even means, Deacon Dave. My argument is and it's not the mother is getting, maybe she's getting government assistance, but technically it's for the kids. If baby daddy's kids are receiving government benefits via the mother, he is receiving government benefits. He's the father. In normal circumstances, or in optimal, I'll use the word optimal instead of normal. In optimal circumstances, the father and the mother take care of the kids financially and otherwise. So the baby daddy's getting government assistance too. And for some reason or another, SKC and Bernard seem to not realize that. Yard lights. Well, you ought to take pictures, Sin. Oh, see, you're just, what do you have? Baby daddy? What is it? Baby daddy derangement syndrome? The government hands that bill to the alleged father. Not, you mean how? I'm sorry, I don't get you. You mean the tax bill? Is that what you're talking about, Dave? Everybody pays taxes.
Of a lot of these back and forths that these different groups have. And I had to call Super Sly out on it too last night.
Super Sly?
Putting an argument of, oh, this is what men do, or this is what this group does, and such. And then at the very end of their whatever point that they're making, they will say, and I will never do, you don't see me ever doing this, and I would never think in my mind to ever do this. And it's like, okay, are we debating about a group of individuals, or are we setting you as the standard bearer for all men?
Yeah, it's like
so people need to watch for that, because a lot that happens a lot in these groups where people will try to make a point and then they will backdoor that with the thought of what they would or would never do, as if they are the standard keeper. Like nobody has any type of other individuality, and all other choices should be followed after what they would do in a given situation. It was the same thing with the question that he posed to me about this cowardice of this man jumping out this house or whatnot. And I was like, I don't know what I would have done. I don't know the circumstances. So you pushing this whole view of what I would personally do in a situation, what does that have with the greater instance of this debate when we're talking about millions of people?
Yeah. What David Monroe said here, they kept hiding behind the phrase taking care of his kids to deny the reality. Now, I mean, as a father, I think the burden of fatherhood goes beyond, like, maybe I just have a different definition of taking care of kids, to where I feel like once a man, and I'm not even talking about, Perkins here, I'm just saying in general, when a man gets to a point where he has multiple kids by multiple women, let's just say 3 kids by 3 women, and they're all spread around the city, state, or country, you're in a position where at most you can be, even if you're doing a good job, at the most you probably can be an uncle dad. You got 3 or 4 kids by 3 or 4 women, you could be uncle dad. But uncle dads don't take care of kids, they just help out. But it's funny how the standard for, I guess, for people who in this YouTube space, people who cape for black women, or people who have pro-black talking points, or people who, for whatever reason, take it outside of YouTube, it's like the standard for some, that the bar is so low. It's such a low bar to where just help, like Uncle Dad's just help with kids. Like, that's not taking care of kids. It's like the bar for so many of them is to just help out. That's it. If you just helping out, they call that taking care of kids because somebody is helping. Like, I don't think that's taking care of kids. That's just helping out. They're just doing a little something. That's just pitching in a little bit. I think the standard got to be higher than that. I think the standard definitely got to be higher than that. What's up, old man? Obsidian is in here. You I don't know if you watched the beginning of the show. I was talking about how your interrogation. Let me go ahead and bring you on up. What's up, Obsidian?
Hey.
Hey. What's going on? What's going on? I don't know if you saw the beginning of the show. I was talking about
I most certainly did.
Yes. I was talking about how your interrogation
is everywhere.
Oh yeah, I know. I was talking about how your interrogation of Twin Man basically secured the victory for SKC going forward, because it just
you like that setup, huh?
Yeah, man, you dished out a John Stockton, a Magic Johnson no look over the shoulder assist to SKC.
Yeah,
that was good. That was good. But what's your thoughts on the debate? I take it you watched the debate too.
You summed it up. I mean, everything you said. Yeah. And see, here's the thing.
Oops.
And this.
What's up, Nick?
What's up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, I was just
pretty good.
I was good. I was just listening to this. I was just actually coming back from the supermarket, and
oh, really?
Yeah. Just doing a quick little bit of shopping. After work, but I come running over here, and I listen to this, and this is the whole issue with the manosphere, and all these guys, they turned this thing into the Coonisphere. They went running behind these right wing guys, and just a lot of absolute ridiculousness going on, because what the manosphere could not do, or what these guys could not do, was they couldn't pivot to the self-improvement, productivity piece. They couldn't pivot to that. So, what they wanted to just stick to was just wasting time with all these black women and going through this bull crap and not really looking at themselves as, the captains of their ships, you know what I mean? The captains of what was going on in their life, like if you ever listen to the poem Invictus, out of the night that covers me, black is a bit from pole to pole, think whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul, out of the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced or cried aloud under the bludgeoning of chance. My head is bloody, but I'm bowed. It matters not how great the gate, how severe the punishment of the scrolls. I am the captain of my fate. I am the master of my soul. All that kind of thing. This is all about really, I shortened it a bit, but I'm just saying, that you had to kind of look at this thing from an Invictus perspective and really, kind of develop, develop yourselves. And these guys, they didn't really want to go into that. This was all about, the black female is this, she's so bad, and boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's a glaring, and I won't even say it's an oversight. I'm going back and forth with Dave here. If the woman is getting some sort of safety net benefit for the kids, well, so is the baby daddy. Whether he's involved or not doesn't really matter.
Well, a lot of guys who were baby daddies who had this and weren't, and their mamas are getting, whatever, they couldn't really put them on child support. Maybe these guys weren't making any dough.
Right.
A lot of these guys were kind of XYZ out there. But anyway, we understood that, the manosphere, we were talking about becoming brothers who had become productive. My whole thing back in those days was get your mind right. Get your money right. Get your body right. Keep your overhead low and your savings high, and keep this succubus female, kick her ass behind. If this woman is useless and you're not dealing with someone that's up to your standards, you're not bothering with them. You're not getting with them. You're certainly not knocking them up. You're not getting into it like that. You're on your own purpose and really looking to develop yourself. The key here for men was self-development. They could not pivot to that. They couldn't pivot to it. And I'll give you another example. Is this when this was Obsidian and I was actually doing a co-host with him on a show at the time, and this was after Cynthia G was talking all kind of smack, and I had squared off with her on Nyla's channel, and I had asked Cynthia, "Girl, why aren't you not married?" That was the question I asked her. Why are you not married? And she went ham. And then they all started screaming. Yeah, they started screaming, and then Nyla said, "Well, I can't really agree with what you're saying," and it was really pretty. It was really a pretty wild kind of circumstance, But ultimately, she could not answer the question. She said there were no good black men out there. Then,
oh my God!
Hold a second. I'm not finished yet. Then must have been about within 2 weeks, it had come down that she was pregnant, had gotten knocked up by Perk the Squirt, right? Robert Perkins, we call him Perk the Squirt, and we had a live stream, and I think this was back in February of 2019, I think, and then we had a live stream going over this, and old man had that's all, baby I like it raw and all that, I think that was the I think not was it the Wu-Tang Clan? I forget what group had that, but we were up in there partying on this shit. We were laughing so hard because at the end of the day, here's this woman who's saying how Negroes ain't this and Negroes ain't that, and everybody's all backing them up. And the next thing you know, what is she doing? She got knocked up. You know what I mean?
So let me. Was this like her first child?
I believe it was. I believe so. So I believe. It
Oh
was.
my God, dude, that's so embarrassing.
But the key thing about this was she saying about how bad all these Negroes were. At the end of the day, what were these women doing? Chasing behind these same Negroes they were complaining about. So what did that say? It said, okay, guys, you see what this is. This is some bullshit. These sisters out here running behind these low-end cats that they say are no good. They're chasing them. and you're going to sit back here and argue with these people, it's over. This game is over. Our game in the manosphere has basically, showed you that we were talking the right things. Now it's time to get up off of these wasted females who are wasting time here talking craziness. You see, they're full of crap. They're running behind the same Negroes they're saying ain't shit, but they get knocked up by them and getting pregnant by them and all this madness. So let's now pivot and move to another realm, which is really about brothers getting your act together and really moving forward on that. Get your game together. Let's get our act together. Let's dress better. Let's do more studies. Let's get into other programs that are going to help us. If that are going to help us succeed more in the outside. I don't care if it's trucking or IT or whatever. Let's get into more of these things. Let's look at our health. Get our health together. Let's get in the gym. Get right. And getting your mind right was really starting to think and really focus on being very productive and not letting a lot of bullshit clutter your head and take you off your task of being successful. And let's really, put our minds and concentrate more on that. And that didn't turn over too well. That didn't turn over because they still wanted the gender war. And I know there was an economic piece to it and so forth. So people would still want to make money. And Obsidian really wanted to still hang in that arena. And after that, I pretty much kind of got away from really co-hosting with them after that.
Right.
Because
well, have you seen his return?
I've seen some level of it, and I know that they kicked him off of YouTube again. Once again, that's my understanding.
Okay. I like in the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, because he's
wow.
He was back to that 2018, 2019 stuff. Just bashing on these women, and at the end of the day, YouTube is going to be real sensitive to that. You have to understand that you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, he's got a reputation.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to make a lot off of that at this stage, and that's going to get you. So if you're going to stay with that, you're asking, you're just kind of asking for trouble, and that's kind of where that went. So he's definitely got a rep for that. He left. He went to Mixler and all that, and and then came. Now he came back here to YouTube. Because that's I mean, if you got an audience and you're bringing in a certain amount of super chats and all that for these guys, it's a decent job. It's a decent job for them. So
wow,
so that's what they were more or less trying to pull off. But YouTube is going to fire you for
the thing is though, it seems to me if you know that a certain behavior or they're gonna be gunning for you.
I just saw this one this stupid white woman coming out. I think her name was something Gaddis or whatever. She jumped out here, came out in black.
Oh, Lily Gaddis, yeah.
Yeah. Came out in blackface and saying nigga and all this. They're just like, bitch, get up out of here. And they just kicked her off, and she's over there crying. Oh, I just. She's trying to ride that, Nick Fuentes super racist stuff and all that. And even Nick Fuentes is, Nick Fuentes, he's even trying to, present things a certain way so he doesn't get blasted up on out of here. But that's what this woman did. This got blasted out. They're kicking you out. So if you're coming off a certain way and you're presenting your stuff a certain way, you're going to get hammered. So they're not going to let you have a platform for that long and make really any serious money by doing that. And you have to watch it. You have to be very careful. So that is something that it looks like Obsidian and so forth. They didn't seem to. Maybe they didn't get the memo. Maybe they didn't think that they didn't. He thought he can keep running that. You can run that in 2017.
Well, but I mean, how does that work? He was a guest on panels.
Well, you're a guest on panels. They're not going to, and if you're a guest on panels like Bernard Riley and so forth, he's not on YouTube anymore. I don't know what happened with him.
Right.
But if you guest on panels and you got a lot of crazy stuff going on over there, you can be hit for that as well. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it's your content. If it's abusive, you see what their policy guidelines are. So if you're
right.
if you're going to be abusive like that, you're gonna catch some hell. So that's how that was. That's no longer profitable coming out here just bashing outward, women and bitches and hoes and all, and all this. It's not profitable. You're gonna get flagged, and then the YouTube is going to come after you and get you on up out of there. So that's what these guys are trying to bring back, but they're not going to be able to make it like that. You can go to Rumble or wherever else or these other places and see what you can do there, but you're not going to be able to do that on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I just sometimes I honestly don't. I guess I shouldn't even try, but I just cannot figure out how you can get on here like these two were doing and just, concentrate on, what the mother has done and just act like the father, if the mother's getting assistance, so is the father. I don't know how that's not obvious.
Well, a lot of these guys felt, hey, sisters, since they were so bad, they were all responsible, and you shouldn't have any culpability in it at a certain level, and right. Some people were kind of thinking this way, because this David Monroe, whatever, I used to go off on him some few years back, saying, hey, listen, you calling yourself a conservative and all of this and talking all this craziness, but the conservative group, the conservatives on the Republican side, were saying, hey, listen, we're going to make sure that that we're not going to give you, we're not going to pay child support. We're not going to do that. You're going to be responsible for it. And we're going to put you on the hook, literally damn near from day one from that. And you're not going to be able to, skirt from underneath this. So the conservatives were even coming down on these brothers even harder. And when I said, hey, listen, they're not going to take care of you bastards and all that kind of stuff, I was kind of riffing on them. These guys started hitting the roof. They started going crazy, it was really, kind of, David Monroe was the hood conservative. So he's hood conservative.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. That was hood conservative. So, so these guys did not want to, deal with or almost kind of take responsibility for some of the stuff that these guys were helping to create. And our whole thing was how we tried to turn this around was, look, don't put yourself in that position and improve yourself, because once you get to a certain level of improvement and so forth, you're going to stay away from some of these women who are going to try to, drop a baby on you and do all of the kind of craziness to hem you up, because this stuff is designed to hem you up too. It's going to hem you up. So you don't want to get hemmed up, and let's think a certain type of way. But in that environment, in that group, it wasn't tracking well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just like, dude, I just don't get it. I don't know. It's just obvious that I don't know. I just don't understand. I mean, I could even go, okay, you've made one mistake. Okay. You had a couple too many one night and you hopped in bed and all that sort of stuff. But, I don't see, I don't know. It's just difficult for me to even certainly can't empathize, and I can barely sympathize.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, certainly, you have kids, you're going to be responsible for them. And, and the government is going to try to hold you. They're going to hold you to that as best they can. And you can come down on the women all day long, but if you are getting hemmed up by some female, why are you running with this type of woman? And that was
exactly. What I can't understand, I think the most difficult thing is, how do you square some form of conservatism with this kind of wanton behavior?
It's nonsensical. That's why I'm saying these guys turn this thing. He turned this thing into the Kunosphere to run behind. To run behind the great boys, but it's nonsensical. It does not make sense. It doesn't comport with any levels of conservatism, whatsoever. That's why I was saying, if you were real conservative, you would see these guys. The conservatives are the guys out here trying to put child support on your ass, before the baby is even born. So,
well, I can tell you right now, I guarantee you, conservatives don't consider these baby daddies conservatives. I think
not at all. That's what we're saying. Not at all.
I mean, they're not conserving much, and it's sometimes it was a mystery how Donald Trump, there was a whole lot of, what would you call it, prevarication, like, hey, Donald Trump has his faults, but he's a gift from God, that sort of thing. I just don't get it. Well, it's one of these things where I'm not going to lose too much time over it. I only wonder about it when I'm on YouTube. Otherwise, I don't think about it.
Yeah, but you have all of these guys, supposed to be the masculinity, and these guys are calling themselves conservatives. It's just madness, and and a lot of guys are just trying to ride the algorithm, make some money at this, and do what they can. But like we said, these guys we call them quiche conservatives. These guys are conservatives on quiche, and that's about it. But at the end of the day, we would look at them and say, but yet these guys still want a lot of liberal, quote unquote, liberal stuff. So it's just you're not going to make heads or tails out of a lot of this madness. But that's the madness that you see that's going on out here.
Right.
That's the madness that you've got, and a lot of this is really trying to run up and get up underneath the armpits of these gray boys, of which I find to be most obscene. But that's where a lot of this is kind of generating from. They're trying to get up underneath the gray boys, man. It's like what? So
hey,
go ahead.
I was about to say, hey, Sin 7, I was watching on another tab this Mind Chaos Brew premiere here, and guess who I should see in the chat? But Nightish saying he relates to the strong black woman trope. That doesn't sound like the Nightish I heard this morning.
Well, I don't even know who these people are, but it's interesting that that you bring up SKC and these guys, because I don't even see them around anymore. Are they around anymore?
SK, I've known SKC from a Discord for years now. So he's been on the show. He hasn't been around lately. I don't know whether he's pissed off. He just had another child. His wife did. So I think he's been a little busy. But you know what? I actually enjoy when SKC comes up to the panel because we've known each other a while. And we just kind of automatically know we're not going to agree with each other's politics. So we just kind of have fun with it.
Well, like I said, I've spoken with him on a few occasions. He also, he told me also he had pledged Alpha Phi Alpha as well, and I'm an Alpha. So
is that right?
That's what he told me. So I don't know if he is,
It wouldn't surprise me. Though I would say he's more a Sigma guy, in my opinion.
I have no idea, but anyway, we've talked, but they talk like they're conservatives, but they're not conservatives.
No, I have to say, from the as far as I know, he's probably the only one that's a true, like, kind of fits the bill.
I see him fitting that with respect to. He definitely looks, down hard on this black female, sees her as exceedingly problematic.
Well, he's married to an Asian woman and has several kids. So I mean, as far as I know, and I've known him for years, he's always been fairly consistent, fairly religious, etc. So he might be, now you may know something I don't, it doesn't really matter, but he has always been consistent in that, what I consider a conservative profile.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I'm not really,
but he might be the only one.
Maybe he is, but I look at a lot of stuff. What I look at, what real conservatism is, from especially from the white man perspective, what a true conservative is, and what a lot of these guys are bad at. It's more anti-black female than anything else, of which a lot of these guys have issues with sisters. We understand that, I've certainly had my complaints and issues with them, but I always looked at it from a perspective of, if you run them up on these black women and they're all fucked up, stay away from them, make some other moves, continue to move forward, and your success or happiness is not dependent upon any one of those individuals. It's just dependent upon yourself.
Well,
what you're doing.
Let me ask you a question though, because you're my age.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem, and it's got to be a lot of generational things that have changed. Like, I honestly never had any issues with black women to this degree. It could just be the time I grew up or how I grew up. I was 38 when I met my future wife, and she was white. And by the time I was 38, I really didn't care, because at that point I'm like, well, you know what? It's a stroke of luck I met her. I'd already pretty much resigned that, I guess I'm just going to be one of these old bachelors. But when I met my wife, I was actually dating a black woman from Miami. Now, I don't know that she and I would have wound up, together, but I just never had the problems with black women that people seem to have these days.
Well, I think there's always been some issues with black females for many different reasons. I'm not going to try get all into that, but my first one.
Well, do you think it's a suburb? I mean, most of the women black women that I knew growing up were like kids of professionals. They were teachers, or I'm trying to think. I think of all the women that I've dated, probably only 2 had kids. One, was a baby mama. The other was divorced. And you know what? I might have considered the divorced woman. I might have considered, because I actually did like her, and I liked her kids too, for that matter. But other than those 2, I just, I think times were just different.
No, I don't know. It could be. I met my wife in college, like most of us did when we were coming up. So we met all our wives in college. We all got married. I suspect maybe a little bit too young. By the time I was 23 or so, I was already married and getting into the kid game and having kids and all.
Well, see, that's funny, because my sister hooked me up with this girl I dated in high school. We went to different high schools. So she had gotten her nursing degree, and I had just been newly commissioned. I was in the Navy. So she hooked us up, and somehow or another, like, we went to the same church. Our parents knew each other. So, she came up to visit me up in Newport, Rhode Island. And, she was like serious, like, hey, you know what? We've known each other forever. I think we're a match. And I was kind of dumb, or maybe I was smart. I don't know. But I was like, well, I'm not ready to do it yet. Give me a couple years. I just got commissioned. I'm going to be deploying in about 6 months. You know, I'm a hotshot naval officer. Look at me in these whites. I just wasn't ready to settle down. And it's funny, after my first deployment, I got back and I'm like, you know what? I wonder what she's up to. Maybe it's time to get serious. So I called her mother. Her mother's like, oh man, you know, she got married like a couple months ago. I was like, really? So, you know, I don't know that I was that disappointed, but you know, it took me a while to just say, hey, look, you know, maybe I am serious, but I was damn careful. Like, dude, we're not gonna, you know, have a little surprise. It's possible, but we're gonna take every precaution because I knew I wasn't ready.
And how old were you when you said you ultimately got married?
I was 23. She was 22. She's a year younger.
That's when you first got married? Is that what you said?
Oh no, I was 39 when I got married.
Okay, so you got married. You see, if I had gotten married at 39, it would have been a much different situation. But you know, I got married. You know, but that was my generation. That was a generation. Then you were to get married.
Well, in a way, I wish. I mean, I considered it. I think, to be honest, I think that's about the perfect age.
It all depends. You know, like I said, I'd say it really depends on the person's level of maturity and
I was not.
How much they're really ready to do that. It's a whole different game because this world's a little bit more complex today than it was certainly when we were younger, especially when it comes down to money and dollars, cents, and you know, I mean, my first apartment that I got with my wife was $450 a month. You know, and we lived in a pretty decent place. You know, where we had 2 bedrooms and so forth. You can't do that today. You know, you can't do that today. You know, so
no, not in a big city. Out where I live.
Well, you know, like I said, you know, in New York and you know where I was. In the county, Westchester County, so forth.
Right.
You weren't able to do that.
Oh, well, Westchester. Oh, hell no.
Yeah. So you know, it's you know, it's a different game, but you know, but here the manosphere, you know, kind of getting back to it, you know, this was really all about, you know, more so, you know, brothers kind of getting their heads together on and the relationship piece and you know, getting their heads together, but you're dealing with this relationship game and you know, and then this black female and the madness going on with her and a lot of these guys, you know, a lot of us have been through it, you know, divorces or however. So, you know, you all go through that. But one of the things that I always saw, you know, hey, listen, if I had a divorce, things didn't work out, what was my issue? What did I do wrong? What did I need to avoid? And what do I need to change and move forward? And, you know, because, you know, you have to look at everything that happens and evaluate. You know, anything that goes on, anything that goes right, you got to evaluate. Everything that's going wrong, you know, you have to, and so on. But I think here, you know, I thought this would be more of a developmental space in some respects, and it really didn't turn out to be that. It turned out to be a little bit, you know, lesser than us really developing and really, you know, kind of evolving. It really turned more into, hey, you know, we're complaining about a lot of stuff, and you know, and we're trying to put a lot of blame on these black women, and certainly a lot of them are absolutely, you know, it's they'll fuck up if you leave it in their hands. You know, they're gonna fuck up, and you know, the name of the game is don't leave shit in their hands. Make sure you have shit in your hands where you're in charge. And that takes a certain level of responsibility, certain level of real honesty, and you know, and development. That's where you're at. And, I think a lot of us got away from a lot of that.
I don't think one of the things that the woman I was dating when I met my wife, one of the things I didn't like about her is she just seemed, I guess the word I would use is scary. Like, you know, one of the things that I liked about my wife is that, you know, every now and again I'd have to take a work trip or something. And I just never had to worry that the shit was going to fall apart if I was away. And the reason I think that, when I was in the Navy, there would be
you hooked up with a good woman. You hooked up with somebody who
Yeah.
who who could handle, and that's the name of the game. If you hook up with someone good, you have to be able to evaluate what's good. You have to be able to evaluate that. We're not in a culture and society where your family and your community itself is going to pick a woman for you that's probably going to be the best. Those tend to work out the best, to be quite frank with you. But since we don't have that, you're going to have to make these decisions on your own. You have to have some level of discernment. You have to understand what's good for you and what isn't, and that may take a little bit longer for some. Others might see it early, but hey, if we can help each other see things a little clearer, that's great. But you can't sit back and blame everything on them when it's you who have to make these decisions. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And while you were talking, I was thinking about my buddy Sin here. This morning on another show, it came up that one of the things that was being bandied about was women basically having, what was the term, a rotation, like a woman should have a rotation of people that she's dating, just basically kind of, it's almost like sorting or weeding out, the wheat from the chaff. And, I'm thinking to myself, well, gee, maybe it's my age, but I just can't. I mean, it just reminded me of something like speed dating. If you've ever seen that on TV.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I just, I think I'm just a one woman man. I can only date one at a time.
Yeah.
Two at most. And just the thought of, having basically a stable, and going out on dates. I just don't.
I mean, if you're a younger guy, but myself now, I would, I don't need no 4 or 5 rotating around with a whole lot of women. That's ridiculous for myself. But
well, I'm lazy. Maybe it's just I'm lazy. I don't want all that work.
Well, it work, but I think you looking at it, and and your mind is already kind of made up that you're not you're not going to waste your time with a lot of madness. I think you made that evaluation, and it's seeing a lot of women. You're asking for a lot of issues as well. A lot of
dude.
A lot of these ladies have a lot of issues. So they have a lot of issues.
I'm not that organized, but like I said, I think things have changed. I also know that a lot of times, there are things like group dates where a clump of guys and a clump of women will go out and, I don't know, who knows what they do, go to mini golf or something. Like my son says that his girlfriend he met through friends. And I didn't get into like, would y'all do, a bunch of people dating and you picked each other out? How did that work? I didn't really care. But he kind of reminded me of me. I forgot to mention, it was my wife was my neighbor's sister. So, it wasn't even that random a meeting. I was new up on the mountain and he's like, hey, I know you're Catholic. You want to come down to my parents for Easter dinner? That's where I met her.
A lot of guys are meeting their wives at work and a lot of other places, the gym and a lot of, there are a lot of things that are going on this way. So you can meet ladies in a lot of places. There are a lot of women around. But I think that the key of it is you have to get your mind right. You have to get yours. You want to have your game together, and you want to have your act together, pretty much. And when you're doing that, things tend to work better. I mean, that's how I've always looked for it, and I've even seen that even with the youngest person in my family, my grandson. Here he is. I just got him a car, but he's going to school and working hard. And I remember I says, Christian, I said, man, tell me about your little girlfriend. She's like, Grandpa, I'm still working hard to get my grades right. I'm going to go to a good college, and I don't, and plus, I want to make sure I have a decent job, and I don't have a lot of money to be spending on these girls and wasting a whole lot. So he was running down his rap and he's a good-looking kid, as to why he didn't want to sit back and start wasting a lot of time with these girls, because he saw there were a lot of ones. Here's a kid, I mean, I've got shoes older than him, and he's, and he's kind of figured it out. And a lot of these young kids have kind of figured some of this out already, and I'm like, wow. So they're starting to get their heads together and getting their lives together a little bit before they want to get out there and get all spun out there. So I'm just looking at it. What I'm saying is, start to get your act together. Here's a kid who's just in high school, so you don't have to have your act all that together. But then he finally met some young girl, that he met actually on a cruise, and he's now they're now he's got a nice little young lady who he's talking with, but she's focused and he's focused, and hey, there's nothing I can tell him. I would like to sit here and really tell him a lot, but there's nothing I can tell him. So he's some of these kids have seemed to have figured a lot of this out already. So I think it's pretty good, and I think we've given them some good we've given him some good guidance, but
well, if you've given him the guidance, and I mean, you can tell as a parent or a grandparent if the advice is taking.
It is. He's a very smart kid, but his friends are smart, and I see also the people who he associates. It's your crew who you associate with, and his friends are that way. So he associates with a crew of people that are productive, and it rubs off. You hang around a bunch of fools, you're gonna be doing foolish things. So
it was George Washington or somebody who basically says, you are the company you keep.
And it's
something to that effect.
And that has always, I believe that has always been the case. But that certainly is the case now. And I look at it how it was with my friends and so forth. The same as, we all came up, we all went to school, we all had kind of the same types of backgrounds. Played sports, athletic, went to college, got jobs after school, or got professions and did whatever. And, our lives tracked very, very similarly. So, that's kind of how that works. You're going to have some problems with, with the ladies, and the relationship game is always going to be a bit of a challenge, and you're going to make some mistakes. But if you make one, don't repeat them. Like my father used to always say, once bitten, twice shy. So you're gonna learn from that first bite.
Absolutely.
So you need to be a little bit careful. But the reckless people out here who can't listen and want to do a lot of craziness, I don't think you can do a whole lot from Stanley. You gotta kind of get away from them to a large extent. That's my view, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that I commented. I don't know. The more I see and hear people talk about the current dating scene, the less I should probably talk about it. Because I don't know. I think I've just been lucky in my life. Even the one or two times, I've had a little bit of strife in a relationship, it really wasn't that serious. I mean, it was, there was this one woman that we were probably too much alike, And she was the one time in my life I did something I knew I shouldn't have done. We broke up, and about 2 years later, somehow or another, we wound up back together again. And the same thing that kind of was a problem the first time wound up being the same problem the second time. And I knew that, damn, but I just really liked her. And I figured, you know what, I'd always be wondering if I didn't try again. And
well, you tried again and you saw the same old
yeah,
thing, right?
it was, and you know what, and it was a lesson learned. I just knew never to, if you break up, that's it. Don't get back together.
Yeah.
Unless there's a real good reason to.
Well, like they always say, there's a reason why an X is an X.
Exactly.
There's a reason, and you don't need to go back unless something kind of extraordinary may have happened. But on the whole, mostly, if it didn't work out.
No, it's kind of cool because I didn't live in the same city, so I would come back on weekends to Savannah, which is where I'm from. I wasn't in Savannah; I was in upstate South Carolina.
Right.
So, it really, okay, I won't be going home, I won't be going back to Savannah to see you. If I do, it'll be, to see my parents.
Yeah.
But,
when we talk about the manosphere, a lot of this was, the reason why I got out of some aspects of what this thing was about, because we weren't getting to where I felt, that we should be about really improving yourselves, improving yourselves. I could say as a man walking around 52, 53 years old, is in the gym, swole as fuck, lifting crazy weight, and I would see some of these young girls who would start to chase after me, and I was like, what's this? and then, no, really, I mean young. And it was,
that actually reminds me of something.
And then I started to see, just when you really improve, and then I started to see why some of these girls would do, and then some other girls would get almost intimidated by you, and I didn't understand what some of that was about. But then I started to make sense to me, from the sense of, you're hitting these weights, you're super strong, you're stronger than their boyfriends or ex-boyfriends, and they're starting to say, well, here's a guy who's in his early 50s. Moving to his mid 50s, and he's in better shape than what my boyfriend was. Maybe I'm actually dating in the wrong age group.
Dude, you know what? You just reminded me of this lady.
And that
I
was
just discovered this lady on YouTube, Esther Perel. Her channel's called Soul Rise. And she literally talks about what you were just talking about, why women find fit older men intimidating.
For real?
For real. Let me put the link in the back. I've seen maybe 2 or 3 of her little short presentations, but her shtick is she's talking about her audience, or she's talking to younger women and talking up older men about how great older men are. And, me being 60, I'm like, well, damn, you know what? I like this woman.
I'd say, me hitting the gym, and we were hitting, I'm not lifting as heavy as I was before, because I'm older, so I have to be very careful. But yeah, at 55, I'm at a bench press 500 pounds. Max that way. I've got a little video of me putting up 140, 150 pound dumbbells, one arm, pressing them, and all this kind of madness. And a lot of these younger ladies would be like, look, yeah, I'm afraid of you, or or no, you gonna kill me if I work out with you. And then these girls were looking at you, but you could see that they kind of wanted to play. And they were looking at it from a weird perspective. So they're like, this guy's standing my father's age, but this ain't dad. But this ain't dad.
Well, Let's have a look at this. I bet you're gonna. I put her channel link in the back.
Truly saying when they
Oops.
use that word. You might think she's praising your gym progress when she calls you intimidating, but that's not what's really happening. When a woman looks at an older man who seems like he could outlift her current boyfriend and outsmart her ex without even trying, her brain
What?
goes through a specific emotion.
I was
this?
like, what? Oh shit.
Hey, you know what? I've got one. I've got the best algorithm on YouTube. She just wandered into my algorithm. And really the reason I started looking at her is she's kind of cute. You know, she's in my age cohort, but this is her topic. Let's see what her how her channel description is. Because I looked it up, but I don't recall.
It's too bad I don't have my lifting partner here with me right now on the phone, because he could tell you some of the stories. Oh my God, it was, yeah.
So I assume her audience is younger women.
Probably so. But you know, I was getting attention from a lot of young girls and getting a lot of hate from a lot of dudes. So, you know, a lot of younger guys, and then some of the older guys were just mad at me, and I didn't quite understand what it was. I thought almost like I had done. I was thinking like I had done something to them. But the only thing that I was doing, it was their insecurities that were playing out with them, as opposed they didn't like what I was doing because it was making them feel like they weren't as adequate, and I had nothing to do with these people.
But you know what though? They are right. I mean, not so much to be mad or jealous, but dude, you're older. You know who you are.
Yeah. And that was
and it shows. I mean, people can pick up on that.
Yeah, I'm not, I wasn't in there trying to be a 21-year-old or a 25.
Exactly.
That's not, I had been 25 before, and that's over. That's past. I was just, a man who was. But what I saw, what was blowing my mind was the older you get, the denser your muscles can be. So when they talk about that old man strength, there's a lot to it. So so I was at the strongest that I ever was in my mid-50s, which was really strange. But yet that was almost kind of God giving you a self-protective measure as you get older. You may not be as fast or as quick as you were when you were young, but you will be stronger. So
give me some strength and some brains.
Exactly. So that is kind of a built-in, some built-in gifts that he gives you, but you don't realize or actualize that until you push those envelopes. And I didn't see that most men by the time they're in their 40s or 50s have kind of given it up. But if you're pushing it at that age, you're very viable, and you're viable to a level where you actually have enhancements that you wouldn't know that you had. And I didn't know that you could achieve more super strength of what I considered at that age than you were damn near when you were younger. It didn't make sense, but as I looked at the evolution of kind of the human animal and so forth, it makes sense. It actually makes sense in the long run for survivability. But yeah, and then you'll fade, and then you'll move on. But and then others will come up. But in your 40s and your 50s, you are in your early 60s, you're extremely viable. You're extremely viable, and younger women see that, and some fight it, but many accept it, and they're attracted to it. of which you don't know until you get to be that age. Other men see it, but other men see it, but they don't like it. But it's true. It is what it is. So I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. But I'm looking at this. This woman here. I didn't know. How long is the video? Is it a long video?
Oh no, we can play more of it. It's only 13 minutes.
Emotional short circuit. The word intimidating becomes a shield, a defense line built around something she was taught should not exist. A man over 40 or 50 who didn't collapse or fade away, a man who refused to let himself decline. Society fed them the belief that men peak at 25, lose their drive, soften into deadbods, and slowly shrink into defeated posture. So when you show up at 48 or 52 with carved shoulders, strong discipline, and a sense of mastery over life, you become a glitch in the system. What's intimidating isn't your gym performance. It's the realization that maybe they've been dating in the wrong age category all along. The intimidation is a hidden internal conflict disguised as a compliment. And the more you've invested in yourself, the louder that conflict echoes inside her. Welcome to Alpha Attraction, the place where we remove the filler and go straight into truths and strategies that actually matter. This is where we share relatable ideas about dating, confidence, mindset, and personal style. Today, we're breaking apart something you've heard before, but probably never understood deeply. Has a woman ever told you that you're intimidating? Let's uncover what is happening underneath that moment and why it has nothing to do with what you think. Let's go into why women really say intimidating when they meet a fit, older man. Buckle in. This is going to be a ride worth taking.
Do you? Now, I haven't really gone in here. Now, I don't know whether it almost sounds like a sales pitch, but I haven't been able to find what she's selling, some program. Now, I don't think this is in English. I think
Is it in German or something?
Well, for some reason or another, I got the impression that there was some translation or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but she's got a slight accent. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. I can tell you where this is. If you go and you look at the more information, it'll tell you. No, it originates in the United States. So I was wrong about that. I don't know why I thought she's got an accent, but apparently this is originating in the United States. I think this is why this up here in the subscription, subscribete. I don't know what language that is. It's not French. I don't think it is.
How many subscribers?
When a woman says intimidating, she's often using it as code for out of my league or too disciplined for me. Most men assume that when a woman calls them intimidating, it's about their muscles, height, or the seriousness of their presence. Many even think it's a compliment or acknowledgement of hard work. But here's the twist. Women aren't only noticing your workout habits, they're witnessing something deeper. When she calls you intimidating, what she's actually expressing is that you seem above her level. It's not just your strength or your fitness, it's the discipline behind it. Women don't simply find strong, healthy, successful men attractive. They see these men as a living reminder of the potential they haven't fully committed to themselves. When she says intimidating, her mind is wrestling with the idea that she might...
Is she speaking truth to power?
Oh my God! No, oh my God! Wow!
She's
might be able to achieve something similar if she dedicated herself with the same intensity. But she doesn't know if she's ready to put in that level of work. It's like she's standing at the door to a higher version of herself, but isn't sure if she wants to step through it. So instead of admitting that, she uses the word intimidating. Consider someone like Keanu Reeves, fit, calm, refined, consistent, even in his 50s. His discipline in training, acting, and personal growth is rare. People, especially women, feel intimidated by him, not because he's an actor, but because he has stayed balanced and focused for so many years. Think of someone who barely manages to stay consistent with the gym twice a week, and imagine how that comparison feels. Stay with me. We're only getting started, and we're about to go deeper into this internal conflict women rarely put into words. Let's go further. Fit older men expose younger men's laziness, and women instantly notice this contrast. Think of a typical young guy in his 20s who spends hours on his...
Do what?
You see, I've had my word. I'm almost lost for words here. Too bad I don't have my workout partner here with me to sit down. We've run into problems. I ran into so many issues in the gym with other guys because they were mad at me because here I am, I'm getting swole, but here I am, I have a young man who I brought in with me to work out.
Mm-hmm.
He was a skinny guy, and then this guy was 6'2", 190 pounds. He now is, he's like, he's 6'3", 195 pounds. Now he's 6'3", of course, same height, 265 pounds. All
muscle. My Lord.
All muscle.
Wow.
And I brought him to that point. I got him there, and people were mad at me because of his development. And they saw that I was, they saw what I was, but then they got mad at what this kid was because he developed. And so many people were trying to get in front of him and say, you gonna get him hurt. You gonna get him hurt. I says, no, the only thing that's going to get hurt up in here is your feelings. Because when you see this guy develop and evolve to the level that he's going to get to, you're not going to like it. And that's exactly what happened. And people really, really got upset at other people developing and me helping to develop people to levels that folks didn't think he should get to. And what that was about was that they didn't get there, but he did. And then they got mad at me for really helping to help him to develop to that point.
That's strange. Why didn't they just say, "Hey, can you help me do what he did"?
But they were angry because they didn't achieve it. They didn't achieve it. They didn't want to get down.
This is what I don't understand. Like, damn, hey, can you help me out, dude? Why wouldn't you ask that?
But this is what they started to do. Get away from Carl. Don't work out with him. Work out with me. Can you work out with me? We can work out together. My workout partner was like, I ain't working out with you. I'm working out with CB. That's the dude who brought me in. You don't help me evolve. I'm working out with you. So these guys were trying to break up the partnership because they were so intimidated by what was happening. And that was the big explain. And I didn't really understand. I really didn't understand, for a minute there, I didn't understand what was going on. But then I saw, but then I'm looking at here as to really what this was about. And we had so many women who were just attracted to to us. And our job was to come to the gym and get swole, get right. We weren't there for women per se. We weren't there looking, well, I'm coming in here to get with the girls. We were not even thinking about them like that. But we were getting so much attention from them. They were getting angry because they saw women were getting attracted to us. They weren't getting so much attracted to them. And we were intimidating to a lot of people. And of course we were getting big. We were putting on a lot of muscle, no drugs, just hitting a hell of a lot of weight and getting swole. And it bothered a lot of people. And some of the people who it bothered the most were some of the professional trainers in there who had people that they were training
Yeah,
for
I'll bet.
years, making no gains. And here I bring a young kid in, 28, 29 years old. I worked out with him 8, 9 years. And next, he's a monster. And these guys couldn't understand, how I did it with him, but yet they couldn't do it with the people that they literally had paying customers for. It was just, it was wild, man.
Wow.
It was wild, and I had 1 or 2 girlfriends in the gym, and they started acting crazy and jealousy. It was just madness, just madness. And I ended up hooking up with a little young, a young Mexican young lady, and she just went crazy. She wanted kids, and oh my God. I could sit here literally for hours and tell you this, but what really got me here is what this woman was saying, as far as how just the effect we had, and the effect that somebody like myself, who's in his mid-50s, was just having on. And I'm not gonna say I was the most beautiful, handsome guy in the world, no, but I was a big dude, big arms,
Right.
big chest, big back, big legs, putting on a lot of size, and a lot of people were that intimidated them. It's incredible. It's just, I could sit here for hours. I don't even want to go into it, but I'm just listening to this like.
Well, I just wonder. I wonder if Esther covers that, the children part.
Phone, eats carelessly, sleeps late, and doesn't take his health seriously. He has youth on his side, but almost no discipline. Many younger men rely on the excuse that they're young enough to get away with poor habits. They skip workouts, drink too much, eat whatever they want, and slowly let themselves slide. But when they come across an older man who is lean, defined, and clearly committed to fitness, they suddenly feel a sting of discomfort. And guess what? Women feel that same contrast even more strongly. If you're older and in shape, you're showing the world what commitment looks like. You're showing what many young men could be, but aren't. You become a mirror that exposes their lack of drive. You're not competing with younger guys. You're revealing the opposite type of lifestyle, the lifestyle they secretly wish they had the discipline to choose. Women notice this difference immediately. She's not just comparing you to the young man she might be dating. She's comparing you to the type of man she could have attracted if she valued discipline, physical, emotional, and mental earlier. Look at someone like David Beckham. Even past 50, he stays active, stays sharp, stays committed.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that part I heard in another video of hers. This is
that workout game, and then when you're wearing a suit or you're dipping around, people just know you're in shape, and it's just, just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty well committed to a young lady right now, but but yeah, I have to say, the evolution in the gym and that it changed everything. Especially the situation I had come out of, and then just turning my whole game around, and going ham from my very late 40s and then hitting my 50s into my it's the last 12 years. This has been unbelievable from that perspective, and
this is an interesting statement that Ryan makes. Weak females like weaker males. I can't puzzle that one out. Why on earth would that be?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, better yet, why would I mean, I know from my personal experience, weak females, I tend to like women that are confident and being scared of the dark is definitely a turnoff for me.
And weak females are very indecisive, and once you start, you don't want to be around weak females.
Yeah, it is so annoying.
You don't want to be around them. That is not what you want. It's like you don't want to be around a bunch of weak dudes, that are not gonna, back you up. You don't want that around you. But yeah, like I said, I learned a lot in the gym. As the more I really hit it, and your body is power. So how you walk, how you move, your body is perceived as something very powerful. When people see you built a certain way and moving a certain way, folks deal with you a little bit differently. A little bit differently. That's why me and my workout partner always say, you have to have the profile of power, the profile of power, and it's kind of how you look. Big shoulders, big traps. Wide lats, big arms, smaller waist, and looking swole. Folks understand, and maybe I don't want to mess with this guy. Let me go elsewhere. And I think it's a powerful thing. It really is. But you don't actualize that until you put the work in it. You got to put the work in, and we put a lot of work in years, decade, at least of really doing that. But like I said, this kid started working out with me 2013, he was 190 pounds. Now he's 170, close to 170, No steroids, no nothing, just a monster, a monster.
What's up, tough guy?
Yo.
What's going on?
Yo, what's happening, man? What's going on with you?
Nothing much. Just I've got hot dog buns rising. And as soon as they have risen, I'm gonna put them in the oven. It's gonna be chili dogs again tonight.
Chili dogs. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Damn, gangster.
Dude,
Oh, you make your own chili too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he make everything from scratch, nigga.
Not
Except for the
everything.
hot dogs.
I didn't make the
You
hot
didn't make the
dogs.
hot dogs. Yeah, I was about to say
Though
you didn't make that.
I actually can make them from scratch. It's just a
You
little bit
can
too
make
much
hot
work.
dogs from scratch. Yeah, all you got to do is just get the
Casings.
the turkey or
Mm-hmm.
ground it up, stuff it.
Yeah, turkey dogs. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, you certainly can.
But
Anyway,
it's just it's a little too much work, for me. Nagon.
Ground beef.
You know what I did? I mixed ground beef and Italian pork sausage. It's roughly a 50-50 mix.
That's nice.
Mm.
That
Yeah.
works. But listen, I'm going to
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, man, it was just a good talk. But this was pretty interesting here. This woman here, I'll listen to this a little bit more. But
I put her channel link in the back.
I'll take a look at that. And man, there's a lot of truth to what this woman was talking about. A lot of truth.
I'm banking on it.
It's a lot of truth. But anyway, gentlemen, you guys
take it easy.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you once again,
You
Stanley,
too.
for inviting me up. And
Yes, sir.
And you guys have a great night. Okay.
You too.
Awesome.
So what's been going on with you, tough guy? I haven't seen you in a minute.
It's been a couple of days, but I seen you on Saturday. What's today?
Oh
Wednesday?
yeah, well,
Thursday?
dude, Saturday was a mess.
Yeah, Saturday I seen you guys because I was doing the little hoopty wop, and then last night, my friend he had another gig, so he asked me could I do his little jam for him. It wasn't a whole bunch of money, but at least I got to get out the house and because I would have just been sitting on the internet talking to y'all niggas.
Well, money is money.
Yeah, exactly.
So Ryan Bardwell wants to know what brand of drums you play.
I play Mapex. Yeah, Mapex. I used to
What about
play.
the cymbals?
K Zildjian K. Cave is a brand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I used to play. I was real big in the. Well, I love Yamahas because Yamahas believe it or not, they make really good drums, but they make electronics or anything that's loud. If you think about loud shit, that's what they
Yeah,
do.
well, I mean, they make guitars.
They make everything. Anything that's loud, they make
Yeah,
motorbikes,
electric electric
pianos.
piano.
If it's loud, they make it. That's Yamaha. You know what I mean? From keyboards to drums to bikes, all type of shit. But yeah, their electronics are loud. That's Yamaha. But I used to I like them, but DW drums is the best drums. So I used to play Pacific. Pacific is a
Mhm.
brand, is like the off brand of DW. It's basically like the sister or the lower version of DW. So I played those for a lot of years, and then I went to Tama, and now I went to Mapex. And Mapex is a brand that I know from a mentor of mine from long back in the day. When I was first playing drums, he had a yellow Mapex. It was really dope. And Mapex always had like really good shells, whether it would be um, the quality of birch, oak, or maple, and then they
Right.
have really good coatings as far as like how they look. So they always look really professional, and they stepped their game up recently too. So the drum set I have is really beautiful. Every time I bring it out, somebody says it has a really great color, but it's
Huh.
green. Green is my favorite color. But yeah, so those are the brands that I play, and basically, it just depends on what you like, really.
Right.
Yeah, because there's so many different brands, and drums are drums. So, I mean, they all make sounds, but I think it's just what type of sound do you want,
Right.
and then customizing it to how you like
Have
it,
you
or
ever played
how you
steel
want something to
drums?
sound. Steel drums?
Yeah.
I don't play steel drum. No, that's like a more of like a island Caribbean Jamaican.
I was just curious. I hadn't heard anyone play him in a while. My wife used to be into Jimmy Buffett, so I don't know.
Okay.
It just the question just popped into my head.
Yeah, that's like playing a xylophone, and scales, and all that shit. Because you got to know, it's
Mhm.
basically like playing a piano. I never
Yeah.
got into that type of drumming
Hmm.
because I mean I never was a reader when it came to music. I mean I know the basics of it, but I just naturally always had it. So like even in
Oh
class
wow.
when I played in school, everybody else had to read, but they just was like just play. And a lot of other people didn't like it, and now that I'm older, I don't like it either because they didn't push me to fucking really read and be better. It's just like you naturally got it, so it's all good type shit.
Hey, you know what? The other day, Man of Tomorrow was up here, and he was telling me about this plane crash on the highway in
Oh, I seen that.
Florida, outside of Orlando,
Yeah, I
and
seen that.
I just found it on YouTube.
That shit is crazy.
Let's have a look
Right
at
on the
this.
freeway. Right on the
Yeah.
freeway too.
And we are now finding out more about why a small plane crashed onto I-95 in Brevard County.
Holy fuck!
Incredible video from a viewer shows the plane
I know they
touch
died.
down
God.
there on top of a Toyota
Well, he
Camry.
said no. He said, Man of Tomorrow said no. There were no fatalities. I
Oh
can't
man, they
believe
got
that.
lucky. Whoever was in
Dude,
that car that they
could
landed
you
on was lucky
imagine?
as hell. Yeah, you
Could you
driving down the freeway
imagine?
and the plane laying on your
Yeah.
ass. Nigga, I would
Holy
have
fuck!
swerved though, cause I see shit like I don't know. I'm always aware. Most people are oblivious to shit like that, but nigga, I would have seen that shit from a mile away.
Man, that is crazy. I mean,
Cause
out
black
of
people, we always
nowhere.
in our rear view mirrors, we looking
About why a
around,
small
nigga.
plane crashed
I mean, but how do you see that? It's coming from above.
Because you still
to
got a rear view
I-95 in
mirror. You can
Brevard
see
County.
behind you, bro.
Incredible video from a
Dude, but not you
Oh,
can
it's kind of
see
dark.
behind
Yeah, it's kind
you
of
can
dark too.
well wait, hold it. You can see behind you, but that's straight back, like
Yeah, but if you're
horizontally.
looking behind you, then think about it. If it's behind you and it's your rear view mirror, you're gonna see up.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Your rear view mirror, you see horizontally in one plane. You don't see anything above a certain angle.
Right, but you also have
the plane is above the car.
you also have two mirrors on the side. You have two mirrors on the side.
Again,
You have a rear view mirror.
you're seeing parallel to the car. You're not
Exactly.
seeing.
So if you're ahead of it, think about
Okay,
it like this:
tough
the
guy,
head of the distance,
guy.
and the height.
You
The
need to
distance
think
and the
about it.
height. Think about it.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
No,
I've
you're not
thought
listening
about
to
it.
me. So why would I listen to you?
Dude, I'm not going to listen because you're wrong.
No, obviously you ain't hearing me.
Dude, I not only have
What am I saying
heard,
then? What,
not
okay, so what am
only
I saying?
okay,
So what am I saying then?
you're saying that you should be able to see at elevation in your rear view mirror or your side view mirrors. I'm saying no, you're wrong.
Okay, well, I guess we agree to disagree then.
Okay, no, I know I'm right. Dude, have you
No. How do you know? Wait a minute, motherfucker.
Dude, I'm not
Hey,
gonna.
God damn it.
You are
No, nigga, don't
100.
do that.
You are
Don't do that,
100.
Stanley.
Dude,
No, don't tell me I'm wrong because that's your opinion, nigga.
you are no. It's not
Yeah, that's
opinion.
what you just did.
Dude,
That's what you just did. You gave me
physics.
your opinion and you told me that I was wrong because of what
Tough
you
guy.
think and your
Tough
opinion,
guy.
motherfucker.
Tough guy.
That doesn't mean it's
I'm not
facts.
tough guy. I'm not guessing.
You are though, because you're not even understanding what I'm trying to convey.
I'm not going to even consider that you're right because I know I am.
If you are a before a plane and it's coming
Dude,
behind
have
you,
you ever
it
taken
has to creep up on you. It has to come up on you. Meaning you're gonna see it from afar.
Have you ever taken a physics class?
But it's dark though. That's the thing.
No.
Look at the time of day. Look at the time of day.
Okay,
Look at the time of day.
Tough guy.
Do you not see? Does it not look like it's dark there?
What you do not understand.
Does it look like it's dark there? Do people have their headlights on? Yes or no?
Tough guy.
But people have their headlights on.
It could have been midday. It could be midday.
No, it's dark. Look, people have their headlights on.
It could have been midday, and he wouldn't have seen it.
No, that's the only reason why they didn't see it. Is because it was dark.
Yeah, okay. Well, like I said, I've taken physics. I know how mirrors work.
And I know how when you driving, because I drive all the time, you can see everything behind you, especially if it's in the air. Especially if it's in the air and it's coming towards you. Because you can see it in the rearview mirror.
Dude, it is coming from behind above the car.
Exactly. So you can't see a semi. So you can't see the top of a semi.
Your rear,
you can't see the top of a semi.
Dude.
Are you telling me you can't see the top of a semi from your car? Is that what you're telling me? If you're in the driver's seat and you're driving, you wouldn't be able to see the top of a. You wouldn't be able to see the top of a semi.
Once again, what you're saying has nothing. The plane. Of course you're going to see it if it's a mile fucking behind you.
That's what I'm saying. It has to creep up on you.
The plane came down on the car, not from behind it. Your rear view mirror. Your rear view mirror.
Look at it again. Start it over.
Have you ever heard?
Stanley, start it over.
I'm not starting.
Start the video over. Start the video over.
Okay, tough guy. I have literally had to think in 3 dimensions just from being in the Navy.
Can you please start the video again, sir?
Sure. And you will see that it comes down on top of the car.
Yes, but it comes from behind.
Your rear view mirror does not
see. Why do you think he braked?
Your rear view mirror does not see.
Why did he
elevation.
Brake? He just didn't move. He was probably shocked. It was probably like a shock.
Okay, he did a move because
freeze up.
Okay.
Sometimes people freeze up.
Do you see the tip of my arrow here? You see the cursor?
Okay.
Cursor. That's where the plane is. Okay, there is no way at that elevation you're going to see it in the car's rearview mirror. You don't see up.
I disagree.
Mirror, you see behind you.
I disagree, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like I said, I've driven and I can think in 3 dimensions.
More about why a small plane crashed onto I-95.
Look at that. You telling me you can see that in the rearview mirror? Hey, rewind that just a little bit, bro.
Okay.
On your right hand, on your right hand side mirror.
Dude. You know what? God damn it. Dude, you have to think how fast the plane is going.
You're on the freeway.
You probably don't even have a second to react. The plane is that plane is probably doing 100 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour. The plane is coming down in 3 dimensions.
Show it again.
It's moving forward and coming down.
Okay, but
you're not gonna
start it again,
by the time you see it in the rearview mirror, that damn thing's on top of you.
You see that? Look where it's at right now.
Okay.
You telling me you couldn't see that in your rearview mirror? You're telling me you couldn't see that in your side mirror?
No. Nope.
You're crazy as hell, bro.
Do you know this is happening? Probably from where that plane is.
Where that plane is right there,
Tough guy, what you need to tough guy again.
There would be a semi truck would be in the other lane, and you could.
Tough guy, where the plane is right now to where it impacts the car is probably less than a second. You need to think in time and distance, sir. Think in 3 dimensions.
That's why I think they froze up. They probably seen it and it was too late.
Dude,
that's what I'm saying.
There is no way they saw this.
I think they did. That's what I'm saying. Because they braked before. Watch. Start it again.
Okay, you know what, Black Knight? You know what I mean, because you have to think in 3 dimensions when you've got 2 objects that are moving.
To I-95 in
Look at that. That's not even a fucking that's not even a second in YouTube. Let's take it back. From here to where that car is less than a second.
He was coming from afar though.
It doesn't matter. It's moving quicker than the car. That plane's probably doing somewhere near 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, maybe.
Crashed onto I-95 in Brevard County. Incredible.
Even in YouTube, that's maybe a tad over a second. Let's do it again. Just go 1001.
Onto I-95 in Brevard County.
That's not even a second. Dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the time, you know what? If the person happened to look up in the rearview mirror, by the time he sees that plane, it's on top of him or her. But anyway, the bottom line.
That's what I'm saying. If they seen it, they probably seen it too late. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think
they saw it. They saw it, and boom.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying is maybe they could have.
No, we don't. We need Bob the pilot. Fuck, dude. I was in the Navy. I've landed helicopters.
No planes, don't give me that shit.
I have landed helicopters on the flight deck while I was maneuvering the ship, dude. It's all relative motion, and you have to think in 3 dimensions.
Okay.
But the miracle is no one died.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. Especially the way it looked.
Small plane crashed onto I-95 in Brevard County. Incredible video from a viewer shows the plane touched down there on top of a Toyota Camry. Incredibly, the Florida Highway Patrol says no one was seriously hurt.
The National Transportation Safety Board says this was an instructional flight out of Merritt Island. The plane lost power in both of the engines, and now they're opening their own investigation.
West 2's Brevard County reporter.
And it was a student. That's fucked up.
with
You
the
heard
Oh
that,
wow.
Stanley? It was a
I would
student,
never,
and both of
dude. I
and
would.
both of the and both of the and both of the engines failed on him. That's fucked up.
I would never. That student will never fly again. I'd be too
Yeah,
damn scared.
scared, right? Be like, nigga, I was up in the air and the engines fail, and then and then you crash. Not
Nancy
on top
Jesse,
of
the
that.
NTSB
I'll be right back. I got to clear a microwave alarm.
says that the pilot there was forced to make an emergency landing because of the situation. Part of their investigation, they're going to be taking a look at a number of things like the flight track data. They're going to be looking at the maintenance records of that aircraft, and then they're going to be looking at the pilot's license and its ratings as well. Now, we want to show you that video one more time. Like Nancy mentioned, incredible video, mostly because most of the folks who were involved there walked away with minor injuries in that incident. You can see the small aircraft collide with that Toyota Camry. The driver of that car is a 57-year-old woman from Melbourne. She was taken to the hospital with what FHP is calling minor injuries. According to Florida Highway Patrol, the pilot and passenger in the plane were both 27 years old. Neither had any injuries. We also want to show you some video from Chopper 2 over the scene after the crash happened. You can see the mangled plane and the extensive traffic backup near mile marker 201. This is in Cocoa, south of King Street. Now, we spoke with the driver and his son who took that incredible video. They were directly behind that Toyota. Take a listen.
We're thinking, oh, it's trying to make a safe landing on the highway. As boom, front tire just goes right onto the car that's right in front of us. It was so scary. The debris started coming at us, and we had to swerve out of the way, and get to the side of the road real quick.
There are 3 agencies involved in this investigation: the FAA, Florida Highway Patrol, and then also NTSB. NTSB says that its investigation could take at least 30 days. They are asking anyone who has video of this incident to please email them, and we have that information on WESH.com. Covering Brevard County, Megan Moriarty, WESH 2 News.
This nigga got us listening to this
Wow.
shit the whole way through. Hey man, why you make us listen to that shit all the way through?
Why not? Well, it was only like 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah,
2:35.
you went to go do something, nigga. Don't lie.
Yeah, I went to clear. I just put the hot dog. I put the hot dog buns in the oven.
Oh, okay. Don't burn them motherfuckers, nigga.
Nah, I reset the timer. I was listening to this. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, I guess.
This really has to be said.
This is Obsidian and a guy named Bernard Riley from about 5 years ago.
Obsidian?
I think Black America has to come to grips with something. And it's what Chris Rock said over 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There are at least 2 Black Americas. You got black people, you got niggas. Now, let's put it another way. Elijah Anderson, 20 years ago, said that there's a code of the street. You have decent Black people and you have street Black people. And the problem isn't that per se. The problem is that we're all in the same family.
Mm-hmm. I heard about
like to
that.
frame these discussions as, and I got that.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard he cut himself away. Did he have I guess he had a reserve shoot, Black Knight? How I find these stories. Well, this particular video, Deacon Dave dropped the link for. That plane, I happened to see it by accident, but Man of Tomorrow told me about it a few days ago. And the parachute guy who had to cut his parachute because it got hung on a wing or something, I heard about it, but I didn't watch the video. But he must have had a reserve chute. I'd been scared as shit. What if he didn't have a reserve
The
seat?
idea from Jill Scott. So I have to, when I write about it, because I am going to write about this. When I write about it, I have to give her attribution because she has an excellent song called "Family Reunion."
Yeah, I never listened to that song until you started playing it on your show. And man, the song is very well done. I love the song. I'm grooving, I'm rocking to the music, but I'm listening to the lyrics and I'm like, oh yeah, that definitely happens at Black Family Reunion.
And see, folks may remember, those that are a bit older or like, 70s era music may remember the OJs also had a song called "Family Reunion." And the difference between the two, I like to juxtapose the two because we have a romanticized view of ourselves. And that's what the OJ's Family Reunion does. That gives us a sense of who we are at our best, who we would like to be.
Yeah.
But the thing I love about
I don't know. You know what? I may wrap this up. I see Savage is about to Savage Entertainment. You know who he is?
No, I only know Savage Recovery off of
Oh, Savage Red. No, this is a good guy.
yeah. That's the only Savage I can think of right now.
No, this guy's pretty
Tattoos?
cool. He's
With the tattoos, you know what I'm talking about? With the tattoos. The
Oh
white
yeah, I
dude?
know who you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been over to CT's show in a week or so.
Yeah, I haven't been over there either. I mean, I go over there, but he be having like a full ass panel. That nigga be having like a whole panel and shit.
Did you see CT's show today?
I think he's still live.
Apparently, okay, because apparently, what's his name hosted today? Linwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's have a look at that.
He's still live, I think.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get too knee deep into it because it is getting dinner time here.
Yeah, whenever you dip, I'm about to watch TV for a little while. And let my earphones charge.
Tomorrow is Friday. So
is, man. These times
by the way, everybody be gathering your investments in the Sovereign Beer Fund for this weekend. I have to make the most of this weekend because my son's going to be home on Sunday, and I'll have to take everything out of his room and put it back in my bedroom. And I will lose my studio, my quote studio for.
Why don't you just put it down in the basement?
I don't have a basement.
You don't?
Nope. Don't need one.
I thought y'all would have basements.
When I lived on the mountain, I did. But
you got a garage, don't you?
No.
You don't got a garage either? What, you live in an apartment?
No, I live in a house.
What kind of house doesn't have a basement or a garage?
One in Georgia. The weather doesn't get bad here. As a matter of fact, many houses just have carports, which is what this has.
Oh, is it more like a double wide? It's like a double wide. You live in a double wide?
Hell no. It's a 3-bedroom house.
Upstairs, downstairs, or it's one level?
Well, it's got a crawl space underneath it, where the water heater and the air conditioner, the heat pumps down there. But I mean, it's just like when I bought the house, it's just me and my son. I don't need all that space.
So if you got 3-bedroom, why are you using his bedroom?
Because I don't want to use mine. His bedroom has a desk in it. His bedroom has a desk in it.
What does the other one have in it? Not your room.
There's no.
The
Well,
actual.
there's no. Oh, the other one just has boxes.
Okay, well then you need to clean that shit up and get your studio set up in there, nigga.
Well, you know what? I guess I could, or I could
Yeah,
go
you
out into
guess
the,
you could, nigga. That's what you
or
need to
I,
do because
or
you be
I could,
streaming and shit, and you might as well
or
hook it up, and you can make that
well,
your layer, homie.
well, my bedroom's my lair.
No,
Or
no, no,
I could
no.
just
Your
put the
bedroom
whole
is your
thing,
bedroom, nigga. You could stream and do everything, all your YouTube shit in the other room. You need to get that shit together, nigga.
dude. It's
You
got
should get you a
boxes.
neon sign that says
It's basic.
"Everybody against Stanley," or I
It's
mean,
just base.
the Stanley against the
It's
world, the
basically.
neon sign.
Let's see, chaotic truth line. You
Hey,
know
matter
what?
of
I
fact,
need.
you should look that up, Stanley. Hey, go look that up right now. Where can you
What's
buy
that?
a neon sign that says Stanley against the world? So
I
you
don't
can
really
go
need a
live and
neon sign. Oops.
that shit would be tight, nigga. It's not gonna be that expensive.
There we go.
Stanley, it's not
Oh,
gonna be that expensive. See
who
how
the
much it's
hell
gonna
is
cost.
this? Oh, I don't care about the expense. I just don't need it. Oh, is that Mooncakes? I've never seen her
But it's
in
good
this
for
perspective.
Like, do
but
you
it's good
believe that
for
black men were oppressing the women at the time? Because
What's up with her hair?
what power did black men barely have?
She's got weird hair.
she's a stupid bitch. Matter of fact, I want to go over there and talk shit. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna try to get on real quick. I'll be
Don't
back.
bother, because I'm gonna wrap this up. Since you were going,
All right,
tell
well then,
everyone.
when you coming back? You coming back tonight?
No, to probably 1:30 tomorrow or so.
What the fuck, nigga?
Dude, I rarely do like 12-hour. Yeah, it is Black Night.
All right,
I
well
don't do these long ass streams.
if T goes tonight, then go on T stream or
Yeah, I'll do that.
or Bob's. You don't never go on Bob's channel. I don't know why.
You know what? I was in Bob's chat for about 10 minutes last night. The only time I ever go to Bob's is just to fuck with Art.
Yeah. Well, you should come on the panel so we can fuck with Art together.
For what? Dude,
I be fucking with Art.
I've been on Bob's panel. Bob was up there in Blacks Who Defy. We're up there one morning. You know what? If those two aren't up there, I don't need to be up there.
All right. Well, I'm about to go try to fuck with Moon Crickets.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't she actually she doesn't look that great.
Yeah,
today.
she's like
Maybe
regular bitch, but the way she be talking is just like, stop it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can see her. Do I have her on the screen? Look,
Yeah, I can see her.
She doesn't look like she's very fit.
Yeah, I got some girls.
As a
that
matter of
look way
fact, it
better than
kind of looks like she has kind of a gut.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I know some girls that look way better than her.
Now she has a very pretty face. I have to give her that. But other than that, I don't see anything. I don't see
decent.
anything that I would go.
She ain't ugly.
No, she is not ugly, but I mean, she's not like smoking hot. She's just normal. So good for her. You tell her I said hey. I don't even know that she knows who I am, but just tell her I said hey. And and for everybody else, I will be around tomorrow, around 1:30 or so.
Tomorrow,
And who knows
got a big
who
ass
knows how
head.
long I will be going on, but I've been going on since about 1:30 today, so I'm at 6 hours. That's definitely long enough. More bounce to the ounce.
More bounce to the
Now wait,
ounce.
hold it. Do not get me wrong. She is gorgeous. She's just not smoking hot. She's just normal. If she's a 6. So and a 6 isn't bad.
Yes, sir. All right, well
All
then,
right.
I'll holler at your ass later, man. Yeah, I guess you
Okay.
ain't going live tonight. Enjoy your hot dogs, your chili dogs, man.
I will do just that. And
You
I'm
about to
gonna
put some
watch
cheese on them
old
motherfuckers?
I'm gonna watch I'm binge watching old episodes of Hogan's Heroes.
You about to put some cheese on that shit?
No, I probably won't. Just the chili's good enough. As a matter of fact, I do need to talk to here for the
Some
tea. So
onions. You gotta put some onions on that shit.
onions are in the chili.
Yeah, but the raw onions on top make it pop. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I don't need raw onions. The onions are in the chili.
Yeah, but the raw onions on top make this shit pop. That's all I'm saying. But yeah,
Does Mooncakes have a Jerry curl?
yeah, that's what it looked like. An S curl. Oh, I'm about to say that. I'll be back. I'll let you ass
All right.
later, nigga.
I'll see y'all later. See you later.
All right. All right, Pete.
All right, everyone. I am out of here. By the way, y'all stay to the very end of the closing theme. That's a little thing that Portia made for me that I love. I'll probably have to lengthen it a little bit, but it's pretty good end to the closing theme. So Dave, let's see, Black Knight, Ryan. Good to see you, Ryan. You've been a stranger around here. Rick, Slick Rick, TMKC. You know what? I saw you and I started talking and forgot to say hey. So hey TMKC. And a Vibe. Good to see you too. I haven't seen you in a long time. So anyway, I will see everybody tomorrow around 1:30 or so Eastern time.